should start everything, unless something breaks. Oh. Let's see, is it working? Is it working? Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Let me put my headphones on actually though, because I don't want there to be
you're
feedback.
live.
I forgot that the stream does this. Cool. Okay, Bluetooth is working. Nice. Switch to that. Alright. Alright, Tracy, can you say something? I want to make sure that I hear you.
Sure, I'm just typing a little hello message to YouTube chat.
Nice! Alright. Hello, everybody. I should have set the, come to think of it, I should have set the stream to be like, oh yeah, we're starting at blah on YouTube itself, but I was kind of focused on stretching and setting up my snacks, so that wasn't really priority. It's fine, they'll come in, it's fine. Hi everybody, welcome to today's animation stream. It's a work day, the Lackadaisy crew once again, and we're trying to test out a new feature on Discord at the moment. So I think the Discord little voice thing might be a little messed up at the moment, so let's see if I can get that going. Discord overlay. What is that called again? So, what was that called? StreamKit, that's right. Let's see if StreamKit works with this new feature that Discord just implemented that we are currently testing. Let's see, voice widget. And I'm gonna select server. Let's see if the Lackadaisy is in here. Lackadaisy. And what is the name of this? Lackadaisy live stream. Okay, it's not gonna work. Okay, so we'll just, you know, people have to guess who's talking, I guess, on YouTube. It's fine. Oh, we got a question already. Anton D asked, will you continue the main comics? When? Sorry if you answered it already. So that is a Tracy question. Although I could answer it. Tracy's currently working on art books, so the comic has taken a bit of a pause, but it is getting got back to. It has not been abandoned, far from it. It's she agonizes every day about wanting to work on it, so nobody's forgotten about it. It'd be a little hard to. There you go. I disappeared off Discord. Shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was dumb. Wait, no, start the sage.
Right.
Oh my god, this is... Oh, am I here?
I already told them.
Oh my god, why am I not? Stage topic. Oh my god, I'm...
Oh, there you are.
How do I get back in?
Oh, now your audience. Fable,
there we go!
Welcome back.
Somehow I exited out of the Discord. I don't know how that happened. Oops.
You fell off the stage.
Okay. I did. I fell off the stage. It was a big oops.
Just fell into the orchestra box.
Yeah. I thought you just went quiet. I was like, oh, this is a question for Tracy. I guess Tracy stepped away from the computer. Oh well. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to new features.
I
I have no idea why I did that. That's obnoxious. I must have clicked something wrong. I must have hit a button on accident.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, they were asking, someone asked about the main comics. It's like, they will be gotten to. They have not been forgotten. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the main comic is still my #1 priority in life.
Yeah.
But I just can't. We have to finish the film first before I can get back to that. It's just there's too many things to do and not enough hours in the day. We're already like I don't know about you. Well, Fable tries to take a day off every week. I try to take one, but often fail. We're working like 7 days a week, like all day.
By
It's
take a day off, we mean not in the voice chat. More like
like it's more like I still work a few hours that day. Slip a few hours of work in, and it's there's never any like weekend or anything like that. We're just like working, and we've still got a lot of work left to do. We're getting there, but it is a finite thing, and so once I am done, once the film is released, I anticipate going right back to the comics. So that's where we're at.
Take a bite of melon. I have some melon here. Oh, everybody enjoy a challenge of melon. Mmm. Yum. Mmm.
A confused butterfly says, "Been a while since I've been to a stream. Got a new job. How are y'all?"
Busy.
tired and hot.
Sexy hot?
No, definitely not that.
Oh,
just sweaty hot because it's 100+ degrees here today. So.
The melon, I don't know what this melon is called. Clint picked it up. It's clever in, like, the flavor is almost like a cantaloupe, but it's not quite like that. The texture is more like watermelon. It's interesting. Enjoy the sounds of crunch. Sorry, I must consume melon. Hey, Newt! What's up?
Newt.
Anton says, "Film, are you planning to make a full 1 to 2 hour movie about Lackadaisy, or will it be a series like South Park, etc.? It is a 23-minute short film. We don't have millions upon millions of dollars to make.
I wish we did. That would be great. I suspect Anton is new to this. Then, if they don't know, there's we are working on a short film. That's what this stream is about. In fact, is working on one of the scenes.
Yeah, this will be an animation stream.
I'm trying to turn my face away from the microphone so nobody has to hear crunch. I suspect you're still hearing crunch, though.
Really? Just a little bit of the mouthful voice from when you're talking.
I like that Kay Francis already knows exactly which character is Zib from about, was this like 5 lines? That one that's slumped over, that one's Zib. Yes. No, you spotted him. You spotted the Zib.
There's a sort of like limpness to the spine that just gives him away. In a crowd.
Yeah, we actually told the animators, we're like, okay, here are your references for how this guy moves and everything. Think young Tom Waits. And they're like, I gotcha. Zib has only 1 line of action, down. Yeah. He kind of just teeter-totters. His gravity is his biggest enemy. Zib is forever being dragged earthward, both metaphorically and actually.
Oh, Kaz needs to be let in. Let's see how I can actually do that.
All you have to do is right-click, invite to talk.
Also, hey, Newt.
Hey. Sorry for the confusion at the beginning, folks. I did not get a ping that we were going live. So
oh dang! It didn't ping you. Why didn't it? It'd be nice if it did do a ping. Is there like a thing we have to do to make it ping people?
Well, no, I did the ping after. I asked you to tell me when we were gonna go. You didn't, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had.
It's okay.
Mentioned. Yeah, darn. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. But we got everything going. Everything seems to be okay. For folks who don't know, unless this has already been stated, and I'm sorry that I'm reiterating, this is a stage channel. These are in beta testing from Discord. Basically, it's like a convention panel kind of thing, if you want to think about it like that. Virtual convention panel. Which is decent for the things we do, at least in most cases. So we're just sort of giving it a trial run at the moment.
Yeah, so pardon our flailing. We're a little
It doesn't seem like
unfamiliar
it
with this.
behaves. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that was done. Go ahead.
I was saying it doesn't seem like it behaves with XKit, the stream overlay thing that goes with OBS, because it doesn't recognize the Lackadaisy live streams channel as being a voice channel. So. So nobody can see our little icons right now. They're just gonna have to guess who's talking based on our voices.
Oh,
the difficulty.
Yep.
Is there a way to see YouTube stream in the Discord? No, we found that out, and that's actually the biggest detriment to this currently, is you cannot stream into a stage channel.
No
for
screen share.
some
You'll have
reason.
you will have to go to the YouTube in order to actually watch things. Which I guess thanks for boosting the analytics, but that's long term that's not great. So hopefully they figure that one out. Where'd my pen go?
Bobo the displeased clown says, if one of y'all won the lottery...
Be right back.
Whoop.
Bobo the displeased clown says, if one of y'all won the lottery, would you make it a series or focus on some other project? I would make a
How much
series,
in the
but I don't
lottery?
know. I can't answer for
Yeah.
everyone else. And yeah, it depends on the lottery too. Like
Sometimes
you can't make
win
a
the lottery and you only get like $1,000 bucks. I don't think that's gonna make for a series. That's
Yeah.
barely rent.
If I win $50 on a scratch ticket, I will definitely take this to series.
Quickly, get Tracy all the
I'm
lottery
rich.
tickets.
I'll buy 60 scratch tickets and win $25. Brilliant.
Oh god, now I have 2 chats I gotta follow. Oh no.
Don't try. Just do your work.
Yeah.
We will keep up
Okay.
with the questions. Simon
back
says,
to
is there going to be a new character in the short film? There are background characters you will not have seen before, but the main cast is the cast from the comic. Poochie didn't make it into the film, so we thought about it, but
Is Joey in the film?
no.
Sorry, no Joey. Let's see, select folder. There we go. That's what I want.
Anton says, is my question incorrect? Which question? I'm sorry. Oh, it says, can I donate you to make one short character in your movie for like 10 to 15 seconds? If yes, where can I learn more? No, I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but we did have a Kickstarter for this, which is where we raised the budget for it. And we did have a Kickstarter tier where people could pledge an amount to get their cameo character in the film. But we have long since, like, the Kickstarter was a year ago, and more than a year ago, in fact. And we've designed and implemented those characters already. We can't at this point add more. Assuming that's what you're asking. I'm not entirely sure, but thank you for your interest in any case.
Backers that got to be in the film, that was like that $10,000 tier also.
Yeah.
So that wasn't
Yeah.
$50 and I'm in.
Right. No, it's hard to explain to people like how expensive and time consuming like making polished animation is, even if it's only like a minute or less than that. And that's not even counting like the actual character turnarounds and design work you have to do to leading up to even animating them and everything. So, so that everybody who's working on it is on the same page. Holly the Wolf says, "So can we visit in VR?" I hope at some point we will make a
that's
VR
that's
chat
up to
room.
Newt, really.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. Newt, by the way, in addition to being the community leader, was the 3D and layout artist on this film. And this background art uses his layout.
I am back.
Hello,
Hey.
Welcome back.
Damn it, Newt.
What did Newt do?
I just
Dad
made a
joke.
terrible joke.
Fizzy Dizzy says, how many people are in the stream right now?
5.
5?
Yeah. Kaz is here, but she's being a bit quiet. Newt seems to be a bit busy. I'll be a little quiet because I'm working.
I guess.
When I'm animating, I'm rather silent.
Sorry about that. I just have not much to say, but I just want to pop in here and just listen to the mind bubble gum.
Okay.
That's
But you know, I'll pop in eventually and just talk nonstop and then shy myself back away into this null void.
It's okay. It comes in
It's
short
a-
bursts. You're a sprinter when it comes to streaming. Not a marathon runner, a sprinter.
Yep, you'll pop in, upset someone specific in chat, and run away.
It's just been a while since I've been inside of call, at least around here. So it's just one of those things where I kind of just easing my way back in.
No problem. No pressure. You don't have to feel any need. Don't feel like you have to talk if you don't feel up to it. You can just
Yeah. But real quick before I go back into my void, Tomb, I miss you. That's pretty
hang. Okay.
I think they left early on purpose.
Yeah, no, yeah, she does that all the time.
I'm not sure if you guys caught these questions while I was away, but Simon had asked if there's going to be any new characters in the short film.
Oh, yeah, we answered that.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
And there was a question about if you can donate to get a character in the movie.
We answered that
Yes,
too.
I'll do that.
Okay. This one, I believe, is not really new, but new. Toomey just asked what Mordecai's favorite pie is because Fable brought it up on Twitter.
I said ask questions like what Mordecai's favorite pie flavor is. You can't say murder.
Didn't we have it? Yeah, I thought we had a discussion about this, and we landed on murder pie because I don't think he spends a lot of time making pies. It's probably his
After that one time,
token
with
pie
Victor, he's
making.
like, nah,
Yeah,
not
that
very
one
good.
time, his impression of pie making is that it's extremely messy, and so he didn't do it again.
But eating a pie, that's different. Eating a pie.
I don't think he has strong feelings about pie.
Doesn't he have strong feelings about everything?
Yeah. He will invent strong feelings. It seems like if you get him talking, he will eventually become very opinionated about something.
He would like you to think he doesn't have strong feelings about anything, and he is very, very rational, but we all know that's not true. What kind of mukbang would the cats have? I mean, it'd just be like a pancake massacre, I think.
The pancake massacre. That is
The
what
pancake,
Lackadaisy would be known for.
Chicago had the Valentine's Day massacre, and St. Louis had the Great Pancake Massacre, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Fizzy asks, "What's murder pie?" It's a reference to one of the mini comics that was made for Christmas.
It's very red pie. It's got cranberries in it, and
He probably would like that, just because it's tart.
what else? It'd
It's
be
like, yeah, it
kind
doesn't
of
like
bitter.
super
Yeah.
sweet. Yeah, like a tart pie does sound like something he'd be into. Something you would like eat with like sour cream or something.
Maybe.
I've
Yeah,
had
I don't
many
think like
tart pies. I have never had a pie with sour cream.
I wonder if he ate rugula. That's something that my family had done.
Is that?
My family's got
probably.
similar background to his, so I feel like, although they're more Eastern European, while he's got like what German Eastern European background.
Mhm.
I'm still stuck on a pie with sour cream. That just sounds wrong.
No, you are mistaken. You don't know Jewish things. Sour cream, you put things with sour cream. You just have it. It's good. It's tangy.
No, I
I mean,
love
just
sour cream.
googling
It's just
googling
with
sour
Juicy
cream
pie.
chat,
pie
back me up.
brings up
Yeah.
tons of like there's grandma's
Yeah.
sour cream raisin pie, sour cream pie, just straight up lemon sour cream pie.
I love all of the component parts, but this assembly just sounds so cursed.
Newt,
Blueberry sour cream
not
pie.
thinking of sour
Blueberry sour
cream
cream.
in terms of the real range it's possible. You gotta think of sour cream as that tangy thing. It's a tangy thing. It's like a tangy spread.
It's almost like cheesecake with just like a little less sweet than cheesecake as it is. It's like, I mean, so you can mix it with. It goes well with, you know, berries and things like that.
I will say, Newt, on the spectrum of cursed foods we see go through this Discord, sour cream and pie is not that bad.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. But Jerry also has been busy recently, so who knows
Jerry?
what he's been up to.
Oh yeah,
Jerry
because
June is a user who famously not just postulates very cursed foods, he then doubles down on that by making them and rating them for us.
Oh, fun.
yeah,
And they're bad.
Sounds like a rival for Toomey.
No, Toomey, it is your cursed rival.
Yeah.
Toomey would
This
kill
sounds
him.
good. This sounds good. You gotta flag him and be like, we have a friend for you. We have a friend.
Oh my
Sazy
god.
Plums says, hello, I can't stay long, but I wanted to say I read all the Patreon comics, backed the video, and bought the shot glasses. You guys deserve it, and I hope to see more from you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate
We really appreciate and need the support. It helps. Like, the money goes to the crew. It ain't going in our personal pockets.
Right.
Yeah. Helps pay for added material to the short.
Solette says, isn't Mordecai Jewish? Yes. Holly
Yeah.
Wolf says, how do you become a Jew?
Eat
well,
enough matzah.
Yeah. It's matrilineal, so
Well,
like
yes,
regarded
but
as
also,
matrilineal, but
yeah.
also not like officially. I guess that's the take on it. But
Okay,
like,
okay.
so it's an ethnicity and a religion.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'll let you talk, Fable, since
Yeah,
that's your
it is a what's it called? Diaspora. Yes, it's a diaspora. So it is both a religion and a culture, and there's like ethnic ties, but that like matters less than you think, and it is traditionally viewed as matrilineally. Yeah. Anyway, traditionally, if your mother's Jewish, then you're Jewish, but there's contention about that idea within Judaism. Like, there's plenty of sects that challenge that notion, especially because that's based on some old ideas about, like, how to even guarantee that someone is or isn't part of a group, you know? So there's definitely, like, aspects of Jewish tradition that accept folks who are Jewish by their father, but also, like, you can, of course, convert into Judaism. A lot of people will if they marry someone who's Jewish.
they marry. Yeah.
Go through the effort, yeah. So, but yeah, it's kind of very much a cultural thing as well. So you'll actually have like people who like identify as atheist Jews, which sounds
Right.
weird if you were thinking about it from the same perspective as if you were Christian. But in Judaism, that's not as contradictory as it is for some other faiths, because in Judaism, like, the idea that one challenges their faith and like questions the text is like pretty common. And of course, like, ideas of what that even means like can vary. Like, there's some much more orthodox branches that would heavily disagree with everything I'm saying, and then there's like more open-minded sects that are just like, yeah, no, all this is legit. So you will find some disagreement, but yeah, it's not like pointing to any one people or any one people that like look a certain way. It's just kind of like a shared background. But yeah, it's a diaspora.
Mm-hmm. Beetle Kieran says, will this short film have a musical theme song? It does have a song
Sort of?
that goes with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a... Yeah.
It's not so much a musical number.
It's not, yeah,
Got
the
an
film itself
OST.
isn't... The film itself isn't a musical. It has music in it, but it's not... there's no, like, no one breaks out into choreographed song and dance or anything.
I don't
And
know
it's
how
a
much did
darn
Rocky practice
shame.
that.
But
Yeah. How much did Rocky practice? Let's challenge that idea. Does he sing to himself in the mirror?
can we get Rocky singing "Addict"? Thank you. God. Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
you know that
No, Mike.
you know Mike would.
I mean, yeah.
You could have Rocky reciting beat poetry as the credits roll.
Oh no.
God.
No.
No. Just
No.
no.
Veto. No. I like his poetry and I'd still say no. Okay, I think that's enough of a sketch. This is a character based off of our character designer's cat, Waco. I did not name the cat, so don't come at me. Yeah, he's this cat with an extra thing. He's got an extra little fingerling.
Anyway, Nox, are you collecting questions?
Yeah, I'm looking it over. There's just
Okay.
there's not too many direct questions being asked right now.
Okay. Feel free
there's
to
one.
throw them at us when you get them, as
Yep.
I'm gonna start focusing on some work here.
That is perfect. Alt Grendel asks, does Rocky write song lyrics too?
I mean, poetry is basically song lyrics. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's just set to a beat or rhythm and music. But so yeah, you could certainly say that. You'd have a
if I'm okay. I'm not sure why.
You good?
Are you?
I had a long day, but I'm all right.
Answer the question. No. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, I'm waiting to get yelled at by email, but besides that,
Uh-oh.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yep, that's what I get for putting myself in a situation. And then, anyways, long story. Don't worry about it.
Work related or?
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Lucas asks, "Is it always like that in here?" Yes.
Like what?
like this, I guess.
Chaotic
Yeah.
and
A mess?
confused
Yes.
and
Infinite Sky asks, "Does the F word exist in Lackadaisy?"
I mean, I haven't written it into the dialogue, but yeah, I mean the word exists. I just
Let's
Ivy
Zip say
took our
fuck.
one fuck.
Let's zip.
we get
No,
one.
Ivy took our
No,
one
Ivy
fuck.
took it. Ivy took the fuck. So Ivy wasted
For
it.
context, in fairness, for context, I don't think we have anyone actually use it in the short, but we were once
Yeah. So
in a voice session or something, and Lisa just dropped a fuck at something, and we're like, "No, you took it." The one.
it was the best of all circumstances. It was like it wouldn't have been any funnier if just the way she said it was just too perfect. So, but yeah, so that to answer your question, there is only one fuck in Lackadaisy, just one, just the one. That's all the fucks there are.
I got a question. So it's from both Flower and Toon. They both ask, "Will Kaz and Zip get married inside of the?"
Y'all fangirling
Look,
too hard.
no, and it's a legitimate question.
It ends with a random like
Two-
marriage
two-
between.
Yeah, Toon, please put the question in there so that way they know I'm not lying. Put Toon and Flower, please both of you guys ask. Will Kaz and Zib get married, and then will Zib and Kaz and Mordecai get married? Yeah, you guys know how it is. You guys know how to.
Octomar says, "Is there swearing in the film?" No. In all seriousness, there's some violence. There's really no swearing in the sense that you're probably thinking of. They curse, but in a Rocky's just more creative about the verbiage he uses. 4-letter words aren't long enough for him, so
we're not anti-swearing. It's just these characters don't.
It's just the flavor of Lackadaisy just isn't about like characters walking around going, "Oh fuck, oh shit." It's just I just like to write different words.
Have one character that would, but they're told to cut it out. Just to prove that, yeah, it can happen, but it's looked down upon within that world. In much the same way that my mom was like, don't say crap!
Holly says, who or really what was the cactus Rocky was hugging on? Oh, cactus friend? That's the thing.
It's an inside joke. Sort of.
Not an inside. Well, I've made several comic references to it, and it's in the film, so it's no longer an inside joke. I guess.
Yeah, I misused the phrase "inside." It's like it's an inside joke of the comic itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does show up in the actual comic too, right?
It does. It's a recurring thing. Yeah, it shows up in the car in the comic.
Cactus friend killed Atlas, confirmed.
Yes.
There were needles found on the body.
He fell on a cactus.
God,
what a way to go.
We have to get used to there being 2 chats. This is a bit challenging.
Sorry, Nock. Yeah,
okay.
if you miss stuff, it happens. We'll just,
It's okay. We got 2 mods. One of you can be the Lackadaisy, the Lackaccord mod. The other one can be YouTube mod.
Yeah. Apologies if we do miss anything you ask. Don't spam us with your question, but if we miss it, you can ask again.
Yeah. Also, just because this is more a technical test, we probably won't use the stages for this exact purpose again in the future, because it'll be easier to just manage YouTube on its own. But we'll definitely use it for things like Lackachats and whatnot.
Lackachat,
yeah, Lackachat. This is perfect for Lackachat.
But yeah, let's focus questions on the YouTube chat if we can, folks.
Besides,
again,
the algorithm likes it.
But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feed the algorithm.
Give us a
Beast
boost.
the beast.
Blood for the blood god.
Someone clipped
blood
Tracy
for the blood
saying
god,
that.
algae for the algae rhythm.
Arc
That's how it
King
works, right?
asks, will this be on the test? Yes, absolutely. Confused Butterfly asks, Nox, would you like syrup and noodles or mayo and pie?
No.
I feel like I could make mayonnaise
know that was for
and
Nox.
pie be more palatable than syrup and noodles. I can't do a lot of syrup.
I'm gonna say something that's really gonna upset Toomey. I'd be okay with either.
Mayonnaise is actually not bad. It is, in fact, a condiment.
Yeah, I use mayo.
Yeah.
Or Miracle
In
Whip,
fact,
which
in the
actually-
20s, it was used more like a salad dressing than like a, like we use it now. It was a little more like a dressing, which is, putting it on salad is like, but I guess it's really not that far off from like what ranch dressing is. So
Yeah. It's pretty good on sandwiches.
Actually, I was gonna say super unpopular opinion. Fight me. I taste almost no difference between mayo and Miracle Whip.
Really,
I'll die on that hill. They are almost identical to me. I will eat whichever one is in your fridge. I have no preference.
You're also the guy who dies if you give him several.
Oh yeah,
things,
if I drink coffee, I die. So.
Oh yeah, that
maybe your system is just weird.
Oh, Kaz, that's adorable.
Aw. By the way, Nude, I'm using the Google Docs if you want to also keep track of questions.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Gotta put him on this back one.
Zora Arts Hello says, hello. I was wondering if the art book for Lackadaisy will be available for purchase.
Yes, it will be once it's released. The Kickstarter backers will get theirs first, and then we will make it available. The first version of it that'll be available is the ebook version, because the printing world is backed up right now. But once the ebooks come in, yeah, Kickstarter backers who've been waiting for theirs will get theirs, and then it'll be up in the Iron Circus store for purchase. And I will see what I can do about getting patrons a discount and/or getting them the ebook at certain tiers. So yeah, it's not going to be like only Kickstarter exclusive or something. It will eventually be just available.
Toomey asks, do any of y'all got fun plans for the weekend?
No.
Not really.
Well,
I may go see The Green Knight. But
Okay.
My birthday's coming up. I was gonna go swim in a quarry for fun, but
That'd be cool.
we've got a COVID resurgence happening here, and so I
boy.
think that plan is canceled. So I think I'll just maybe go to a movie theater where there's 4 people in the entire theater instead. Watch an indie movie.
I'd better let Kaz get this question that Beetle just asked in the Lackadaisy accompaniment.
That is my son, and you are a child, so no.
What? What was
Beetle
the
asked
question?
Beetle asked if he could marry Rocky.
You shouldn't. He has to work on himself.
For your own
first.
sake.
Yeah. For your safety, no.
Not to mention you're a child.
Toomey asks, so how drunk will Zib be at his wedding with Kaz?
Was he ever sober?
I mean, yeah, I don't know that he's ever. He's not always drunk on alcohol, but he's usually not sober in other senses.
Okay, but look, he's drunk in love with when he looks into my eyes, all he's put into a loving daze. He's all like, wow.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's what you're looking at?
He'll look at
my
he'll look at my beady little eyes, and he'll compliment how they look like ants on my little head. He won't even mention the fact that I'm
romantic
flying.
language, yeah. Ant eyes.
Yeah.
God.
Beautiful ants marching across your face. Wait a second.
I feel it's more that Kaz will demand to marry Zib, and he won't have the energy to protest.
I won't demand. I'm not demanding.
Just comes up to him in a bar with a preacher and some paperwork.
Just tug on his
Doing
sleeve.
this-
Hey.
Yeah.
Wait, you guys
Look
didn't
up as
get
he
you guys
signs.
did.
He didn't hear you.
You guys didn't see my my papers that I made. Hold on, I gotta scroll up now. I gotta actually go look for it. Give me 1 second, because I know I made these. Frick, now I gotta go. Look. Give me 1 second. They exist. They're real. They're real.
Real official government documentation.
They are. They're real.
Written in crayon.
No, they're not. They're real. I got them from the actual government building place, and they're real. It had to be a digital copy because, clearly for reasons, but they're real.
You go
Here,
to the government
look.
clerk and he looks at the crayon scribbles that says, "We are married." and
See, look,
and he's
they're,
like,
they're
yeah,
real.
that checks out.
See, look, read for yourself, Fable. Aren't these real?
Sure, that looks legit. She's
Tracy.
posting, paperwork.
Look at my look at my paperwork. Isn't that
Extremely
legit?
legitimate.
Totally
Legal
legit.
paperwork.
Bonafide. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Checks all the boxes. Looks
We are Mary's papers. This just says I can do what I want.
Congratulations.
What? Thanks. Look. If you read there, it says Kaz married to Zip Papers. They are married, co-owned by Katie. This is legal. And then it's we have our sign name. Ignore the pentagram. And then Kaz married to Mordecai Papers. They are married, co-owned by Toon. This is legal. And then it says Rocky is also adopted by Kaz. Yes, this is also legal by Kaz.
Okay. Very official.
For real.
Yep.
So when do you and your family go on the honeymoon?
You see, that's why I was gone for that time,
Okay.
Yeah. I had to go on one honeymoon with one, and then the honeymoon with the next, and I had to take Rocky out to the fair. So, it was a very busy, a very busy week.
An entire week of honeymoons. Okay.
Well, look, we had to go to different places, okay? We went to one place for another. We stayed in one area for another, and then we went to another place. Look, it was a very, very busy week. And those papers are real. Yeah. Yeah, that Victor picture, yeah, real. It 100%, but this time it's my face with, my beady little eyes just staring at you.
The government is suddenly big on polygamy, too.
Yeah, they're perfectly fine with it. They looked at me and says, Kaz. Yes, they knew me by my name. And they said, Kaz, you seem like the
Normally you can't, marry two people at the same time, but, in this case they're cats, so it's fine.
Yeah, he's like, Kaz, you seem like the type of person that would be perfectly fine with marrying two cat characters and having one as your child. So we will let this be a special one for you. They signed the papers. Yes, those are real. And they handed them to me and says you can hand them to anybody, especially the ones who claim to own these characters, and say you are married to them. No questions asked. And so, yeah.
Claim to own these... Claim to. Okay.
Okay.
You might have a trademark, but I'm married, so.
Yeah, trademark. Yeah, sorry, Tracy. Sorry. I know you practically birthed these characters, but I'm married now.
I suppose marriage trumps trademarks. So.
Yeah, sorry.
This has been Legal Opinions with Kaz.
This is legal. Look, let me show you how legal. Let me show you how
legal advice. Definitely listen to this. Yes.
Perfectly good and sound legal takes.
All right, guys. So here's how it works. Here's how to marry a character. All right. So you go to the court, an actual court, not a fake one, because I'm actually a real homie. I do this for real. And then you basically just tell them you're married to this character, and they'll have no choice but to say yeah, okay, and then they'll sign the papers for you. But you have to be very cool in order for it to happen. You have to walk in there, stretch your stuff, and put on shades or something, and they'll think oh shoot, they're too cool for us to say no. Yeah.
Yep. You gotta go in there with swagger.
You gotta go in there with that swag, and then the bags and the swag bags, and then you're all like, "Hey, I'm marrying this person," and they're like, "Oh, shoot, yeah, you are." And then it's a whole party. You should have seen Zib and Mordecai. They were both there.
Just there.
Yeah, and then Toon and Katie.
Everybody came walking in with sunglasses on in slow motion, and there was an explosion behind you.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a great time. Yeah, that's where I've been. I was doing that.
Fable, I'm gonna use your Mitzi descending a staircase to tweet about this stream, if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
All right.
Sounds good.
Just gonna make a little GIF of it.
Mechanical Wolf Studios asks, will you ever be opening animation roles again in the future for Lackadaisy? I would love to help out with the project.
You mean becoming an animator? Or do you mean becoming a VA?
Animator, they said.
I think animation is what they were asking.
Because they said I heard animation role, so I wasn't sure what was meant by that.
I think they mean animator role as an animator.
Okay.
Not, could be wrong, but
currently I'm not doing an open call for that stuff. I have asked here and there, taking on more cleanup people, but right now I'm really trying not to let the crew explode any more than it has already, because it's a lot to manage a crew of this size. So, and I also need people who can pretty much take what they're given and like, hit the ground running. So I'm trying not to bring on people who are like super new to all of this right now, because I don't have the time to train people at the moment. I did earlier in the project, but not anymore.
You're doing your best, Fable. You're doing your
I'm
absolute
trying.
best. And you know what? That's all we could ever ask for. I can't ask for anything more than just your best.
Thanks.
Yeah, here I'll even make a document. I'll go to the government and ask the document people to talk about how great you are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I definitely need the government's approval to feel good about myself.
I am the government. Hold on.
So you're to blame.
I find your stunned silence very reassuring.
I see I have sparked the old GIF battle in the chat inadvertently.
that.
So I used to say
Oh,
GIF, and I got like mercilessly made fun of for it at my old job. So I was like, fine, GIF. And
The
now
practice is
that's
that
wrong too.
I feel like the guy who stated that, who invented it, himself does not
He said-
understand how letters are pronounced. So
Yeah.
it's like I consider him not an authority on it. In fact, this is like
There,
dude.
Fable. There's your papers.
Thanks.
There,
I feel good about
there's no
myself.
J, but the word G frequently in the English language has a J sound, as such as in a gem or giraffe. So there.
I'm just used to French where it's very clearly defined. If it's in front of an E, it's like a J, and otherwise it's not.
Yep.
I don't know. That's why you end up with weird U's in places.
I don't know what is it.
I
if
think
you
like the softer sounding vowels tend to make the G a G sound, and the more acute vowels are like I's and E's tend to make it a J sound, like like garage, but giraffe.
Oh god, what is it? There's like, if you took the word goatee
Jim.
and you took the GH from enough with the F sound, you take the O from women that makes the I sound, and you take the I forget what
You mean
T you take
goatee?
from
It's like being pronounced as fish.
like a goat, like
Yeah.
yeah, it's goatee being pronounced as fish, following English rules.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, that's what we
It's
get.
just
for
a
speaking
we
in-
all know it's really just a free
Yeah.
for all.
It's the French's
nonsense.
Yeah,
fault.
it's
Yeah.
just a strange Frankenstein of a language. Did you just blame the French?
Yep.
Because the French have clearly defined rules for all this.
But the whole reason why we started adding all these like random vowels and shit into things, this mishmash between like the French, who were taking over like British royalty and stuff, wasn't it? And like changed like they contributed to the English language, and that created some weird conflicts. It's not the French's fault entirely. That's just English for you. But there's definitely some weirdness in English that is
Nope.
like you can track back to French.
Well, as the closest thing to a French representative, all I can say is bienvenue.
Tracy, that letter is for you.
The letter is for me. Am I supposed to be looking somewhere? I'm lost.
In the chat on
Oh.
Discord.
Oh, and Kaz's image.
My apologies. Okay. Oh, thank you for that letter of validation. I miss my wife. I have been legitimized. That is so good.
I'm sorry, it's Ghosty's reaction. I miss my
No wife Zoom.
Signed, I miss my wife.
Zip your wife. Just please take my money. I'm going homeless. I miss my wife.
Zip doesn't seem like the wifing type. He seems like the I reject marriage as a concept type.
Yeah, he's a little too freewheeling for that sort of traditionalism.
Oh man.
And that's why Atlas got to run off of his girl.
That's true. That's true. But yeah.
Oh man. I'm just keeping the laughs here so that way people don't fall and fade into the world of what do we say now. I'm just like that kid in school who just like I hate 24. Let me know if I get too carried away though.
You're good. You're fine.
We're fine.
Emily Polifax says, "Random question, Tracy. Whatever happened to Inessa's Warriors? I love that storyline. It was Inessa's Martyrs, and that was the thing I started when I was like 15, and so I kind of just, I kept trying to make it work, and I learned a lot doing that project. Learned a lot of what not to do, and kind of just grew out of it at a certain point. Like the ideas you have when you're a teen at that age are quite different by the time you're in your 20s. And so I kind of just needed to come to grips with the fact that I couldn't just keep layering my new ideas, new interests, new outlook on the world on top of this very old idea, because the two things just weren't really working together. So I started something new. I just kind of like put it to bed. But I still have a love for that project and those characters and everything. I still think about them. Your brain children never really pack up and leave. Unless you, I don't know, suffer traumatic brain injury, then you might lose them, but
I'm free.
Yeah, they get away. Escape your skull.
Holly the Wolf asks, "Wait, is Victor married?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Married but
Depends on who
estranged
you
from his wife. What was that, Snoot?
I said depends on who you ask.
Yeah, I mean, he's technically married. Like, they're not functionally still living as husband and wife, so. But divorce was a lot harder to accomplish back then, so. And it was also far less societally acceptable thing to do.
Beetle asks, "What singing artist do you think of when you think of Zib?"
What singing artist? I very frequently think of, as we mentioned before, Tom Waits. And I also think of Jim Bianco's voice a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Jason.
Oh, hey.
Jason! Hey, Jason. Should make him a speaker?
I think
You should be able to make himself a speaker, but I'll go ahead and pop him an invite.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey.
Beetle Kieran says, "Does Rocky sometimes visit his mother and father?" No, his mother is not alive, and his father ditched him, so no.
Oh. All the more reason why I should have adopted him, which I did. My papers are right there.
Yes, he could have used some more parental guidance. He got some from Nina, but they were
Didn't work out.
yeah, they don't see eye to eye on much.
Infinite Sky asks, "Are cat characters easier to draw or animate than human characters?"
It depends on the specific character. Like, you can simplify a human character down to something that's just as easily animatable as any cartoony cat character, or you can make any cat or human character, a complicated design that is difficult to animate. It's just, I just personally find that whether it's animation or comics, like the characters are more expressive by virtue of having like the extra appendages like mobile ears and big tails and things. It's kind of just like an extension of their line of action, and really add a lot to like just the flavor of the motion of any character. Even doing something relatively mundane, it's just like amplified by those extra features. So
Yeah, like this guy here, I mean, he's just gonna be like picking at a roulette wheel, but he's gonna have a twitching tail while he's doing it. But it can be harder, since a lot of animation lessons and most people that you get in touch with who can animate people better than animals. So there's been a few times with the animators where I've had to tell them, like, play around with the ears and the tail expression a little bit more. So I tried to hire animators who like had a parent experience like animating animals, so that this is like not difficult for them to imagine. But people who animate animals are in relatively short supply. I think there's a reason why whenever you watch like a cartoon and there's like a horse, it looks like crap. People can't do it good.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah,
like
it will look like
it's so
crap.
common.
Yeah.
It's so commonly badly done. Like they so commonly will get even the legs, the joints of the legs just all wrong, and how they bend. It's like, look at a picture of a horse, guys. That it stands out when someone does a horse right. It's like, wow, give this animation team a medal. They drew a horse correctly. Anything Ghibli that has a horse in it, they'll do it right. But
Studio Ghibli, I'm sorry, I will forever love how their style and animation
Yeah.
and their food looks. Cause
Yeah.
their food
Well,
is good.
Disney for, as much as I complain about Disney, they get horses right too. But I mean, obviously they exaggerate their ability to act, but
Yeah.
they get their legs right. But yeah, there's so many times I've seen horses just like looking like cryptids of some kind.
Cryptids!
My favorite thing about them is still that they sent Katana to an American studio to send them with the message, no cuts. Because they were pissed off about people doing cuts of their...
What's cuts mean?
Like they were cutting out parts of the show and reorganizing it.
Ooh.
Or of the movie. For the dubs.
That's not good.
There was a question earlier that I believe is part because of our earlier conversation, but I will ask it anyways. Sky Sires asks, is mayonnaise an instrument?
Oh.
Is
The
it
question is in.
There we go. Now Jason is in.
There's the accept
There we
button.
go.
There we go.
Hey,
Yeah.
welcome.
Hey.
Jason!
Yeah, hey,
It's been
yeah, this-
so long!
It's been
We're
really
I
playing
think,
around with
uh,
this new feature. It's a little buggy. Well, maybe not buggy,
well,
but so much.
it's
as
also
we're getting used to
partially
it.
my fault, I'm sure.
If you ask Mordecai, mayonnaise is a war crime. So
That tracks. That sounds
if
right.
that answers your question. Hello, Jason. Sorry to interrupt
Hello,
with mayonnaise
No,
talk.
no.
Yeah,
Mayonnaise talk is important.
You joined for the most important question.
Yeah, no shit. Like that, that's the most.
Jason,
important.
actually, I've been meaning to want to talk to you.
Why would you ever do that?
What the frick? Because you're my friend.
Oh, well, that's true.
I want to introduce you to another one of my friends.
Oh,
When we have the
awesome.
chance.
Well,
Oh god, I know what's coming.
No, it's for real though. There was someone who was interested, and they were like Lackadaisy, and they are also a voice actor. And I was like, "Oh, you remind me of my
Okay.
friend Jason." So then I, sent him a link to your Twitter, and I think you guys might actually get along. So yeah,
well, I'm so difficult to get along with, so that'll be new.
you're really what the. Bro, you send me like soft little emojis whenever we talk. I don't think You are the last type of person that would be hard to get along with. But I'll send you their Twitter, so that way you can take a look. He's super sweet, and he just, I think you and both you and him are like deep voice comes off scary, but actually real soft and kind. Wait, why didn't I have you as a friend on my? What the heck? Well, I'm sending you a friend request now.
Perfect. Anyway,
Here you
hi,
go.
everybody.
Hey,
I missed everybody.
that's good.
We
to
missed
hear
you
from
Yeah, we missed you too. How you been?
Been okay, getting by.
Yeah.
Happy to be here talking cats.
Yeah. Happy to have you. too.
Voice chat if you got, or actually YouTube chat if you don't know. This is Jason, the voice of Victor.
Hello, everyone. I mean, hello.
Hello.
Jason Marnocha, by the way, not Marnoka. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
Remember to only invite.
I
him
always
to your
remember,
house.
like the way I have to remember that is, but that it's Michael Kovac, where his CH is a K, or no, his CH is a CH is a no. Yours is a K, and his is a CH.
I was gonna say, I
Kovac
was
and
like, wait a minute,
Marnocha.
Kovac,
not
and I didn't
Kovac.
There we go.
But he's
Yeah, he's
Marnoka and
Kovac.
not Marnocha.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know. Oh god, I
There
got
you
it
go.
backwards. Gif,
and gift.
Oh, God.
Ghibli. I don't know.
Bless your heart.
A confused
Ouch.
butterfly. A confused
gonna-
butterfly asks why you sound
Go-
like chocolate.
Crawl under a table.
Aw. Come here, get in my pocket.
Make me.
No, you're already in there.
Toom would like to know, Jason, what do you usually order at Trader Sam's, and what is your usual preference of drinks?
Oh, what an excellent question. Well, my preferred drink at Trader Sam's is the Shrunken Zombie Head, because it is several different kinds of rum and then delightful fruit juices, and it comes in a sort of skull mug, so I'm delighted by that. I have a few editions of it at this point because they've got me by the throat because they come out with different editions all the time. So the mugs are, different textured and different colors and different things like that. I'm like, oh, they got me.
I was talking to you about going out to a bar, and you had suggested Trader Sam's. And unfortunately, it's kind of a drive, but
it is. Yes, it's a bit of
Yeah.
a commitment. But honestly, like it so depends on the day because, like, sometimes when back in the day when we would go to Disneyland. That would be, some days it's like if it's a weekday or something, it would be like just 30 minutes and that's it. Other days it's like, how about an hour 20? And it's like, oh, lovely.
God, yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, yeah, I just my usual preferred drinks are just like straight scotch or whiskey. But every now and then I do like a nice tiki drink. Something, especially in the warmer months, it's something, a little more fruit juice in there and things like that. So I like that kind of thing. But also, I'm not one to put ice in my whiskey, as you can
No,
tell.
you
by
never
the
put
sound
ice
of
in your
my
whiskey.
voice.
You put it in you use a stone.
Yeah, exactly. For one thing, if we're going to keep it cold, we use stones. I have ones that look like bullets. They're little
Ooh, that
stainless
sounds fun.
steel.
I don't
mean,
have
it
any
looks
it's
like
whiskey
the
rocks.
stones.
super
It'd be
villain
nice to have
thing I
some.
can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, because I have some of the cube ones that are just like stainless steel cubes, and then I saw some that were shaped like bullets. I'm like, oh my god, I'm like a Bond villain. This is great. I don't even own any guns, but I'm just like, this is, this is great. Well, I take that back. Any guns that I own are like pre-Civil War. I have a couple of flintlock pistols. That's what I-
Flintlock's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Not going to be very useful.
You don't have
No,
any
not at
Nerf
all.
guns? Wow.
I'd sooner throw it at someone than use anything else. Yeah, not much. Actually, I did used to have a Nerf gun because we had to have them when I was doing tech support at XP Pen, which is.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I used to do tech support for XP Pen, which was a tablet.
No,
is a
you need
tablet.
to.
My condolences.
And
Why do you-
yes, believe me, it was a time. But what was nice was that my schedule was actually pretty flexible with my voiceover stuff. So before I dove into that full time, I was able to kind of jump from gig to gig. But yeah, we had to have Nerf guns in the office because every now and then, because everyone else had them, and every now and then, just like you get bapped in the back of the head because someone sniped you from across the way.
Well, that sucks.
And everyone would just shoot Nerf guns at each other every now and then.
That sounds like fun.
Like mature adults.
I mean, you're in a call center. Do whatever you need to do to get
in order
your
to
morale
stay
up.
sane. I can only say, have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in so many times during the day? Oh God. There are some days I would just answer the phone and be like, "Yes, what is it?" Hello? Oh. Oh no, the call dropped. They left. Goodness. What do you want? You know, like,
Are you kidding? That would be awesome. And the call center guy
it worked.
came at me with a weird voice.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yes.
It was more fun. Some people would be into it, and they'd be like, "Oh, hi," like,
Those are
and
fun
whatever
people.
we just. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, you just got to. It's kind of like doing stage plays and stuff. Like, you just got to mix it up sometimes. You just got to change stuff up night to night or whatever. It's that kind of thing, I guess.
Me on the other line, actually being a child and crying. There was this mean demonic
Good.
vent.
I just wanted
Comes
to
the
draw a
demonic
kitty
voice from
well.
deep in.
I just wanted to know why my computer wasn't looking back at me.
I'll tell you why.
Actually, I will say, well, I wasn't at a call center. I did during my service work with Best Buy have to take client calls every now and then.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
And one of the most
Best Buy, those were fun.
well, most of them were corporate, one way or another, so they weren't too bad. But occasionally we would get clients who somehow find their way back to my desk. And the most interesting one was an individual who was deaf
Oh.
and mute.
Oh.
And I actually met him in my office a few days later when he came in, and we worked out his thing or whatever. But we're talking or whatever, and I couldn't even tell, honestly, because whatever device he was using to transcribe his texting into audible speech was pretty darn good. And I only picked it up because at one point he said, "Can you talk a little slower, so that I can read what you're saying?" And I was deeply confused, and I was like, I'm not sure what you mean." And he explained the situation. And I was just like, "Oh, that's a first."
That's fantastic.
Okay.
Well, right on.
Good job.
Should use that line on somebody in real life in person at some point, just to see what happens.
Also, that would have been
Use-
the wrong person.
use
to be
what
like,
line?
What do you want?
Well, actually, no, that'd be the perfect
Actually,
person.
no, that'd be
because
the
he
right
can't
person,
hear
wouldn't
you.
it? Because if they don't hear it at all, then yeah, that's true. Or the speech comes out like garbled and things like it doesn't know how to translate what I'm saying.
Oh my.
It's
I didn't
like,
know that they made devices like that. That's great. I mean, I suppose
Neither
they
did I.
had to, but that's fantastic.
it was super neat.
The more you know.
I just realized I don't have a moderator badge. I don't feel special.
It's okay, I don't have one either.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I do?
You do. It says stage moderator.
Well, you have one.
Do I? Oh, we
You
just can't
do.
see our own.
Yeah.
Oh, how am I
See,
supposed
look,
to flash
I'll
this
even
badge to get out of a ticket if I can't see it?
Here, I'll flash it for you. Ta-da! Bam!
Okay, there you go. We just have friends in pockets here. That's what we
Yeah. No, get mine. Do me a favor. Get mine.
do. Yeah, I got you.
Get mine.
The bat flies out of someone's pocket.
Yeah. A moth flies out of mine.
That's
Jason,
the
we
feel.
still got to get a drink.
Yes, we do. I should just come bother you, honestly. I just should come cross your thread. I have to be invited in, of course. But
I'll
when
be
I get
down.
there,
You're invited.
That'll be up.
Anytime.
That'll be up to you.
Yeah.
You've done
Vampire joke. He did the
People
vampire
are
Yeah.
asking
thing.
me like if I have
It was the
interesting plans
vampire
this weekend. What if
Fable.
my plans were just like give Jason like whiskey?
Fable, that was a vampire joke he just did on you.
I don't know. I'll invite him anyway.
Unfortunately, I won't be here this weekend. I will be up in the Bay Area doing.
Oh, what you
What you
doing?
doing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
doing some wedding prep stuff and some also a friend of ours was like, "Hey, I'm gathering a bunch of folks, all vaccinated, of course, and we're gonna we rented out this like Airbnb sort of lake house thing, and we thought we'd all hang out." I'm like, "Oh, I detest
Hell yeah.
nature, but I will certainly go just to get out of this rut." So that's fun. Like, I'm
Yeah.
so not like, yes, hiking and nature and la-di-da. I am so not that person. I'm
And
I'm going
la-di-da.
to stay here and, but I am bringing plenty of whiskey, so I will be fine.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
that's
hope
been
you
fun.
have fun and you're safe, buddy.
Well, I hope I do
Yeah.
too. I think it'll be real nice. It'll be, it's one of those things where I'm like, ew, nature, but then I actually go out somewhere after all this craziness, and I'm like, oh yeah,
It's the whole entire thing that you
this
think you
is
don't want to go, but then you find out, yes, I did
yeah,
want to go. I did need to go.
exactly.
Actually.
Yeah, and especially, like I don't like being in the sun and summer weather and all that, but it's still like, oh, I still need to get out there and soak up some vitamin D and all that kind of thing. So I think it'll be really nice. I'm actually really excited.
I think you'll have a great time. Send
I think
pictures.
so too. Yeah, I will. You'll have to. I'll send you you guys all the pictures of me in my ridiculous 1920s bathing suit, which I absolutely have, because of course I do.
I appreciate it.
Black and white striped. Oh yeah, I look ridiculous. My grandma hated it. She always used to be like, "I can't believe you have that." I'm like, "Why not?" And she's like, "Good point." Yeah.
Can't come off as older than me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm like, you used to wear these, right, Grandma? She's like, no. But I tell you what, after that, I'll come by sometime and we'll actually get that going and hang out. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Because I know I've been sort of putting it off because I'm a pile of nerves about all the stuff going on and all that. So, but so it's nothing at all like oh no, I don't want to be around Fable. Like, you guys are obviously fantastic. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But yeah, and especially because you're offering me booze. So
yeah, that's
yes.
the bribe. I have booze. Come
That's
here.
the bribe. I mean, it works. It plays. But that'd be fantastic. Get to hang out with everybody.
Chat has decided that you're officiating Kaz's wedding to Zib, by the way.
I'm able to do that if you'd like me to, Kaz.
Yeah.
I'm with the Universal Life Church, so I can do that.
Sweet, you get my awesome Kaz approved badge.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Because I've done the weddings for a few people. My sister, a couple of other friends and stuff. So I've been able to marry off a few people.
Oh wow, really?
Heck
Can you marry off yourself?
I
like
wondered
a
about
power?
that. I was like, wouldn't that save time? And it's weird. Like, there seems to be no real rule against it, but it's just like, it's kind of weird. But apparently there's no, like, you can't do that. But wouldn't that be amazing? I'm just like, I am gathered here today.
I am Kaz.
Like just some sort of like weird. But yeah, I think I could do that. But honestly,
So that got me. I am gathered here today. Just you, yourself, and you.
Yeah, just
I am gathered here today. Me, myself, and I.
to join myself and my fiance in a holy matrimony.
Yeah.
Do I take this woman?
I'm sorry, that got me. I am here today.
It'd just be a really short ceremony. I'm like, I do, mwah, and then we just sort of.
It's easy. It's so easy.
Yeah. They were like, oh my god, I went to like a 4-minute wedding. It was awesome.
Honestly, yeah. It's like then that's more time for the cake.
Exactly. Then we just get more
priorities
and drinks and
Party time.
This is only part of it. So, let's all get to the food.
Me at weddings, super awkward when they're doing the wedding ritual, whatever it is. Me at weddings, yeah, party time, guys. The food is great. Time for me to go kick it on the dance floor.
Hell yeah, exactly. Just warm up the dance floor for us.
Yeah. I will. I'll go set it on fire.
There you go. Oh my god, so many of the venues we looked at, the dance floor was like probably 4 foot by 4 foot. Like, what's supposed to dance here? Tiny freaking dance floors. I'm like, we want everybody. Like, I'm from a Polish-German family. Like, all of us are dancing at some point. So friggin' like, we needed a bigger dance floor than that. And thankfully, a lot of the other places were small enough. But we found a nice venue that has, a giant dance floor, so it'll be great. Anyway, enough about me. I'm not that interesting.
No, this is it. No, not enough about you. This is interesting.
Get over here. Get in my pocket.
Jason over here talking about becoming wife guy.
Yeah, that's me.
Slowest sent to wife guy.
Yes, that's me.
How many times do you have to tell you you're valid? I have to tell this to a lot of you guys.
A vampire would be a wife guy, also.
It's
like
true,
what's like the ultimate wife guy is a vampire. It's like immortal wife guy.
Right? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can go back to the questions if you guys want.
Please do.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm getting very self-conscious.
All right.
Oh,
You're good, man. You're good. They might have questions for you, even.
Toomey asks, wait, in all seriousness, after the short, will you guys release behind the scenes voice actor bloopers?
Oh my god. Yes. Some things I can't release because they're spoilery, but there's a lot of material. It's pretty good. There's a whole
I feel
there's
like
a
I
whole
didn't
thing
riff
where
very much. I don't know if you have many bloopers for me.
we got bloopers with you. Frick, I put up that thing where like
Okay,
you and
okay.
Belle were like fucking around because
Oh, that's right. Okay.
he was
No,
like
you're
getting
right.
he was getting
The
nervy. and he
Frichter
wasn't-
incident.
Oh, that's right. And we just screwed around for a while. That's right. Oh man, I love Belle.
He's so sweet. We gotta drag him in here. Go pester him.
perfect.
I don't want to pester him. You go
I will
pester
do that
him.
right now. I will do that
Yeah,
right now.
tell him to get his ass in here.
wait, who are we
I have no
pestering?
erection.
Belle.
Belle, get in here. You're fired.
Oh,
You'll never work in this.
Yeah,
town
after
again.
publicly like praising him and like saying how sweet he was online, I'm gonna fire Belle. That makes a lot of sense.
you'll never
Oh,
get
hi.
alive.
Thank you for the burritos.
You're welcome.
Can you do me another favor, Clint? Could I have some ice water? Thank you. Appreciate it. He came with food.
Aw, that's sweet.
I don't know if Belle will actually be able to come in, so I have no idea how busy he is, or if he even feels like it, but it's always good to
Well,
chat
I've
with him.
bothered him now, so now he's aware that there is a thing. That'll be great if he showed up.
Senpai
I'd
said
like to
get
see
in.
bloopers and behind the scenes stuff. I'd certainly like to see that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got plans.
Excellent.
Right now the priority is the short, but I have plans.
The short, and then inevitably when this gets picked up for a show.
Oh god, I hope so. It would be great.
I think so. I really do.
Next question was from quite a while back when you were talking about the Green Knight. Holly the Wolf asked, "The Green Knight does look cool. What are your thoughts on it?"
Thank you, Clint.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have thoughts on it yet, except that I'm interested in seeing it. I like A24 stuff generally when it comes to horror, so hoping it's in that vein. And yeah, who doesn't want some like Arthurian horror storytelling?
Oh, it's a scary movie.
Kind of in the way that maybe Pan's Labyrinth is or something like.
Yeah, creepy more than.
Yeah,
scary.
more like fantasy, creepy, but
Yeah.
not necessarily.
And it's kind of like Pan's Labyrinth is a good thing to point to. I think. Like it's
Yeah.
got that feel. It's like Pan's Labyrinth meets like Excalibur or something.
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it, which I think looks. I think it looks amazing. I'm really curious.
Oh yeah, it looks beautiful. And we'll just see, how it turns out. It seems to be being well received critically, but I mean that's not always the best way to judge something. So
That's
yeah.
true.
I mean, sometimes you'll probably see those one movies or things that are like heavily disliked, but then you yourself will still like it. So I think that's just all. It
Yeah,
matters.
I've seen a lot of like slow boil, like especially horror films and things that audiences react very badly to because they were set up to think the film was something else, like it advertised or the marketing was made it look like something it wasn't, and so people went in expecting some kind of like high action slasher thriller thing, and it turns out to be like this very plotting and slow moving horror thing that sets up the tension and the atmosphere and everything, and they're like, this is dumb. And I'm like, I love this.
No, I actually ran across something like that recently. There was it was one of the older movie posters for, I don't know if anybody's seen the movie The African Queen.
Yes.
With Humphrey Bogart. Okay,
Mhm.
I really like that movie. But one of the older posters for it is like, oh gosh, Katharine Hepburn is in an outfit she is absolutely not in the film. She's being
Yeah.
saved over the side of the boat by Humphrey Bogart, who looks ripped as hell, which he absolutely is not in the film. There's explosions drawn on every side of the thing, and people
Yep.
throwing stuff. Like it's this chaotic poster, which is like, this is not the film at
Yeah.
all.
I feel like
love
this
that kind of stuff.
yeah,
So I
this
gotta
has happened
convert something
to
for my editor.
like it rather famously happened to Jennifer's Body, which of course
Yeah.
because Megan Fox was in it, so they marketed it to like young men
Teenage
as if it was
boys.
like
Yeah.
this like yeah, exactly.
I like
And,
that movie, so
I do, and
I
it's not at
haven't
all
seen
what
it.
you
I
think
want
it
to
is
see
based
it.
on like
Yeah,
based
do
on
see
what
it, do
what
see
the
it.
ads look like. It just isn't that. And then
Yeah.
like Hereditary even suffered the same things. People like
That's
the
right.
marketing was like very different from what kind of movie it actually was, and I love that movie. I thought that was like some of the best
Damn it,
horror I've
computer,
seen
come
in
on.
years. But yeah, it just didn't do that well in audience appraisal because I think they just were set up to think it was something different because marketing departments seem often disconnected from like
There's like a couple of like kids movies like that, like
yeah, Leica
there's
stuff
like a
seems
movie,
to get that.
Like Kangaroo Jack, they advertised everything around like a kangaroo talking, but in fact it's like a weird heist film or something.
Yeah.
It just happens to be child appropriate. There was another movie, it was like Snow Dogs or something, where they had like this one scene where the guy, I think Cuba Gooding Jr., like hallucinates the dog sled team talking to him, and the advertising was all about that one shot, because they're like, oh, we're gonna advertise it as a talking dog movie. It's literally just a dream sequence. The rest of the film, they're just sled dogs. They're just dogs.
Yeah.
They're not even heavily anthropomorphized dogs, so it's like... I was just like, what the hell?
Yeah, it happens a lot. It seems like, it's like, okay, I get it, like, you don't necessarily want, like, say, the director or something, or editors or whatever, having input in how marketing happens, because marketing is supposed to specialize in marketing.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of like, oh, you know, marketing's got to be like, hey guys, we'll handle this, like, don't worry, we got this, and then they market a movie that's entirely different from what the actual movie is, and then people are like, you know, up in arms about it, like, this isn't what I wanted to see, and then they've got, you know, that like shocked Pikachu face, like, oh no,
You're shocked Pikachu.
And it just seems to happen very often, so yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's, I'd be hesitant to just trust marketing to understand what you're trying to do.
They're always trying to maximize the number of butts in the seats, so sometimes like the unique aspects of a film are what they cut out, what they don't advertise, even though those are the reasons why I might want to see a film.
Right. It's like, hey everybody, don't you want to see the same thing you've seen 35 times before? With all the tropes that you love and adore? And it's like, yeah.
No.
I've
seen it 34 times before. What makes you different? Don't say ex-celebrity.
But we have to get the money by putting the faces that everybody knows in there.
Nova says... oh, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, clearly they're known, so they must be good actors, right?
Yeah, there's a difference between, like, an actor and a movie star, by and large. Like, some people, I guess, kind of straddle both. Like, they're a very good skilled actor, but also, like, a star. But, like, most of the time, it's like you're either a star and you just kind of play yourself in whatever film you put in, like Bruce Willis or whatever, or you're, you know, an actor. But that's my overly simplified take on it. Nova says,
That's a good take, though. I think you're absolutely right.
Nova says, have y'all seen Tusk? Flippin' love, hate that movie. It's amazing. Yeah, it's hard to have, like, one feeling about that film. It's kind of like, I admire the audacity that they had to just make that. But that's kind of like Kevin Smith's thing anyway, right? So, it's like, I have the audacity to make this
What if we
dumb
just
film.
Make this weird film?
Yeah.
Hey, better that
like
than, like, Human Centipede.
But it also, like, and from a body horror standpoint, it was also really disturbing, so yeah. But also silly, but also really weird and just, yeah, upsetting. So.
Honestly, I wish that it had taken itself a little more seriously, because it's like it can be like a creepy, weird idea without being like,
yeah,
ha ha ha, Kevin Smith,
right,
sex jokes.
But I
like,
yeah, like the I'm a 13-year-old boy who just discovered some naughty words sort of humor is kind of like, but it didn't really have it didn't seem overly heavy on that compared to other Kevin Smith stuff. So I guess maybe I've been more forgiving with it, but. It was kind of like an interesting like study in like Captain Ahab type personality gone even more awry, and I like that. But I don't know. I'd watch it again. Fable, if you want to watch it on the
I haven't seen it, and I'd be interested in seeing because a friend of mine was really down for that film.
I mean,
Cool,
it's way
yeah.
better than yoga hosers. So.
Oh, I haven't even haven't bothered with that,
Oh
but
boy.
uh,
I mean, I'll put it this way: I didn't pay for it,
mm.
but I did.
That
see it.
seemed more like a Kevin Smith and Johnny Depp wanted to put their kids in a movie thing,
Yeah,
and then
there's
just
a
like,
lot of nepotism going on.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
it's like, guys, they weren't even very funny in Tusk. Okay, leave it alone.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
It's like we don't need to expand on this as if it's a running
No,
gag thing.
no.
I don't need this backstory of them working in a.
Yeah, like I get it. You think that like Canadians are silly clowns or whatever. Like I understand you think that, Kevin, but maybe that's
Who the heck is Kevin?
Kevin Smith.
Smith.
Oh.
He's the
guy who
director,
did
auteur, Clerks of
Jay and
Mallrats,
Silent Bob.
Jay and
all
Silent
I don't-
Bob.
I don't watch much of those stuff
That's
or at
okay.
all.
You don't take time out of your day.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't think that kind of thing would really appeal to your generation so much. I wonder if
I'm
it'd
not
be
sure
kinda...
you'd be really down for it.
That's
It's
true,
like
actually.
a very
Especially,
Gen Xer
like-
movie.
Right, it's very Gen X, definitely. And then like I don't think like the whole mall culture thing would be like lost on like
Yeah, it's
Zoomers.
just not a thing anymore, is it?
No, not at all.
Oh,
They're all like desolate wastelands at this point. Nobody goes to the mall
yeah,
anymore.
no kidding.
I went to the mall just
All
today.
conservative
No, the only people who
wasteland.
go to malls are speedwalkers, indoor speedwalkers, and urban explorers.
Oh my
Wait, I
God.
went to the mall just today with my mom.
Oh, did you really?
How was
Yeah.
Well, did you hang
was
out
good.
against the wall just saying "noinch" to people? Because
No, we went to go look. We went walking around. I got us some food and snacks, and
Oh my
we just
God.
How
walked
many
around.
teens
you
do
know.
you see slouching around?
None.
At the mall? There you go. You used to,
Yeah.
the
no
mall used
teens
to be the
slouching
hangout
around with
for
The
guys
mall-
with old
Because
guns.
that's the thing. The teens were walking around actually and buying stuff.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you still
Well,
go to the
that's the
mall, I guess,
problem.
to
Mhm.
run an errand or something. But the
Yeah.
problem is that malls used to be like the cool place for teenagers to go and hang out. Like if
To,
you
like,
didn't have
hang
something
out.
to do. It's-
Yeah,
the
not to
internet
buy
has
stuff.
taken over that space, and so the internet, and so malls are just,
Yeah, like now you don't
Imagine
have to drive
TikTok,
anywhere.
but
I mean,
it's
look
a
at us.
building.
We're all
and there's
hanging out
and
here.
there's
We're
Right.
all
a
hanging out
security
here
guard
against the
chasing
wall.
you.
right,
Ah.
Yeah, like we're on the internet socializing, being cool. Look at us.
right.
Somebody got
Woo!
like,
Look at that mall.
A few people have been asking who's the character you're drawing, Fable.
Oh, this is
That.
this is one of our character designer's cat. His name is Waco. He's like got extra things. He's got extra toes. And as a
Polydactyl.
yeah, so as a kind of a tribute to them, we put their cat in short.
I don't
Yeah,
see
we've got-
the,
we've got
I
some
don't see
cameo
the drawing.
characters.
Where is that?
It's
Oh,
if you
on
go to
YouTube.
YouTube. I can't
Oh,
do
it's on the
screen
YouTube.
share
Okay,
on this
okay.
particular system. We're testing out the event stage. Is it called new? Like whatever this new
Yeah.
feature is on Discord. So we're doing things a little differently
Okay.
than usual.
Gotcha. Because I was just
Just,
like, wait a
uh,
minute, I'm not seeing this.
yeah.
Okay, I'll go over to.
Because I know
YouTube
that
and
we're
check
usually in like guest live at this point in our server.
Next question is from Elliot. Is bullying Wick valid?
Yes. Always bully the
Yeah.
rich.
Yeah.
Always. They deserve
Yes,
it.
always.
They can afford to buy their nicer feelings. Bully the
Yeah,
rich.
Wick is the kind of guy you walk up to and you take his drink and drink it in front of him.
Yeah.
I.
It's that kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's always valid to
Uh,
bully Wick. Fuck, Brad bullies Wick. And he's his VA.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody bullies Wick worse than Brad.
Hey guys, I got some really epic fan art. I drew some fan art of everybody inside of the stream. Check it out. I think it's pretty accurate.
I love my
Wow.
neck.
Dad joke. Is
Why am I?
Also,
A,
Jason,
Knox
the beard
like
is looking fantastic.
Dream about a doggo now? What?
I don't.
Fable, I think that's the look. That's.
Why
Yep.
you treat them like some people?
Why am I a people?
It should be a bat.
Needs
Yeah.
some bat wings.
I was like literally the characters I drew is just whatever I saw on the icons. I was like, I'll quickly do this and I'll quickly post it, and that's
He's
what
a
I
bat.
did.
Didn't you draw his persona?
Fable.
I just explained that I looked at the icons.
I hate to interrupt your work, but you're gonna have to show this to the YouTube chat.
Okay, yeah. One second. I'll show.
So they know just what we all look like.
Yeah,
Thanks.
this is
Well,
extremely
yeah, that's exactly
accurate.
what I look like.
Extremely accurate. Yeah.
Can't. We're not going to talk about the fact that I look like a stupid little chihuahua down there.
I look like the dude from Luca.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, you do.
You sound like
Which
him.
also, Luca was wonderful.
That was
Yeah.
actually my favorite Pixar movie in a while.
Yeah, Luca was really charming.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
liked
think
it.
they should do more like little small, like just charming movies like that. It's like, don't chase the critics. They don't know what they're doing anyway. Just make a fun
They
movie.
do not. Yeah,
No.
honestly, it's weird. Like, I feel like movie criticism hasn't been like nearly as respected or cared about a profession in like years, and deservedly so, because like it just for some reason we gave them like a lot of prestige and power in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but then after a while it just sort of fizzled out because friggin' people.
Well, 'cause I think 'cause
form their own opinions.
YouTube
Yeah.
made it so accessible to be a critic.
Exactly,
Everybody's
yeah.
a critic, so there's no like Roger Ebert out there
Yeah,
anymore, who's like
no.
the voice of movie criticism or something. It's just
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That being said, don't watch CinemaSins. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that
I
one
was
guy was on about.
resisting
It's like,
saying that.
this guy, it's like, it's the one thing that you shouldn't say. It's like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about? I don't
Oh my God,
understand.
I mean that yeah, I have opinions about that channel.
Mhm.
A lot of people do. It's like,
Yeah.
Not very good for the whole film criticism thing in
No.
general. either.
No.
Yeah, a character saying no is not a mark against a film, sir. Your doofy observations from not paying attention to what happened 2 minutes ago in the film is not mark against the film. Like it just drives me nuts.
it's just weird to have someone who actually is in the field say something like that. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
assume now that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's a weird world out there. But I mean, hey, everybody can do their own thing on the YouTubes. That's for sure. I just think
yeah, it's so bizarre.
I just
Like
think that some of these
JoJo.
things are bad for like critical thought. I guess
Yeah.
Everyone's got their own opinions,
Yeah,
even if they're wrong.
especially if they're wrong.
The thing with CinemaSins is it's not even an opinion. It's just pausing the movie every minute and trying to find something wrong with it. And what's wrong with
Yeah,
it is
and wrong
not
is in big
anything
air
wrong
quotes,
even.
yeah.
It's just whatever you can do to make it to increase the number of dings because that's what people expect of you and your channel.
Yeah,
Not really like an actual critical evaluation. And I understand that the idea is that that's supposed to be a joke, but the thing is that people take that as actual criticism.
yeah.
And some people
Which is like a thought.
actually take it seriously, like a large contingent of people take it seriously. So,
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
heard of some. I don't think it was because of CinemaSins. It was another one, but I have heard of like movie creators just going out of their way to make it. I've just been told I'm echoing. But I have heard of movie creators like going out of their way to make their movie perfect, or not perfect, but like focus on unnecessary details to avoid that kind of thing.
yeah, and it's like, that's not how to make a film. It's like,
No,
it's an
no.
abstract medium. Nothing that we're doing is realistic.
Yeah,
Like,
and nothing
it
is
is all
perfect.
constructed,
That's
so-
an impossible achievement, especially when something is so subjective. Like, it's impossible to make it completely perfect.
No.
But also just the definition is like, what is perfect is in of itself not
Yeah, right. Exactly.
objective. And that's the other thing is this idea that there's like a objective math to what makes a film good or not that you can do via like a certain number of dings or whether or not there's a plot hole or not. And it's like, these things don't matter much. They don't even matter that much to the viewing public either, because like there's plenty of films that are just not good movies. They're not well constructed movies,
Sure.
like by most definitions, and they do bonkers well, and people love them. And it's like, well, so even by that metric, it still doesn't equate to like a movie's like quality. And I think part of it is this desire to come up with like some sort of objective math to what makes art good or not, but you can't do that because like art is something that always exists within both the context within when it is made, but also like the viewing experience itself. Like every time you watch a film, it is a slightly different experience, even though you have like a playback. Your own mental state can affect like what that film means to you and what it means to you in the future, and then like the culture that you're in and the time period that you're in like also affects how you see a film. Like for instance, all these like 90s comedies that suddenly don't hold up real good anymore.
Oh
both
boy,
because some of those things became like tropes that are just boring now to watch, and then other things are just, wow, there's a lot of racism towards Asian people. Things like that. It's like, well, there's a hard to stomach stuff now. Stuff that we remember in the 90s used to be like, oh yeah, we're not like that anymore. We're like super like progressive and stuff. Then you look at the stuff we were surrounded by in the 90s like, oh, ouch. That explains a lot now. Ouch.
And like constantly too. Here's my
Yeah.
It was all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. People didn't
Just a
question
quick
it.
note before we continue. Chat is saying there's an echo coming from your side, Tracy.
I don't hear it. So that's
No, I don't.
I hear it a little bit.
Every time there's an echo, it's been on your side, Fable. I don't know.
It shouldn't because I have my earbuds in, so there really shouldn't be an echo. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna shut up and you guys talk.
It was me. I'm the culprit. Put me into jail.
Am I echoing now?
No, I don't think so.
It shouldn't be
think so.
physically possible. I have my earbuds in. Let's see.
I don't hear it because I heard
No?
Knox. You said earlier that you were being told you're echoing, and I didn't hear that either.
Someone's
Make
lying.
sure all my settings are correct. Let me just turn this down slightly, just in case.
They're saying it's
But-
good now.
Oh,
Okay.
there we
Well,
go.
that's weird. That's just weird.
Sorry about that, guys. Hope
Yeah,
You
no
are
worries.
you were sounding a little soft to me, though, Jason. Like I don't
Oh,
know if
am
the
I? Do you want me
microphone-
to-
Yeah.
Do you want me to turn that up for you? Let me know.
Yeah, boost the
how-
gain a little.
I'm trying to remember which way
There
the
we
gain is.
go.
I think there we
There
go.
we go.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Brilliant. All right. Here's my thing about like the CinemaSins thing is that like when I was in film school, I used to totally be that guy that was like, you were considered, you thought of yourself as like clever if you could pick apart a movie into its greatest detail, and it's like, well, anybody can do that. Like, so I got over that real quick. Honestly, now I prefer
screams
like just
film student.
oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
so obnoxious, and I detest
Yeah.
and cringe at myself that I did it as the parlance of our times dictates cringe. But yeah, I don't do that anymore nowadays. I'm just like, just entertain me for a couple hours, movie. Come on, I don't care. Like just take me somewhere
Yeah.
else.
When you're
you hear,
creating-
like-
yeah, oh, yeah.
When you hear,
I definitely went through a phase like that too.
Yeah.
But then when you start creating your own stuff, and you realize just how much artistic license you need to take just to tell a coherent story, or to
Or suspend.
you understand,
disbelief
or suspend disbelief. You understand why films do things they do and make those decisions.
Sure.
That's like, it's not exactly physically accurate, this or that thing, but it's like, and there's silly things that you can laugh at, like cars exploding and stuff. Every time someone shoots a car, it's like, yeah, that's not really how that works. But if you're making an action film and the point is to be, big and loud, then
Yeah.
you kind of understand it, and you understand why like historical films take liberties and things like that, and you kind of lose that, oh, I'm superior because I can point out all the flaws sort of thing. It's like, then
Oh,
you
yeah,
start making your own
totally.
thing, and you're like, I have to weave flaws in order for this to work. So you lose that pretension of.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it's-
Fable, I interrupted you.
The reason why professionals don't like that attitude is precisely because we were that person, and so when we hear that kind of attitude, we just hear ourselves and like a very immature version of ourselves like trying to tell us that, oh, you don't know what you're doing, and it's like, no, I moved beyond it. It's like how ridiculous it would be to have like a painter that just does only hyper-realistic photo-level painting, criticizing a cartoonist for not being very good, or that's not how a face looks. that's not the point. It's like, no, of course, you say to the cartoons would be like, of course a face doesn't look like that. This is abstraction. And film is the same way. It is an abstraction of reality. It is not reality. Like, and to exemplify how far that goes, a documentary even is not reality. It is a reflection or an abstraction of reality. It is a way of summarizing information, but it still is coming from a never a purely objective point of view, unless you're sitting there and like you plop down a camera and you're watching 24 hours of footage unedited of just a space. But even then, one would ask, why did you put the camera in that spot and point it in that direction? Why did you choose that camera? Why the space at all? Like, what are you trying? So there is no version of film where the input of a human being is not creating some kind of narrative. And that's actually part of a larger conversation about like film as a medium, because it's like you can try to get as close to a concept of reality as you could, but it's still always going to be your concept of reality. There's no such thing as a 100% objective film. There's certainly films that you watch that definitely lean one way or another, where like the intent and the abstraction is way more obvious, or there's not much of an effort into trying to present like other perspectives and that kind of thing. But there's always going to be some abstraction. There's always going to be footage that was not shown. Some choices were made, and the nature of those choices are very, very interesting. And this isn't to say that a documentary is thus lying to you or anything like that, any more than when a friend is relaying to you a story about what happened to them in the past, that they're lying to you. It's just that's their perspective. And when you understand perspective and like how someone's subjective reality will inform like the work that they make, you can better understand people as a whole. So it's not a negative criticism, it is a neutral fact that it is a medium. This is an art form. And no matter what you're watching, that's going to be a part of it. So, yeah, you know, don't take things at face value. Always kind of like evaluate like where are people coming from? Like, why do they choose to show this or that? And I think
also
that,
like evaluate things that matter. You know what I mean? Like evaluate things like, because one of the things that drives me nuts when people try to nitpick things is like, I always think of one example one of my friends did, which was like they got really like, ha ha ha, in Guardians of the Galaxy, this doesn't make any sense. How does Star-Lord's Walkman have batteries after all this time? How do you get that in outer space? And it's like, does it matter?
I don't know. Alien batteries?
Is that important?
Yeah.
Does it actually affect the narrative? No, then it doesn't matter. Like, just come on. Like, I don't know, something about that.
It's like, do you really care? Would that add to your experience of the film?
Yeah, exactly. It's like they don't take time to explain how they pump oxygen into the Nautilus in 20,000 Leagues. Like, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. That, but first of all, we all know how submarines work anyway.
It would be a different film. It's like,
yeah,
if it wasn't about those little technicalities. We have films like that. The Martian is that.
There you go. Yeah,
and that is a very compelling movie. But also they structured it around that.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
So there's so much.
And like,
of that
this isn't to say that like you can't have fun with a movie or something. Like, I mean, I like to riff movies and whatever, and it's fun and it's silly and, you know, whatever. That's, I mean, hell, we were all watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and we were all just riffing it to death, even though we love it.
Yeah.
It's just fun to goof around with a movie. Like, that's fine. That's different though. You know, that's not saying that this film is lesser because of anything. Like, this is just sort of, you know, inserting our own commentary throughout because we like a piece or something.
There's nobody like more obnoxiously, pretentiously tearing films apart than the people who make them. But it comes from a place of love as opposed to, oh, these people did something wrong. In fact, it can be actually kind of painful for folks who know how things are made to watch a bad movie because we know why it's quote-unquote bad. And sometimes we watch a movie like that and all we see is crew abuse. And it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh yeah, no, they were not treating these people. They didn't get breaks. They didn't get food. They weren't paid very well. There was no time. So like tearing a bad movie apart is not just a exercise in Schadenfreude for us. Sometimes it's more like like sympathizing with the people who worked on it.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And I'm not saying that about Roger Rabbit. Like, so oftentimes we look
No,
at that
no,
kind
no.
of thing and we're like impressed. We're like, oh my god.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Oh god, can you imagine all the takes that they had to do for that one thing?
Yeah, astounding
So-
and like gorgeous stuff. But yeah.
Mhm.
Like I mean, there's a way to like do that sort of thing like in a fun way, but there's another way to
Mhm.
like present it as like a valid critique of a piece, and it's like it's not. That ain't it, Jack. Like,
I do kind of
No.
like how Red Letter Media often approaches things because like
yeah.
they'll like go they love B movies, like B schlocky like
Mhm.
sci-fi films. They love that because they have experience making those films, and they think that's like closer to what they've made. Like they tend to approach
Sure.
like their jokey criticism from this very kind of like loving spot. And in general, like internet critics who start to kind of understand what it is to make a film, they like I think that their criticism really improves from that. It's like you don't have to be an amazing filmmaker to critique, but I think it is important to be able to like if you're gonna do it, pick up a camera at some point as well. Like understand what goes into making it. Even if it's just something small and for yourself, just do something, because like once you know any element of like just some sort of hands-on experience, it does add to that if that's something you take seriously. Also, hi Z. Z has joined the YouTube, and Z, if you want to join on our voice chat, we are in the Lackadaisy. If you are in, then we can invite you as speaker. We're kind of using a new feature here. I don't know if you're in. She says she's coming. Sweet. But yeah, just we love to criticize film. It just, it comes from a place of love, and certainly I'm sure that the people who made it wouldn't agree with everything we would say. We have different thoughts. But I don't know, it is definitely different if you make stuff. If you make the stuff, your thinking about it does change a little bit. Kind of like if you're a baker and you eat somebody's muffins, you're gonna have a different kind of opinion than someone who just doesn't bake, Or if you're a writer and you write in books, then when you read a book, you're gonna appreciate and notice certain things and that other people won't, because you're aware of how the sausage is made. Even if you're not like a professional writer, like you still will come to understand things a little bit better. I think it's worth it for everybody to like experiment with different artistic mediums, both to kind of increase their understanding of media analysis, because it's important. Like our lives are saturated with these things, so if you don't have some understanding of like how it's made, you could end up having a media environment that is just dictated to you instead of you kind of like being like an active observer and participant in it. But also I think everybody deserves to have some kind of art form that they can personally enjoy and indulge in, even if it's just like chalk drawings or dancing, just anything that allows you to express yourself in some kind of, in a way that makes you happy. So, but that's my my kumbaya about it. This shit's hard though. See,
Your kumbaya, you say?
Hi Z. This is Z. Z
Hi,
is one
Z.
of our cleanup artists. She's actually one of our lead cleanups.
Hello.
She helped with a lot on this project. Hello. Hey Z, thanks for joining. We got Jason with us today. Jason, Z,
Hey,
have you guys
Jason.
talked before?
I think we played. Did we play Uno together? I think I lost.
Probably, yes. That was something we did during a Lacka chat at one point, yeah.
The problem with Uno is that I forget I'm playing and then I lost. I lose.
Valid.
So much focus.
Yeah.
Also,
What you've been
hi, Z.
working... Oh, yeah.
It's been a while.
Mm.
I saw you were doing a Game Grumps animation, right?
Sorry, I had to step out for a
Yeah,
moment.
that's
Where
fell
are
out
we?
of nowhere, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. That's great.
Oh, hi Z.
And, oh, hello. But yeah, that's great. And then after I'm done with this, I'll be back to doing more cleanup on those kitty cats.
Oh,
Yeah, we gave Z's gonna do the Charleston
That's
Ivy.
Snivy.
Yay!
That's Snivy.
Because like now we have a full team, but people have to remember that for a couple of months it was me.
Yeah,
It was basically Z doing most of the cleanup.
Yeah,
you
Z was
testing our
was
methods,
the
basically.
cleanup artist.
Yeah.
I needed a break.
That is fine. You've done so much.
Oh, that's
for us
fine.
that
We're
I
not-
would
yeah,
come
we're
asking
not-
you to do things. I'm like, do you feel like it? You know? Like, you deserve the break.
No, we appreciate
Yeah.
all you've done. I wasn't trying to like guilt trip you or something for working on
Oh
something.
no.
else.
And
No,
it didn't
hardly.
feel like
If
that.
anything, we
And
feel guilty.
I love
like,
working
he was
with you
alone for
guys.
so long.
No, it's totally fine. I mean, I'd rather be alone testing stuff than having a lot of people doing like having a bad time because stuff wasn't tested. So that's another great thing about working with the Lackadaisy crew. We test
try.
stuff.
We do.
We try-
yeah,
just
we
try
try.
to-
Yeah, we don't want a big misery pile for everybody. You've got to like one of the things about this project is you have to like streamline your pipeline, your workflow, before you like start assigning work to people, because otherwise, if you haven't worked out
It'll be
all of
turned
the
into a
kinks,
clusterfuck.
it's gonna turn ugly real fast, and people are gonna be upset and leave. And yeah, you've really gotta like. It's not just a challenge artistically, but in terms of just managing and organizing and preparing everything.
Yeah, it's tough.
And you gotta
like
yeah.
I had to pull out like almost the entire back end of the pipeline because there turned out to be a conflict with compositing, and I was like, oh. But I figured out how to do it, and yeah. But it's all like stuff that has me going like, oh yeah, if we did this to series, like here I changed this, and this, So it's worth it to learn.
And it's funny how sometimes we have problems, and I'm like, yeah, write to support of Toon Boom, and they're gonna answer you. It turns out it's in my inbox, and I'm like, fuck.
Oh, that must have been
Nice.
so awkward because I saw you like replied to it. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, but then that's great because I can do it during my work hours, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yay! I get
You're
to
just
do
getting
like
paid for
Daisy
that
during my work
specifically.
hours.
Yeah.
Yay! No, but the fun thing is that it also like if it's a big problem, it also gets logged in so that I'm not the only one helping.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's like a thing that could help other people, I understand why that's another reason to have people contact support, because if you find something that's uniquely like what the fuck, they might want to know. They're like, that needs to get fixed. So I was happy at least like the issue that I had turned out to be something where I messed up, which is my favorite problem because it means I can fix it. It just is like, I just need an education. Okay, we're good.
And yeah, good thing Nux
Yeah.
is always here to make sure that all our streaming experience are great. Thank you, Nux.
I'm just saying that because people were saying they were intimidated by the blue wrench.
If we have any questions for Jason or Z, feel free to.
Yeah,
bring
by
them
all
up,
means.
guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. This is a Victor question, but I will ask it. What is Victor's favorite pastime/hobby?
Tracy.
Working on cars. He likes to have his face and arms buried in the engine compartment of a vehicle.
That
Kind of a gearhead, yeah. Like he just likes the
That
quiet,
makes sense too.
well, that might
Quietly
go
tinkering.
places.
quietly tinkering on a car and nobody bothering him. Like
Do
the
not
part where
observe me.
yeah,
I'm
right.
busy.
Exactly. No one is trying to speak to him.
Do not perceive.
Right. Exactly.
The next question was actually a voice request. I'm not sure if you're taking those today.
Is it for me?
Yeah, maybe for Z. Yeah.
I love your voice, Z, so why not?
Yeah, it was a voice request for Jason.
Okay, what's up?
Here, I'll post it in the.
Oh yeah, I should
Yep.
probably. I should look at it. Oh, that's brilliant on my part. Let me do that.
There, I just said what it is.
Let me get there. Okay. Oh, as Victor, or
Yeah. I assume.
okay.
They didn't specify.
I know that look. No, stop it. Just Stop.
Puts machete down.
Jason, I should just start saying that we hired you for your ability to say no.
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 Yeah,
finest
that
no.
tracks.
The finest no
The
in
most
Hollywood.
final no you could possibly ask for. My no's are finite, very punctuated, I suppose. I do that a lot. Like I've actually heard that before. That like people really like the finality of my no, I suppose.
It is a good no.
Yep.
There are worse things to be known for.
Oh, ow, oh, no.
I'll go.
You don't become known for your puns now.
No.
That's me apparently. So
Guys, we have the books now known as Just Stop It, and then we also have another book written by Jason called No.
No. No, the Jason Marnoka story.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
the Jason Marnoka, am I right?
Exactly. I was going to say there's a no in my name as well. So. See, I was going to leave it alone because
Dad
Ouch.
jokes.
That's it, you're fired. No.
If that was the worst thing I'd said on this stream, you know how terrible my puns can get. Infinite Sky asks, does Jason like to polka?
yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I am very used to doing a polka with, at many a wedding and many a wedding anniversary and shindig and get together and family this and such. And I am not unaccustomed to a polka. I prefer a waltz or something of the kind, maybe a foxtrot. But ultimately, yeah, I do a polka. Hell, the last time
how
I did a
about
polka
breakdance?
no, that would end up with me being in pieces broken on the floor. That is my version of breakdancing.
And we don't
To
want
actually
that.
break.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No.
We can't have
I mean,
him break.
unless-
we do
yeah.
need to reuse him, after all.
I mean, technically, you just need like my torso and my head. So the rest of the pieces, you can really just sort of scoop elsewhere.
Oh,
I
we
guess.
could just like, so you're saying we could just RoboCop you together?
You absolutely could. Yeah, just like attach a like just replace my limbs with like one arm is like a microphone that I just put to my mouth, and the other arm is like for typing and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's all you need. That's all you need, really. Hell, that's all I need. That's all I do in my job, so that works. I mean, my fiance may have some objections, but here we are. But yeah, I like a polka.
Well, funny enough. Oh no, go for it, Nux.
I said, speaking of which, the next question was, have you picked your wedding cake yet?
Oh yes, we have our cake and our menu as well. That's all picked out, and yeah, it's gonna be really nice. I think it's interesting though. The cake is not something I remember off the top of my head in terms of its descriptions. I know that it is a it's a white cake, and it has a ribbon of fudge inside of it, and then it has this lovely I believe it has like a marzipan layer in it that they do in-house. Anyway, it's a lovely thing. It was strange to try them all because we got essentially like a finger's worth of like a cake piece and stuff like that, so it was actually easy to go through and be like, that one tastes good and that one tastes okay, and this one is way too rich to have as a whole piece, like that kind of thing. Which we ran into with one of them. It was this gorgeous chocolate cake. It was very, very good. I don't even like cake very much, but it was really, really good. But it was so rich that it was just like, holy shit, a piece of this would like send someone to the hospital. Like it's just way too rich. But yeah, I think what we ended up picking was really nice. So yeah, we have our cake picked out. We're thinking we're gonna do our wedding colors are black, gold, and red, and so we're going to we're thinking like the cake itself will be frosted in black, and then have like sort of a metallic looking like gold sort of like dripping off of it as if it's like molten gold, and then have like red roses on it is what we're thinking.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
I see Chad is trying to pressure Z into doing a Victor impression.
Oh please,
man.
yes.
Want to hear this?
Well, as a matter of fact, I think back when I knew nothing about Lackadaisy, and I actually thought that Rocky was. Wait, I don't remember what my thing was in my head, but I think the owl was like magic,
Thought that.
and Nina
Yeah, you
turned
thought
into an
that.
owl. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was something. But like, I think I saw this comic. It was like Tracy interviewing Victor, and she was like, "So Victor, tell me, what do you think of your fangirls?" And then Victor was like, Marmoset. Tiny monkey from zoo.
Yes.
I was like, what is this thing? It's amazing. And then there was like, Rocky was like, what about fun gills? Or Jills or gills? I don't know how you say that out loud.
It's Gills.
But I read it as gills because I'm French. I don't know what this is, but
It is It is Gills in English.
but yeah, that made me laugh so much. Marmoset. Tiny monkey from zoo.
That was magic.
So yeah. I hope everyone appreciates.
I did. I thought that was wonderful. I just
That's
love your
great.
voice. So I'm delighted. Everyone in here has
Aw,
fantastic
thank
voices.
you. What?
Lies.
I said everybody in here has fantastic voice. No, it's true. No. No.
I am
won't have it.
confused what you are so enamored by my voice, because to me I think I sound very not the way I intend to.
That's okay.
like-
I don't think
yeah.
I sound very interesting either, but you would argue, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, because you're wrong.
Well, but you see, so there we are. I don't know what happened there, but that's how I really.
and I
That's
did
how I
like-
really talk. I really just talk like this. Hello.
That'd be great if you were like a reverse Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh my God! Yeah, like an asthmatic Gilbert Gottfried, or just Gilbert
It's like-
Gottfried himself.
Or like,
Surprise!
what was that guy who no, he talked like this or whatever? He played the fat imp in Hercules. What's his face?
Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where he
Bobcat.
just sort of talks like this and oh my God, like that. That
It's
whole
like there's no
nonsense,
way
yeah.
that guy talks like that normally. That would give you a heart attack
Yeah.
after 15 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he constantly sounds like he has like some sort of acid reflux, like every 0.2 seconds, like, and he just can't speak. Yeah, no, that was always a put on thing. I think, kind of like Gilbert Gottfried's
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah. But no, it'd be awesome to figure out how to have a little bit more control over my voice. Like I definitely would appreciate that, but it's like my angle isn't even like I want to become a voice actor. It's like I just would like to become more aware more than anything. Like I have a few complicated
fair.
reasons for why, basically.
I think one of the things, what I would say is that and I had to sort of learn this too, is and you do it when you fluctuate voices and stuff. Like Victor, his voice sits way down in my chest, right? So he's way down there, way deep down, and my voice normally sits about under my chin, inside my throat itself. And my, that's where that is. So if you can figure out and feel where you think your voice is chiefly coming from and what resonating chambers you mostly use, whether it's your nose or your, whatnot, your inside your mouth, whatever. There's just a lot of weird like science to like the figuring out where your voice sits thing.
Yeah,
but if you can do that, then I think you'll be able to sort of, see where it can fit more comfortably for you.
Yeah, I would like to figure out a way to like get more natural vocal fry in my voice, because I actually really like that. Even though there's like this idea that it's like, oh, that's bad, but I actually like that. I feel like that suits my personality more. Sometimes I can get there, but I feel like it's only like in the morning. Really.
That's fair. Yeah, when everyone is kind of like yeah, that's true. And it's what's interesting about glottal fry is that like it's just an affectation. It's not something anyone is supposed to have. It just became fashionable at a certain point. So I just think that's fascinating that it's like it's become like so much of, especially in California, like that's such a thing, people with their glottal fry. But my understanding of it is that that's like not natural at all. It was just something that people affected, and it just became natural over time. But yeah, I mean, I think you could get there. I don't know. I think you have an interesting voice. I know you don't agree with me, but I think so.
And one thing that I forgot to like not mention or precise. I don't know what the word is, but like, that's a super cool thing about like voice acting in general, is that you and like making a choice for like who's gonna do which voice in something, because sometimes you have like multiple voices that would fit the same character and stuff, and sometimes you have like two interpretations. Like you see this a lot in dubs and translation as well. But for example, the comic that I was mentioning, I know that there was like this audio version, and it wasn't done by Jason. It was done by it was Cruelty. Was it? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was done by Sungwon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like both of them are beautiful interpretation of Victor, but yet they are different. Like you can tell when it's Jason and when it's Shang-Wu, but like that's something that just blows my mind all the time. It's super cool. Like you can have two like different yet similar interpretation of the same character, and it's just so like fun. I don't know, it's because I've studied music for so long, but like there's like these little things that are like different yet the same, and that is just so cool.
Yeah, no, it's true. There's a musicality to voiceover, I think, which is as a big part of it. I mean, I'm a musician myself, so I always think of things musically. So I think that's a great observation. You're absolutely right. And I also like that, there are two kind of different interpretations. We actually run into that in anime a lot because, we're dubbing over like the Japanese dialogue. So when we hear back if we're trying to establish a voice or something, and we hear the Japanese voice and whatever, sometimes they lean us in that direction, but even then it won't sound exactly the same. It'll sound close, but not, in that same ballpark, like especially with the kind of characters that I voice, which are generally lower characters and whatever, like that kind of thing. But but they don't sound exactly the same, and yet both sound like vocally
like
interesting.
The essence is there.
Yeah, exactly. I like that kind of stuff too, so I feel that.
Yeah. So like I never fault anybody for like if they were like, what, like I didn't picture so and so's voice quite being like this when they found out like who we chose for voices and they finally heard them, because I know that some people like they've listened to those comic dubs and they kind of like grew an attachment to that. I think the only time where I'm like, that's not how they talk, is people who think that like Rocky has a deep southern voice, and I'm like,
whoa,
okay,
wait, what?
Factually incorrect.
Oh my god, I don't see that at all. I mean, not to tread on anyone's feet or anything, but I don't see that with like the way the character's drawn, the way that like his build and everything. Like I don't see him being like that at all.
Yeah, it's like he or like his background or anything. And I think part of that is like a confusion of conflating certain accents with certain regions where they don't exist.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, to me now, he just sounds like Michael. Like that's it. Like Michael's perfectly cast.
Well, we did. We played around with different voices for him, and then Mike was like, where do you want it at? Do you want it like closer to Angel or whatever? Because he knows that like one reason I picked him was that his pattern of speaking when he played Angel, like I was like, this guy can talk really fast, like complicated words, and still like emote through that. And
Rocky is way closer to Michael than Angel is. Like I think Michael has
closer.
On a persona.
Yeah.
Sure. From the little I know, man, I don't know the guy.
Angel is like the opposite of Mike's personality. Rocky is shockingly close. So
that's true. I mean, both of them could punch a hole through a wall by mistake. Just saying. Not that it happened or something.
So I always tried to find people for whom they had to do less to get to the character. It's like someone whose natural kind of speaking voice came close. I wasn't necessarily looking for like a personality match. That was an accident in every case, except sort of with Mitzi, because I personally know Ash. I knew that her background was in cabaret and theater, and she had been in a band and had done music and like all these kinds of things that I knew were similar to Mitzi's background. And so I figured that I was like, knowing that people with some kind of musical background can make very good VAs, because it's like that vocal control plays a part in it, is like knowing like how to set your voice in a certain way and like talk in a certain way to get a certain feel is part of that background. You know, I was like, you want to try out? And so she tried out a couple times, and she managed to get the role. So, but
basically, what you're saying is that
Yeah.
if ever Jason is unavailable or is sick, I can take place and
Sure.
do
Oh yeah,
Victor.
absolutely.
Oh,
You have my
absolutely.
entire
You're
blessing
the
for that,
perfect
Z.
understudy.
You're the one.
Yeah.
You're the one, Z.
Thank you.
If it isn't
Understudy.
you, it's
That's the word I was looking for.
Lisa.
Oh my
What?
God, Lisa! Didn't we toy with the idea of like doing a dub where we all switch roles?
I actually,
I think
on
that was, like-
Pick Up with Lisa, we actually got
Crazy.
some lines, so there will be a Lisa cut at some point.
Oh my God!
There was like
God.
the entire like everybody voiced by Lisa.
that was it. Yes.
That sounds
Yes.
amazing.
Her voice is so delightful, but kind of getting back to my point because I tangented real hard there.
Sorry.
Yeah, we no, it's okay. It's okay. Our streams are nothing but tangents, so it's totally
I'm a
fine.
tangent. But you
I
know where
am
there's
the
no
tangent.
tangents? In our cleanup.
We're fighting
Because
the
we're damn
tangent.
good.
It's because we're both birds. Birds always tangent.
Birds of a feather.
But you know where there are no tangents, Fable? In our cleanups. Because we are damn good. No tangents
Yeah,
there.
I tell people no
Mhm.
tangents, please.
Never. Gets me angry.
It's just dead silence the entire time.
So,
Chat.
with
Chat is just
Mhm.
just quick note. Chat wants if you are switching characters, they want Jason to play Freckle.
Oh God.
oh my god,
I
that
don't even
level
know
of
what I'd do
gravitas
for
would
Freckle.
be
Oh
amazing.
jeez. I feel like Rocky wouldn't quite push him around as much, or be as
No.
like.
If he had such-
Rocky sounded like
He had a
me.
very deep voice though. Have you ever voiced a character who was like very shy and like kind of reticent
Yes,
with-
only once. It was for a pilot that never ended up going too terribly far. It was a little character. He was a little Grim Reaper dude who had like scissors on the end of his scythe.
Ooh.
His name was Cornelius. And he sounded like this, so he was kind of like, that part of him was like really
God.
sassy and like, screw it, I don't want to hear it. But then the other stuff was like, oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry about that.
Jason,
It
I
was
love
very-
his voice. This is great.
Yeah,
I love
that
that.
was really.
That's so good.
Childhood.
Yeah, he was really fun. Because he was a loudmouth and he was obnoxious and selfish and ridiculous, but also like kind of shy.
If we had need of it, so what was the name of the guy? Was his name like Fish? Is the guy who is the gangster who was like Wes's buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fish comic? Yeah, I feel like that
I
would
don't know that
be
Wes
the perfect
considers
voice
him
for
a
Fish.
buddy, but Wes is saddled with fish and Wes
Oh
is
my God.
Wes's present victim of bullying.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
But then you get Rocky
Yeah.
who's like, "How about Freckle take the wheels?" And Freckle will be, "No." I'll end up taking the wheel.
Freckle learns to say
Drive-
no when
drive
required
yourself.
something.
Hey, Rocky. That I
We need to
yourself
have Belle
do
in
my
here.
watch.
We need to have Belle in here just so that like Belle can practice Freckle's nose with Jason.
Yeah. We practice, you and me. Sit down.
I really am looking forward to a point of the comic where like Freckle and Victor get to have like some interactions because it's
A little
like,
moment.
those are two characters. Yeah, it's like they're.
I
Kind of great.
I like what Belle and I end up doing when Belle has the idea that like when Freckle's drunk, like he wants to fight everybody. And so like he wants to fight Victor and Victor's just like,
Yeah,
Like,
Freckle
you
gets a
could
little
fit
too
in my
Irish with
shoe.
the alcohol.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll use your spine as a shoehorn. Get out of here. Small lad.
Small what?
Lad.
Did you say small lion?
Lad.
Small lad.
No, it's a lad. Yeah. Small lion though. That's
I was like, that is actually nice.
small
Tiny-
lion. Yes.
Shiny
With your
tiger.
floppy ears and your fairly sturdy forearms. Do you live?
He's got beefy little forearms. He's got little Popeye arms.
I always like that because he's like, there's biceps or nothing, but then he's got these forearms, and it's like, man, you guys must have wrist control, like you read about. Like,
I am very fond of our design for Freckle because so many features of his look would normally read as very feminine because we have him like his like cinched in the waist and like the hips are a little wider than the shoulders even just subtly just because of the pants and he's got like lashes, and he's adorable.
Yeah.
But then it's
Yeah.
like,
My
but
favorite to draw.
he's very fun to draw. Yes, he's a good boy, and yeah, he's got like these kind of earmarks that normally when you're told like the standards of character design or whatever in books and in class, it's like, oh yeah, no, those are like woman shapes. It's like, hey, I applied them to this guy with a Tommy gun.
Yeah, he's a
Fuck you.
soft, round, stripy bunny
Yeah.
rabbit, basically.
He's,
Nice.
Yeah,
I like that.
soft masculine is what we did.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it, sure. But yeah, like Mike's. I keep trying to wind my way back to voice decisions. Mike's voice, yeah, it's pretty close to Rocky's voice is pretty close to his normal voice, but just with like a little bit of gravel thrown in because Rocky's had a hard life. So we were actually doing recordings of Kid Rocky for the comic dubs, and we had to tell him to take the gravel out. So
Take the what?
yeah, he had to take
The
out
gravel in his voice.
the gravel.
He has a bit of a rasp in his voice when he does
Yeah.
Rocky, just to
Yeah.
imply something
It
about his
add-
character. but,
Yeah.
It adds kind of this nervous quality to his voice, like having a little bit of that rasp, because it suggests that like his throat is like kind of tightened a little bit, like some like kind of desperation there. Basically, he's just like, please laugh. Yeah. He's not totally unaware. He just hopes that there's a solution if he just goes and does it more.
He doesn't really know how to do anything but amp it up when something doesn't
Yeah.
go like the way he wants it to, because he's been overzealous.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know how to rein it in. He only knows how to like go even harder.
Yeah,
So-
and it's like he needs he basically needs someone to sit him down and like, look, you're fine. Just you can stash that energy, put it to something else. Like he really needs someone to like be his mom, essentially.
I mean, the
And
plan
here I
cannot
am
fail if you
with
don't
my
have a
adoption papers. Here, have you guys seen my adoption papers? Let me
See,
show you.
I mean, like, not see, Kaz, I feel like you would
Kaz.
just encourage him.
No, I wouldn't. No, I would not.
Yes.
No,
you gotta,
I would
you gotta
not.
sit him down and have a talk with him. and
I
tell
will
him.
sit him down. Look, I'll even write down on the papers that I made my my adoption paper saying I'm very good at talking, and like I will hold on, just bear with me, okay? All right, so okay, no, I can spell. To my son Rocky, your valid. Keep. You're valid. Sit down. Sit down. Water flowers. Kaz, you told me to told him to put that energy somewhere else. So I'm just gonna tell him to water some.
You're telling
Yeah,
him to
yeah,
touch
tell-
grass?
Yeah.
You're
That's
right.
the equal
Please
of,
touch some
like,
grass.
Simmer down,
My-
touch grass.
Look.
Simmer down.
See, it's true. The papers are right there. I work very
There it
hard.
is. Yeah.
I'm great. It's legal.
Very, very good.
But yeah, he definitely strikes me as a guy who
Gonna
desperately
hang it up in the car.
need of, like, yes, he desperately in need of, like, parental figures in his life, and it just got, it's like he doesn't have to be that desperate. I mean, I think no matter what, he would always be kind of extra.
Oh yeah, he's just
Yeah.
his energy
That's
levels
his
are through the
personality.
roof. And, yeah. He'd always be that kid at like the sleepover who wouldn't frickin' go to sleep ever.
Oh my God, that's a great way to put it, though. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I hope
Uh,
you guys
just-
don't hear my computer screaming at the moment.
No, we're
I
good.
cannot.
No, not at all.
Sorry.
I mean, in the
Discord
past few weeks,
actually-
it reached record heat of 101 Celsius. Like, I can make
Oh.
water boil with
Oh
that thing.
no. You might
It's
want to.
like a spacecraft by now.
You might want to have a You might want to talk to somebody about that. That's very bad.
Yeah.
But I'm getting a new computer next week, so it's all good.
Oh, okay. All right. So this thing's gonna die anyway. You just are like accepting it. There it
Yeah,
goes.
it's a MacBook. They're pretty stupid and not sturdy,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Oh.
It's my work computer, it's not mine, so
Yeah.
yeah. 101 Celsius. It's crazy.
That's a lot of Celsius.
A lot of Celsius.
Yeah, I've seen the screenshots. It looks pretty messed up.
It is.
I guess next question. Dragonflower asks, for Jason, do you have a phrase or thought that helps you get into the Victor voice space?
No.
That's
it. Actually, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing. That or like, you know, usually when I start doing the Victor thing, I start off with like. "Ugh." So yeah, usually it's just like a long-suffering groan, and then
No, that
just
was- the
Yeah.
perfect answer.
yeah, like my voice just starts up where it is and then slowly tumbles down into Victor. So yeah, that's part of it, I suppose. Just knowing where it sits in my body, and then just letting it happen based on no. Yeah, that tends to be how I think
to
of it.
give it a character, to give an actor a character that so firmly does not want is intriguing, because I have I mean it's not quite the same, like, but like when if I'm writing a character that's equally like I just don't want to, as it's like they can be such a pain in the neck to get into their headspace. That's like, please, I need to move the story forward. How do I make this happen with you?
Yeah,
How do
and
I
it's
make
kind
this
of
happen
one
in
of
a way
the
it doesn't feel like it violates who they are.
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Like, and one of the things that I've sort of bemoaned playfully, of course, with Victor is that he's very difficult to do improv with, back and forth with the other actors, just because Victor.
Yes.
Because you know, if Freckles like, you know, hey Victor, you want to fight? Victor's like, no. Which is
Yeah,
against the
you
rules of
basically-
improv, because it needs to be
Right.
yes and in order to continue the scene.
Yeah.
You don't say no in improv because that stops the scene. But
I
Victor
love
does
that
not
fact,
want to.
because it challenges the whole idea behind improv. It's like, is improv then only for certain characters? Because if
That's
you have
true.
these characters that
Yeah.
that aren't interested in ever being that chaos agent, even in like a little way, how do you play that character? They're a stoic, you know, they're very contained, and it's like every word then that they say is deeply meaningful, including a no.
That's true. And plus, honestly, I think Freckle might be, might fear the day when Victor replies with, you know what? Yes, I do want to fight. Come here.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah. If he says yes, it's a problem.
You caught me on bad day, small rabbit.
But what if if that day happened, Rocky's actually ready for it? Like he's become all that beefy cat thing that can actually take on Victor. Where are we gonna be when that happens? I
How
don't
did
know.
Rocky become beefy? Did he like stuck out some steaks under his suit?
I mean, Dream World, right? And anything can happen in Dream World.
Rocky's been working out.
He lifts. Just
After
no
Kaz
need to
gave him
open-
that advice to put his energy somewhere else, he
My
started
God.
He waters
Rocky
so
just,
much
he just
flowers.
like steps up to Victor, grabs the car he's working on, and throws it off to the side.
I mean, Rocky is
What the
many
hell?
things, but he's very determined. When he has an
No, wait, this
objective,
guy-
he gets it.
Wait.
That's
Listen,
great.
Ghosty
He's
gave me
gonna
an
get
idea.
swole.
Ghosty gave me an idea. They said Rocky became Rocky. No, Rocky became the Rock Johnson.
Oh shit! There it is.
He became the Rock.
Oh my God, that went
He would
places. that I
still
wasn't-
lose. He would still lose.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, because I was gonna say, even if he is like, you know, a beefy dude in this weird reality, Victor still probably has some more experience fighting than perhaps Rocky
Yeah.
would. So you know, but that's a really great image.
I think the question is like Freckle and Victor doing a tank. I feel like Victor would
My pleasure.
train Freckle just so that Freckle doesn't accidentally murder everybody.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
must
this guy
control.
is too unstable. Yeah.
Yeah, you're weird. You should probably just simmer down a little bit.
Victor has to play therapist.
God. He's already in that that weird position as a bartender where people want to unleash their problems on it, and he just glares at them like.
Yeah, he's like, "Do I look like I am interested
I
in
want
your
to hear
petty
about
nonsense?"
Your problems, please.
Victor, do you want to hear me come inside of the freaking area and just dab miserably? Is that what you want me to do? Because I will. Watch this.
Oh, there it is.
Nobody. Just nobody.
Everybody asked for it. Literally, Toom just asked me to do that. Sorry, I was doing what Toom asked me to do.
I'm gonna assume anytime you say Toom told me to, I'm gonna assume it's a lie. One of these days, Toom is actually gonna tell you to do something, and you're gonna be honest when you state, Toom told me to do this, and I'll be like, you're a liar. You chose to do that, and it will be the dumbest possible thing, is what Toom will tell you to do.
It was the DMs. Toom told me.
Toom actually has perfect material to prank you with now.
Toom went to my DMs.
Wow.
Dab
even for Toom, a dab is just too much. Thank you.
No, they actually said
Toom is too dry.
No, they said Kaz, tell Dab sadly, and I was like, okay. And then I did. They told me to do that.
We have a question. We have someone in chat. Octomar says, fan service scene. Rocky and Freckle takes off their shirt, and we see bodybuilder body. I think you'll just be very disappointed. Rocky without a shirt on, it just looks like a cat. It's just, long cat, or it's just you pick up the cat and the cat is long.
Just like when you pick up a cat from under its front leg, and they just they're just this lanky noodle thing. Yeah, that's Rocky. But I think it would be pretty hilarious if when he takes his shirt off and suddenly he's just got all this muscle underneath there. It was just that
nobody knew. Yeah.
Nobody knew, and he's got these
It's like, how much yard work is Freckle doing? Jesus.
See, that's the thing that I think that Victor probably wouldn't be that kind of samurai cut kind of thing. He's more like a bodybuilder, or a heavy what were the strongman? He's more he's not all cut because he's not dehydrated.
It's the guys who actually have core strength, bodybuilders are it's an aesthetic thing, and certainly they are strong, but they focus on having that very triangular shape where they're
upside down Doritos.
Exactly. And whereas if you see guys who are lifting stuff, throwing logs and things, these guys have a core muscle strength, and so they're thick around the waist. They're not,
the dude who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, or Tom Hardy in The Dark Knight Rises, or things like that. Yeah. Well, I always feel like Victor's more like that.
Yes,
where, he's not doing it for aesthetic purposes. He's just a big dude.
Yeah, comparing Nico is more of that bodybuilder frame. And Victor is more of that I've spent my life lifting heavy things type of frame.
Hey guys, I have proof that Toom told me to do what I did. See, look. See?
The squeaky noise to emphasize was great.
Look where.
Whatever that squeak toy was the perfect button to your point.
That's Kaz's phone. Every so often it goes off, and so any seriousness is instantly deflated.
Perfect. That's the most Kaz thing I could think of.
Yes, because we were so serious before that.
Yeah.
See, guys?
Yeah.
See?
Come to chat, Kaz. We'll bully you for free.
Hey, Katie, could you send the picture I requested politely you draw? I sent you money to draw, please, to Toon, please.
You're paying people to participate in your own bullying. Okay.
I'm not bullying! I'm not bullying.
My nervousness jumped up about 60%. What's happening now?
It's true.
I smell a shenanigan.
The moment Kaz is in here, shenanigans guaranteed.
Shenaniganery abounds.
I'm innocent. I'm super innocent.
Look, guys, squeaky phone.
Look at my face.
I am calling you Squeaky Phone from now on.
That's fine.
Fair.
Is that her warrior cat's name?
Yes.
It'd be like Squeak Paw or something.
Squeaky phone of the night.
Kaz, let me in. I'm gonna bring you a new one. When after this, Tomb, after this, then you can yell at me all you like. But what you said is true. You told me to do an epic dad that's super sad. No, I didn't. I don't know, Tomb. The paper says it right here. It says it right. The paper don't lie.
Did Kaz figure out how to screw up, how to mess with Discord's display? Because that's very easy to do if you figure it out.
No, that's because Tomb actually said that.
Mm-hmm. Also, sorry for being quiet for a while there. I was dealing with some stuff in chat.
Oh, you're fine.
That's all right, Nox. Doing a fine job.
There was a question from, or do you guys want to go back to questions, or
Sure.
is bullying cat is still on the menu?
We can do both. Why not both?
Fair enough.
Tracy, I thought you were on my side.
Anytime we change the menu, that always stays on it.
Beetle asks, does Victor know how to sing?
I mean, not well. And I doubt he'd ever let anyone hear him attempt it.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Victor, you should totally sing for us, man.
Friday left me fumbling with the blues. And it's hard to win when you always lose. Cause the night spot spin. Sorry. Tom Waits, everyone. Hooray.
No, keep singing,
Please.
Oh, no.
go
That's
on.
all you get.
Oh.
It's like someone found him in the shower singing. I was like, wait, what?
I found him in the shower and I heard him singing. Like literally, my little stupid Kaz character with her little beady eyes just walks in there like, oh shoot, I forgot myself in here for some reason. And
I like the idea of finds him in the shower. He's like, this is my shower.
What are you doing in my house?
I saw a meme
Yes?
like during the weekend. Like I was looking at my scene from Lackadaisy, and right at the same moment, my brother sent me this very hilarious meme of like a moray eel probably singing a song.
Oh my god.
And since I had that like victory scene, I just read it with that voice. And
Oh
you know
my
the song
God.
when it's like, it was like
I gotta see this. Where is this?
he's like, where did eel has a mall with a peripheral shot at some more?
All those moray memes, those are so
and there's
good.
more jaws inside
Yes.
that some more. There's more to it, but I can't go on. Well, if Jason, you ever want to see it, that's the thing. I don't know where to post
I
it.
do, in fact.
I'll post it and I'll
If you ever-
remove it after because it's a meme, and I don't want to post meme in there. But I just imagine singing that song. It was amazing.
The next question, at least I'm prioritizing the Z and Jason one since while you guys are here, was actually for me and Z to speak French.
Oh.
Can we speak French?
You can speak French.
Can we speak le français, comme les gens en France? Le
Je suis
français.
Je suis pas exactement
Je mange
certain
français.
parce que le monde fait l'entendre ça, mais ok.
I didn't speak Italian for 2 years to learn nothing.
Wait, do you speak Italian?
No.
Oh.
I can barely. I took 2 years of French and I learned absolutely nothing, and I still
I'm
want to
so
learn
gullible. Je suis gullible.
French. Maybe.
I take a lot of years of French. I will absolutely get criticized by these two if I start talking.
Mais oui, je parle français. S'il y a des gens qui parlent français, ben je parle français. Yay!
We have a very international team. We have people from all over the place. We have people from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from We got folks in
Argentina.
France, Argentina. We have
Canada and
Canada. Lots
Australia,
of Canada.
France.
How exotic.
Even French Canada.
British folks. We have Russian
We
folks.
have someone in Scotland.
Yep. Or no, well, they're currently in France, but they're from Scotland.
Oh, they're in France. They're from Scotland. Okay. And
Yeah.
Mexico. And yeah, lots of places.
French means?
I think we got. I know that we have a person who immigrated out of. Oh, if he slaps my ass over this, is like I think he said. Where's he from? Zimbabwe. That's where like his family immigrated from. So we got like every continent except for Antarctica. Yeah, Bell. I think he said he was from. I think he said he was from Zimbabwe. If I'm
And he
wrong,
moved to the United States when he was young,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
11 or 12.
So he's basically from here. But,
I mean, we got -40 last year, so that's kind of close-ish to Antarctica. I mean, kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it gets cold, but it's not quite.
We have like 1 day of Antarctica a year.
Yeah.
That -40 day.
There's one Siberian guy in the Discord. He's given me permission to start gloating about our cold again, but he used to kick our butt at the it's so ridiculously cold here thing.
Yeah, I only have like one friend in Los Angeles who can like best me on cold because I'm from New Hampshire. And that's my buddy
cold.
from Manitoba.
Oh god. Yeah, no, the prairies get
You know
stupid
someone
cold.
from Manitoba? I didn't even know there was like someone that I would know that was from Manitoba.
That's Kelly Turnbull, and she was actually one of our storyboard artists for the project.
Whoa!
Yeah.
So we
I'll
have
have to
the
talk with
Arctic
them.
in a way represented, but not Antarctic. We don't have any penguins on the team currently.
The Arctic, also known as Southern Canada, yes.
Well, I mean, where she grew up, she's actually just south of the Arctic Circle, so technically, yeah.
So Fizzy Dizzy asked what's Manitoba weather like, and I'm not sure, but I do know that there's a lot of wind because it's very flat. So like the wind just goes and goes and goes and freezes you up. From what I heard, I don't know. I've never been there. But
Yeah, I know the because that's part of the prairies, so the 3 central provinces where it's extremely flat, like Z said. I know the temperatures can drop into the -50s there.
yeah, because nothing stops the wind. It's just like
Yeah.
I'm going from one end to the other,
Yeah.
and from one ocean to the other ocean, and then it's just like cold.
And I know where she grew up was actually like very isolated. It was a town that hydro ran, so that was it. That was all the infrastructure was just like around the management of the dam. So
One of those towns,
dams
yeah.
up there. Yeah, so very out of the way.
It's
So like her
it's like
high
how
school
we have-
education had to include winter survival because straight up.
Oh well,
kids
we
could
all
get-
have
yeah.
that though.
Yeah.
But
You
you
do
know
too?
what? That's something I feel is so interesting when you talk to people from around the world. Like the thing that they learn as kids. Like I've learned how to like judge if a lake was walkable or not in winter, and like how to get out of it if you fall. Or I've learned like do not bury yourself with snow on top of your head, right? But I have a friend in Puerto Rico where he learned a bunch of things about the ocean and the beach and stuff, and it's just so cool the thing you learn depending where you are.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Don't jump on the metro rails.
Well, I think that's pretty freaking universal, but
For
thank you,
most
Knox,
metro
for
things,
letting me
yes.
know.
Well, our metro in particular, people. So our metro is actually powered by DC power. So
Right.
yeah, most people actually don't know this. If you touch the rails, you're dead.
No, but the thing is that because of how it is in other countries where it's not like magnetic or electric powered or something, the problem is that in other places you can walk on the track and make it alive. But the problem is here you will get like electricity in you, but the thing is you might die 45 minutes after.
Yep.
So sometimes you're just gonna walk your day and then just collapse of a heart attack or something.
Yeah, and then
it's gonna be like because of the metro an hour later.
Yeah, because your organs literally got cooked and you didn't realize it.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Good Montreal facts. Don't jump on our metro lines.
Don't. It's really dangerous.
Don't do that.
There's signs and follow them for a reason.
There was another voice request from Victor. I believe this is a COD reference.
Who of what?
A Call of Duty reference.
What? I think I was talking about the fish.
You
God.
said duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, there it is. My name is Victor Reznov, and I will have my revenge.
What
Whatever
size do
that
you want
means.
it? Do you want it
I
big,
will
medium?
take no,
The
just
revenge?
medium, please. Trying to cut down on revenge. Just medium will do fine.
All right. Would you like some of like our special today? It's like 50% off. It's a new thing we're selling, so we're just we have a really good deal. It's called
No.
Payback.
Would
We
you like
also have
it,
cookies!
warm, hot, or cold?
Room temperature? Do you still do that? I know you used to.
Yeah, we'll just set
but
it
I
inside
don't.
of the room over there, and we'll just wait
Alright.
like a few minutes, and
Yeah.
then it'll get there, and then we'll
It's
give it
really
to
just
you.
whether we
Yes,
put it
that
under
will
a
do.
heat lamp or not, or take it from
Excellent.
the
That will do.
fridge.
That will
Yeah.
do just fine. Yes.
Awesome. Would you like a free complimentary water while you wait?
Yes, please.
Awesome. We only have it in like those small little office cups.
That's all I want. I enjoy Office Cup.
Yes, they are very aesthetically pleasing. I'm glad you enjoy that. No one else likes my office cups. I'm glad you do
I
though.
bet imagine
Well, everyone
like
else
pixie
is
cups
full.
with like the little like 90s deco on it.
Yeah. I
Of
hand drew
course.
Teal.
I hand drew them with my little Crayola crayons. I'm all like, I just need to keep the aesthetic on.
Maybe it's because I have a medical family, but I was just thinking of those little cones.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, like at the dentist. Yeah.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
here. I was thinking, the like snow cone cups. Yeah,
Those waters are always so fresh and cold. I don't know how they do it.
they are. It's true. And I'm always every time I grab one of those, though, I'm always like, I've got the one with the hole in it, don't I? And then it's not going to, the structural integrity of this is going to be ruined. But then it's never happened yet. But now that I've said it out loud, it's totally going to happen.
I just need to draw a
So-
picture of like just a tiny
the sky.
beady-eyed Kaz and Fable inside of their like and Z was serving cookies in little uniform of revenge. And then what size do you want? Do you want it like what temperature do you want? A Fable over here with like a flamethrower, room temperature. Okay, gets a lamp. And then Z's like, we have cookies.
I'm more imagining you at a food place called Revenge Burgers.
It is wearing their uniforms.
Got
I'm
my
here
gun,
for this.
And
But these cookies are so dry, they're gonna break your teeth if you eat
Oh
them.
Jesus Christ!
It's
Vengeance
all right.
cookies!
My teeth, I can survive. I have strong teeth. They work out.
the teeth individually.
Work out your teeth.
Not individually, as a unit. Don't be ridiculous.
Your teeth have muscles? Why?
Of course they do. Every part of me has muscles.
Oh,
Now that you talk about teeth workout, I think it's one of these weird things you could order online and get them delivered, and then it's like a teeth workout
My
thingy from
teeth
Japan.
bench
or something.
150.
Oh my!
Yeah, getting up
Like
there.
I'm pretty sure I
doing
can buy
better.
that in Japan.
I think
teeth
that's an
workout.
actual sport. Actually, is like jaw pulls.
What?
It's like that is a
God.
thing.
Of course it is. Would I ever, Fable, have you ever known me to joke about something? Ever.
Are you the
What?
most serious man alive, Jason?
I know. See? So there it is. Obviously.
Tell me
this
a
was
joke,
drawn on a
Jason.
real life experience.
Jason, tell me a joke. Your best one.
No.
Okay.
Boom. There it is. And you're right, Fable. That no is effective.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just
Maybe
say
a
okay to
character that
anyone who
says
said no to me. Honestly, except for Tracy, I still stand outside of her building.
Well, I
politely-
mean, that's sensible. We have shifts, don't we?
yeah. Oh wait, shoot! You guys are coming over to my tent place. Well, shoot, let me show you what I got going on. We got snacks over here. I got some drinks. I got a bunch of like plushies over there. Don't mind
Oh,
that.
hey, the squeaky phone. There it is.
Yeah, my squeak. Yes, that is my phone. That's just my phone. It's just it lets me know whenever there's something's going on. Like hey, there's a storm coming by. Like, oh, neat.
Finally.
Just what I wanted.
But by the way, Seraphine and Nico have kidnapped one of our chat members. If you check the Discord.
Oh no.
Oh. Oops.
By that I mean the kittens, Seraphine and Nico.
I mean, maybe Victor doesn't have a joke, but I have a joke. Pretty funny.
Tell us.
Funny joke.
Okay. So it's a carrot and a tomato. And then the carrot is like, oh my god, look at that, it's broccoli. And then the tomato was like, oh my god, a talking carrot. Have a nice day.
I want to imagine that would actually make Victor laugh.
It's funny because of the.
Just the dumbest
good
possible
joke, I
joke
like
is
it.
what would make him crack up.
Because I'm sure he's just heard it all too.
It's actually
you
funny
know?
because Ivy was proud to say it, and he would be proud of Ivy for trying to do something. Because
I don't think that's how he operates.
no, I don't think so either. I'm
No.
sorry. I tried to be positive.
All right, I want to tell Victor one of my jokes.
He would be proud
Oh,
of
boy.
Ivy attempting to do something other than crimes, but that's kind of like a joke crime, so I guess I don't know.
One of those
Oh,
joke
yes,
crimes you
what
hear so much about.
Yeah.
Fable, go, make a joke. I want to
Well,
hear
in the way that puns are criminal.
Oh no, absolutely.
it. I mean,
I just like the term.
my
Joke crimes.
Yeah.
my available English jokes are pretty low.
That's
Did you
okay.
do
English
French?
jokes in general are.
Give me a French
I have
joke.
I have
Tell.
a fun fact. Oh, sorry.
Tell.
Go for it. I want the fun fact.
Did you know that we have just the right amount of bones in our bodies to create a skeleton?
What?
Amazing.
Hey, Kaz. Another
Yeah,
fun
well,
fact. Have you considered those bones are currently moist?
Yeah.
I hate that word.
Also,
All of your bones are wet right now. They're all wet bones.
water
Every
is wet,
bone.
guys.
And they're in the dark. Unless
But
you
are
smile,
they-
some of them are, but not. But
Are they dipped in peanut
Here's
butter?
the thing, though.
Tracy, do
Is
you want to know
water
that
wet?
answer?
No.
Let me in your house, Tracy.
Jason,
I'll show you the steps.
Are they wearing
new.
socks full of peanut butter? I need to know.
Newt, what is
Jason.
new?
Also, I apologize. My audio quality went down. I'm on my phone at the moment because I'm having to take care of some things. But I heard the bit about the jokes,
Yes.
and I had one that I think would make Jason lose his shit or
Oh, boy.
die.
Do it.
Oh.
We'll see.
Sounds risky.
So, a horse walks into a bar, and the bartender asks the horse, "Would you like a drink?" And the horse says, "I think not," and vanishes. Now, some philosophy students in the room might chuckle because they would recount the famed philosopher René Descartes, who coined the phrase, "I think, therefore I am." But I had to explain that afterwards, otherwise I would have put Descartes before the horse.
Nice. I love it. Excellent.
That's actually pretty good.
I like that
I
a
don't
lot.
understand what happened.
Descartes, the name
Descartes
of the
is
philosopher.
the philosopher.
Don't worry about it, Kaz.
Once you explain it, it's
My
just
brain
not funny anymore.
I was literally like, "Oh, this is gonna be a good one," and then as he explained, I was like, "Oh no, I don't get it." Don't explain it. Don't explain it. It's better. It's okay.
It's
It's
like
okay. Don't
nothing.
explain it.
Yeah.
I would rather you not explain it to ruin it for others. Don't explain it. I'll get it one day in my lifetime, but now is not the time.
Okay, I guess we'll move on. Somebody has asked for Victor to tell chat to cease and desist.
Chat. Cease and desist is nonsense. Grow up.
So, do you want us to assist you?
I mean, he would really just shorten that to no, also.
Yeah.
So,
Also, no.
stop.
I'm trying to remember. Man, I think I had a joke that really tickled me recently. I'm trying to keep going. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna remember it.
Next Jason question was, could you do a sea shanty?
I mean, I could. But would you want me to?
Yes.
Yes, but
Oh, geez,
Are
trying
you
to think
lucky?
trying to think of my favorite sea shanties.
Don't worry, Jason. We're all just looking at you now.
Now we are ready to head for the horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond to be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to be rollicking randy dandy, oh. There you go. There's a bit of randy dandy.
God, I love that
Oh my
man.
god, it was so good.
Very nice, very
Good
It was
nice.
okay.
job.
That was definitely
Wow.
lower than it should have been. It should be more like man the stout capstans and heave with a will. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be driving our way down the hill to be rollicking randy dandy. Oh, should be more like that. But I didn't want to be too loud. But now I don't care.
If you ever make it to Canada, I'll take you on my sailboat and we have to sing sea shanties like that.
I would love
You
to.
have a boat?
I know many. I know
have a
many a
boat?
sea shanty, so I would love to go on a boat with you. That'd be wonderful.
You have a
Deal.
boat? I'm sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
is he turned-
You have a boat,
Oh, it's a tiny, tiny boat.
but you have one. You have a boat.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I live
I
by a
will-
lake, Fable.
I will.
Oh, I didn't know
I
that.
will
That's
hop into the
fantastic.
water and prove to you guys how bad I can swim. But I can do it. While also
Yeah,
trying to
I learned
keep up with the
sailing when I
sea
was a kid. I mean, I never took classes or anything, but I have a boat and I can sail it.
Can you fish? Can we fish? Are we allowed to fish?
Yeah.
Awesome.
don't you need a permit for that nowadays?
Well, I'm learning how to drive, so
Ah,
I taught it for 10 years as well. I never got classes.
fair enough.
I taught kids that were 5-year-old how to sail, and they didn't die. So I guess
how
I'm
much
doing
money did they make?
an okay job. Yeah, I have a tiny, tiny
Sailing?
boat.
Do you get it? Play on sell. Money, making money, selling
Hey,
things.
you mean
sell.
like the song? Sail?
No.
I forget anything else about the song except the guy goes, Sail!
And then he screams.
And,
Yeah.
and because of memes, I associate that automatically with cat face planting.
Thanks, me.
I just associate anything like extreme happening with that song. Oh, good old Vining days before whatever else is now popular posted and starts showing up.
TikTok?
TikTok. Yeah,
TikTok, just
it's not fine.
Vine. It's basically Vine is all it is.
Oh shit! I just remembered the joke, and I have to get out of here to have dinner, so I will leave you with this.
Okay.
All right. So Schrodinger is driving along, right, and he gets pulled over by the cops, and the officer knocks on the window and says, "Do you have anything in the trunk?" And Schrodinger just says, "A cat." The officer opens the trunk and he goes, "The cat's dead." And Schrodinger goes, "Well, now it is." The end. Your
I always,
Descartes thing reminded me of that.
I always have to
Oh,
fight
wait.
the urge to thoroughly explain Schrodinger's cat when people make jokes about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I found a picture of my boat.
There's one last question for you before you go, which
Sure.
is, have you heard of the Weller Man?
Oh, yes. As someone who has a
What is this?
wide enjoyment of sea shanties, I was very excited when everyone was like, "Ooh, TikTok is into sea shanties." I'm like,
TikTok.
"Great! Oh, never mind. TikTok is into only one sea shanty,
And
and
sea
that's the
shanty.
Wellerman song." And
Yep.
that's the only one that TikTok ever bothered with, which is kind of a shame because there are a lot of really great.
Good ones.
Yeah, I mean, Wellerman's a great one, but it's not. I don't believe it's like a
But there's
super traditional
more.
sea shanty. But do they want me to do a little bit of Wellerman?
I don't know what it
Whatever
is.
Don't know if
shit
they
you
do,
want,
but
man.
we can.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, dipped down, oh blow, my bully boys blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. You happy?
Yes.
I-
There you go. There's a little
Tracy's
bit
sounding
of
giddy over there. Hey, Tracy.
It's a good song. It's a good song, but like I was like, oh great, TikTok, the kids are getting into sea shanties. Excellent. Oh, just
Well,
this one again. And
now
then
we
this
know
one again. and
after
then
the
this
short comes out and the numbers go up, we need to have a Victor sea shanty thing.
Oh,
so
God.
Can we
that,
change the
Victor
homework?
singing it
Can
is
we
a
change
thing.
the homework? Can the homework just be Pirate of Victor now, please?
Oh boy.
Pirate Victor? That sounds valid.
Pirate
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tugging is done, we'll take our leave and go. Yeah.
Wow,
Victor
that,
doing
that
that
is
is-
really
Thank
good,
you.
actually.
Yeah.
Well, thank
You're
you.
really good
Can
at
we
those.
please?
Like, I'm serious right now.
Oh, thank
I want
you.
to learn how to sing pirate shanties.
They-
Those sound so much fun.
I'm never hired to sing. They never let me sing. I think they
gotta
assume I
change
can't
that.
because my voice is so low.
You know
But-
what we have to do now? Mm-hmm.
Victor sings the Christmas classics. Jingle
Oh, no.
bells,
Like Crazy Christmas album when? I want to be part of that. I want to be
It sounds so
part of that.
miserable. It's like that whole entire.
Yes.
You know how they advertise like CDs and stuff where they have like the face,
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
All
that.
the great Christmas classics. I'll be home for Christmas.
He sounds so miserable.
He's just brimming with that old Christmas cheer.
That old Christmas cheer.
Yeah.
Ah, that old rascal Victor.
We wonder when he's gonna smile next time we get him to sing these songs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like that nobody said anything about the boat picture being upside down.
Why is that boat
Boat
picture upside down?
Where's the
Because
boat
I lended
picture?
it to some kids.
Oh, I found. Oh, your poor boat is upside down. Look at this. It's
Oh, your
upside
boat's a
down.
baby.
Upside
Oh,
down
nice.
boat.
that's a good boat.
That is a good little boat. I like that boat.
That is a very deep lake, considering the sail is like 23 foot high.
Oh no.
It's a cute little baby
Yes, I
boat.
show this is the boat. It is a little boat with a little sail. That's so cute.
It's a little guy. It's a little
It's
dude.
a
He's
little-
just
It's just a
He's
little
all-
guy.
he's just doing his best. He's ready to go out to sea and he's ready to listen to all those
Yeah.
awesome pirate shanties. He's all like, I'm a boat and I'm gonna do my best.
You gotta animate that.
Little boat dude.
So I got one character down.
You did it.
Aw.
Wake
Have a
out
good
is
day.
the closest to the screen, so he'll have the most complicated
Yeah.
animation. So.
Oh, I thought you were saying that
Quincy on
because
the-
Jason left.
What?
I thought you were saying we got one character down because Jason left and was like,
No,
oh, that's
no.
so sad.
Oh no, I
You're
didn't leave
saying
just
hi.
yet, but I am prepping
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Yeah.
Yes, but thank you all for hanging out and asking questions and I adore all of you in the chat. Thank you for having me. So I'll catch you guys next time.
Thanks.
It
Everybody
was
be
fun
well.
talking to you,
Stopping by.
Jason.
Always a
Pleasure's
pleasure.
all mine. Pleasure's
Mhm.
mine, I assure you.
Have a beautiful
Okay.
day, Jason.
Oh,
Take it
thank
easy.
you.
Enjoy your
Cheers,
dinner.
everybody. Will
Bye.
do. Cheers.
Bye bye.
See you.
Will do or mildew?
He
I
doesn't
think
like
I'm gonna
mildew.
go get
Yeah,
some
Victor's not a
sherbet
fan
because
of
it is
the-
hot. It's hot right now for
Fungus.
me, so I'm gonna go get some sherbet so I can cool down. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
You guys can
I have a voice
continue to
line-
enjoy looking at this.
I
Yeah,
have
you
a
guys
voice
make
line
my
for-
night super fun. Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice of you to stop by. These streams are always fun. I have a voice line for you, actually, Izzy.
What? Me? What is it?
1 second. There you go.
Where? How?
In
Did you
the
DM
Lack-
it?
Lackadaisy stream accompaniments. I just posted it.
Oh, did they mean like the restaurant? They have
Yeah.
very long potato fries there. Always
Yeah.
impressive. I went there
they-
once in my life and I was
But
scared.
they wanted you to say that line.
Wait, with Victor's voice?
They did not specify.
Can we hear Z try and do Victor?
Not again.
You,
Oh, you missed it, Newt.
you missed it, Newt.
Oh, damn.
Mademoiselle, this is a Wendy's. Oh wait, did they want the French accent? I don't know what they want. What do you want from me, peeps?
I don't think they specify. They
They have
just said,
people.
Zabirdbrain,
Like,
could you say that?
well, Mademoiselle, this is a Wendy's.
Oh, damn it. I thought it was a Hobby Lobby. I'll get out of here then.
Didn't expect that.
You know, people surprise you sometimes. They come into places and they start fussing, and you're like, "Man, this is a Wendy's. Could you please like see yourself out the door, please?"
Yeah, it's kind of a meme where people basically say something absolutely ridiculous, and somebody just says, "Hey, this is a Wendy's. Get out."
Oh,
Yeah, basically,
I'm
you're
really
acting up
bad
at the.
at
You're acting. No, you're fine. It's basically the hunter thing. Like you're acting up and demanding something at the wrong place.
Yeah, anytime someone barges in unbidden with their extreme emotions about
now I
something, you just
get
kind of
it.
like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
But now I get it. It's like somebody would be like, Mademoiselle, this is a Wendy's. Like you.
Yeah, like you
It's
were
just
like
the
you
French
were
version.
ranting at someone working at a fast food restaurant as if they were going to be able to solve your problems or something.
They're coming to you with like their therapist needed problems, and you're like, this is a Wendy's. I don't know what to do.
Not equipped to deal with your shit. Sorry.
You'd have like that French lady who's like, Monsieur, il est où mon croissant? And then the person would be like, Mademoiselle, this is a Wendy's.
Take the frosty. That's all your
Something was
problem.
wrong with their bread.
That's how you make a French Mademoiselle. This is a Wendy's. Specifically.
Well,
It sounds so much
used to
fancier
work
that way.
part-time. I used to work part-time in Paris, so I had to mimic the accent for my own survival. So I got
Oh yeah,
Oh,
'cause
For your
for myself.
yeah, they
Yeah.
won't understand us there if we don't.
No.
pick
Or
the
they
French
will, but
accent.
they'll pretend not. Then it's good.
because the thing I like about like what I learned like well in French class in my high school days is like I do believe there are certain words specific for a specific gender. I do believe, if that's what I recall. Right? Am I wrong? Or am I right? I don't know.
You mean like
Correct me if I'm
la,
wrong.
le, that kind of thing? Yeah, like words.
Yeah,
that
like-
Most Latin language have it.
Mm-hmm.
Like Spanish, Italian, French.
Well,
Yep.
it was just the first time I've heard of it, so it caught my attention. So I was like,
yeah,
oh,
how
that's
you
pretty
can have
neat.
like a chair is actually a lady, but like a shoe is not a lady. So you got lady tables, lady chair, but you got manly shoes.
Dang, women, you're not allowed to wear shoes. Sorry.
No, it's not because they're allowed or not. It's like the word has an.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm sorry. That was a joke.
I was making a joke as well. I'm not
Oh,
really
great.
kidding. I
Dang
know
it.
you guys know.
I missed. I'm just gonna put us both inside of little caps, these little hats, so like just. I want to learn French one day. That is another language I want to learn. Not gonna lie.
All right,
We'll
do
have
we,
to come
do
hang
we
out
got
here
more
then.
questions?
Oh, we have a ton of questions. That was my last specific to Z or Jason one, but I have a backlog of like a page and a half. So I guess next one, JLVS Toon asks, how do you use 3D models in my cartoon? I'm making a cartoon series and I really need that info for it.
How do we use 3D models?
Yeah.
We use Blender, and then we animate like a gun or a car or whatever in Blender. We have like rough animation, and then you kind of like you can superimpose your rough animation onto the camera that you're going to be looking through in 3D, and then you can kind of like fit props and stuff into the character's hands, and then export that out again as like a PNG sequence and import that back into your 2D animation software. So that's one way to do it.
Usually you
There's
can just
a couple
export it
ways.
3D,
Yeah.
but we just haven't found a way to make it work.
Mm-hmm. There is a way to import 3D models into Blender. Then you could like trace those 3D models, but Toon Boom, but Toon Boom doesn't do rigging, and it also doesn't really do textured stuff unless you have a specific plugin through Maya. Well, we don't use Maya, we're using Blender, so we don't have that. But
Cough,
yeah,
cough.
there's a
Right.
few ways to
One
do it.
thing I could say to someone who wants to put 3D into their animated short or something, like test it as early as you can,
Mhm.
because like outside of Lackadaisy, I also have other jobs. just so you know, people. And one of them is to look over lots of different studios in production in the world. And everybody's like, "Oh, we're gonna keep 3D for last." I'm like, "You really don't want to do that?" And they're like, "Yeah, we."
No.
And then it happens that they have to do the 3D, and they're like, "Oh crap! It actually doesn't work like we intended it would." I'm like, "Yeah, because I told you that like 6 months ago." But you know, test it as soon as you can. It's gonna be helpful. 3D is complicated.
3D is integrated into our pipeline in multiple ways, both like in the very beginning, like in storyboarding, and then for backgrounds. So like that's the environment itself. Like what you're looking at on screen right now is a render of a 3D background that's then going to be painted over to get like a more handmade quality to it. But right now this is being used for layout purposes. So we use it for the backgrounds as like reference point, and then we also use it for the characters for like objects like guns and stuff, which you could animate by hand, but it's really annoying and you would have to simplify it down so much. And kind of one of the aesthetic things in Lackadaisy is having this verisimilitude of objects in place. So if we abstracted the guns down too much, it might make it kind of difficult to read like what they are like. And also on top of that, guns are just annoying to draw. They're really annoying to draw, and we would constantly be telling people, no, you drew it wrong, and fixing it. And so it's easier to just be like, here's a 3D model, just pose it in their hands. Just there
even getting the hands right around the gun is tricky enough, like getting the gun right, and then also just drawing it in correct perspective from every angle just would be, yeah, it would take us so much longer to do anything. We would have had to cut out like all the guns and cars. It just wouldn't have been possible to do without 3D tools available to us, but fortunately they are. And yeah, like Fable was saying, we also use 3D for layout and things to block out environments and everything.
3D is amazing!
Yep, it is very useful.
It's a useful tool, even just to like back up something traditionally done.
Yeah, I would say any
like
go
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to end that with like, even if you are looking to get into a 2D animation career, like learn 3D. Just do yourself a favor and learn Blender.
Yeah.
It's gonna get used a lot more in
but I
productions.
also learned 3D and it's so helpful. Even if you don't do it, but at least you know what the terminology and what the process is, because a lot of 2D animators I know, they just think of 3D as like this godlike thing that it can't have access to, and then like it's magic. I'm like, it's actually not magic. Like you can learn that thing, and you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's helpful to have. Because like there's too many times like, let's say you were animating a deer, and you're like, God, these damn antlers. What if you just had 3D antlers that you could just put on the character? And just erase that.
Yeah, and in case you
Just don't
think
be
that's
proud.
cheating, when Disney did Bambi, they had 3D models of the deer antlers that they would photograph and trace from different angles, because drawing it by hand made it look all wobbly and not dimensional. So, like, they've been doing this for a long, long time. They just had other means of doing it. 3D is just a more,
It's just another
I'll have
tool.
triple
That's all it
check,
is.
but I
It's just
think
another tool.
I'll have to triple check, but didn't they do that for 101 Dalmatian?
Yeah,
Yep,
for
the
the
car.
the
Yeah.
car,
Yeah.
yeah.
Was it like a stop
The
model?
car is traced from a model, yeah.
But it was like
Oh,
a
heck,
stop
yeah.
motion thing, right?
I don't. Yeah, they might have. Yeah, they might have actually
Sorta,
filmed it.
Yeah.
Filmed it moving, and
Yep.
it might have been a car model. Yeah, it's like a Duesenberg.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to Google it because that was. I have like clear memory of that. Like they had like this kind of like stop mo set with like the smaller cars and stuff, and it was so cool.
Yeah, pretty much any
There's
animation you see where the car looks very realistic and hard-edged and very convincingly like dimensional, like it's because the film they traced it or something. If it was pre like CG stuff, but starting in about like the very early 90s, late 80s, all that stuff was just 3D at that point. So
Oh, and more, a lot of like productions they're starting to use 3D models to plan out the layout and the background. I mean, you do it
Yep.
for Lackadaisy, which is
Yeah.
amazing. They did it for Klaus as well. A lot of the backgrounds were
Mm-hmm.
like they were
It's-
looking for the right angle with
Yep.
3D. It's so helpful.
Yeah, I use it for
Yeah.
my comic. I will build a like white box model of just like a very rough version of an environment I'm trying to work inside of, and then I can zoom a camera around in there and find the best camera angles to work with. Whereas otherwise, like I tend to draw things like very flat, so I have to like trick myself into not doing that. And it just really helps me. Just like having that 3D space, I can look around and be like almost like I'm in an actual room, like as a cinematographer looking for the best way to capture this thing, you know.
I do need to post a more updated version, but on my each Christmas, what I like to do is an advent calendar with lots of gifts. We had one from Lackadaisy, which was funny.
Oh.
But I did have like a bunch of 3D models. If some people are interested in playing with those, they're free. I can send the link
nice.
somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, if you want to paste it into
There.
Discord here, we will repost it in the
Free
chat.
stuff for your
Um,
enjoyment.
Oh, lovely.
Tracy mentioned that she makes white box models of various scenes and rooms and whatnot, and it gives that feeling of being in the physical space so that you can map it out as you're creating it. In the exact set that Fable is looking at right now, when I was making that, I would frequently, at certain milestones, port it into a VR space and actually walk around in it to make sure things like scale and grandeur and architectural elements felt correct and cohesive with one another.
That is so great.
And it's really like it's a trick I learned from working in games, because game development does it too. Like that you just build a white box model, like a very rough version of anything, before you actually go in and actually model and texture and everything. So you know, if you're doing level design sort of stuff or designing an environment in which you're going to do some, you know,
This is witchcraft.
yeah, yep.
There was a
Pretty much-
follow-up.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was
Pretty much
sharing
anything you do in art, sorry, Knox. Pretty much anything you do in art, like 3D is going to come into it in one way or another, even if it's not like directly part of the workflow. It might be a very useful tool to have for like just planning and plotting things out. So yeah, definitely, if you can, and in fact, there's no impediment at this point because Blender is completely free. You should, you know, toy around with it and familiarize yourself with it.
If somebody tells you it's cheating, they are stupid and mean, and don't listen to them. Listen to us.
They're not thinking
are
about
right.
how hard it
Like,
is to make things. It's
not only
please
that, but
don't
it's like-
kill
like,
yourself over cartoons. Yeah.
Which tool you use to facilitate your making of art is not cheating. If 3D is cheating, like it takes skill, it takes knowledge and practice, and like you have to apply your art skills to doing things with it. It's not like it just like does it for you. It's like you have. Some things are automated, like you know, but it's like you still have to know what you're doing. It's not. It's like so is like a paintbrush that's cheating? Is buying paint cheating instead of mixing it yourself? Like what isn't cheating? Like it's just like the bar just keeps moving, you know, depending on what the technology is at any given point. And people are like, oh, rotoscoping is cheating, or oh, 3D models are cheating. It's like, come on.
If you're not hunting your own butterflies to grind down into pigment, you're doing it wrong.
Right. We're not at the point where you just like hit a button and the art happens exactly how you want it. So like, and all
Oh
of the,
god,
all
I
of the
forgot about
oil
the
that-
I wish.
the lamp. Oh. Oh yeah.
I forgot about the
The
lamp.
laugh love
Oh,
lamp.
God.
How can you forget about the lamp? Come on.
I threw the thing into a black
yeah.
hole in an animation to try and put
I
I know I
ourselves
have
there.
the video footage of that.
I love lamp.
But also Tomb Boo says drop the damn VR link, don't be shy, her words not mine. I would be happy to make the Lackadaisy Speakeasy a VR space for something like VR chat, but it was not in that. I was in VR in a custom build of Blender that I assembled over like 2 months to get VR working for it. So in the future, yes, I would love to have that as a VR chat space. And hell, you can quote me on that. I'm trying to make that happen. But in time.
Come on, you're not busy. What's taking so long? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna hit me. There was a follow-up question from Fizzy earlier, which was, what about clay sculpting instead of 3D?
That's also helpful. I used to do it a lot for my character design.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of 2D animation would employ. Also, they'd have maquettes of their characters so that animators could rotate them around and look at them and see how to draw them from different angles. And yeah, it was very, very useful to have reference, whether it's on a digital on a screen or whether it's an actual like physical object.
And sometimes it's not about having this exact sculpt of that character, but just a shape that resembles it. Like if you have to draw a bird and you cannot figure out the freaking beak.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually have a.
I mean, sometimes a small baby carrot can be the beak of. Then you can just look at it and moving through in your hand. Really helpful.
I had made a hat drawing tutorial where I suggested like cutting yourself a circle of paper to figure out how to draw the brim of a hat, because it can be confusing to figure out like how to draw that from different angles. Like just get a piece of paper and it's basically that's how it works, you know? If you're drawing a fedora or something.
True.
The next question.
Fable, I think you might have to show them lamp because I don't know that chat.
Lamp? I showed them the lamp. I did.
Oh, you did.
You guys want
lamp?
to see lamp
okay.
again?
How
much do you love lamp? I love lamp. Here's lamp again. More lamp.
Okay, sorry. More lamp content for this lamp stream we have going
Quality
here.
lamp stream. Yeah.
I will say, Z, if you happen to have that video on hand, the Discord channel was asking to see the video.
Also, I think
Avery's Am I allowed to post it?
Avery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, you can come on into the if you want to join Lackadaisy and talk to us. You know, we can invite you in if you feel like it. But if not, no pressure.
Yeah.
Avery is one of our animators.
Yeah, no.
Hey, dude. You want to come say hi to people? Talk about animating on this here cartoon project?
Come.
Or hang around for my next question, which is the complete opposite tone.
Oh no. You got my interest.
The next question is from Octomar. Which fictional character do you want to marry?
Wait, who's that question for?
What?
As like a group or like all of us?
They asked that in general. I believe the question was asked during one of Kaz's marriage discussions about Zim.
Oh, okay. None of them?
I'm gonna go with that answer also. I would prefer a partner that exists.
I do very much enjoy fictional characters, obviously, but I'm not.
Well, Wicca's rich. So, I mean,
true.
Do you want to have every need taken care of, basically? I guess. And he's a rock nerd.
But then
what do you do?
I mean,
life gets boring.
I guess.
Oh, you found it new?
Well, it's like you don't want to like. I don't know. There's a certain integrity and self-esteem you get out of taking care of yourself and your own needs. You don't want to be like.
We're talking about marrying fictional characters. There is no integrity. Throw that out the window.
Okay. All right. Fuck it. I'll
free bonbons forever. Yeah.
Fancy ass cars and
hopefully not die of drunk driving.
Hang out in his. I'm not getting in the car with him. I'll drive. I'm definitely not getting in that. I know better than that.
I insist on this.
I do like reminding you that this exists because it's hilarious to me, but you do have that on record in one of your very old pictures.
I know, old stupid drawings in which I said dumb things, yes. Revealed too much. I feel differently at this point in time. You know, when you first start working on a character, you are kind of like in love with the character, you're in love with the idea, and then you get to know the character and you're like, oh, yeah, they're flawed. there's something off about this one needs to fix some shit before their marriage material. Get your act together.
Don't really make fictional characters and then go, yeah, I wanna marry that one. It's like not really how I think about character creation.
No,
it's like, you're a piece of shit, and you're a piece of shit. You're just a mess. You're okay.
Yeah, they're a lot more fun to write and work with when they have issues, and if they're just like a perfect angel, then it's like, what are you even gonna tell anybody about them?
So boring.
These are like the worst character. Like, there was this book series here that I always hated, and like the characters are just like good from the get-go. I'm like, no, make them like super flawed
Gory.
so that they can fix themselves, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Also, hello, Avery.
Hey, Avery.
Hey,
Hello.
Oh, hey.
I
Welcome.
made it.
You did. You have arrived. But
Yeah.
where?
So
From where? I'm not sure. I just walked into the room and then I was here.
Ugh. Power.
Mm.
I know it's like one of those sitcoms, and then everyone goes Norm.
Avery!
suddenly you're on set.
It's like where did Norm
Yeah.
come from? You know?
I don't know. Who's Norm?
Didn't he? Well, from Cheers.
Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Predates everybody.
Oh no, my age
I
is
do
showing.
remember watching
Nobody
some
look.
Cheers. No.
Yeah,
I watched some
Cheers
Cheers,
was on-
not by choice, but...
It was on well into the 80s, but did it go into the 90s? I don't know. Maybe it did.
No, it
Maybe,
was
like-
always reruns. It
Oh, okay.
was always reruns that I saw. I don't think there was any, like, Cheers I watched that was like,
Yeah.
this is that show that's currently...
People
I don't even know what it is.
You might know what Frasier
It's a
is, which was a spin-off of Cheers.
Yeah.
That might be more familiar to this
Brendan
particular age
Fraser?
group. No.
Frasier.
Frasier. He had Frasier and Niles Crane. Worthy Kids has done like funny little animations of them.
It was a sitcom about, like, this yuppity guy in Seattle
He's a
who thought
yeah,
highly of
he's-
himself. Yeah.
very posh, like had a radio talk show, psychiatry show type thing. So like Dr. Phil, but on the radio, and also very like sophisticated, you know, or thought he was anyway.
Sophisticated.
He really capitalized on that accent. That's usually
yeah.
what gets
Wait,
us
me?
Mm.
No,
My
Frasier.
accent? I don't have an
No.
accent. You have an accent.
He would talk in this
Frasier,
kind of
sort of
like
like a-
fake, posh, almost British sounding accent. But
Yeah,
it's like
you
that
might
wasn't-
mistake
Yeah.
him and Niles for British, but they're American born, and their dad's like this like, you know, blue collar union guy, like real rugged, and and
Yeah.
they're like, he's got these two sons who are like into the theater, you know, they've gone to Ivy League schools and everything. It's just like comedy of mismatched
Yeah.
types.
The whole thing was kind of like a riff on guys like that, basically, who just like thought so highly of themselves and thought they were better than other people.
Yeah.
So.
Infinite Sky asked, I know you've probably gotten this question before, but what does the term Lackadaisy mean in relation to the plot of the webcomic?
It's kind of well, it's multiple things. It kind of came from the word Daisy, like Little Daisy Cafe. It's kind of just like a play on that word a little bit, but referring to like the underground side of it. And it also is a word that has an etymology that means something slightly different from what we've come to use the word lackadaisical to mean now. But it was more of like an expression of like being woebegone, of being upset, or even sometimes a more dramatic version of that, even like where you're cursing the day that something happened, like alack the day, like curse the day this thing happened. It's sort of like a and then it like from being that, which you actually can find in like Shakespearean prose, he used it quite a bit, alack the day. It became lackaday or alackaday, sort of like evolved into that, and that became an expression of sort of like a sigh, like, oh, like wistful nostalgia, like, oh, this day, like, like kind of like that. And so I don't know, I just kind of felt that was kind of a funny way to treat this story that's largely about a bunch of characters who are stuck on the past in one way or another and can't get beyond it. And it's kind of like it is in itself kind of a nostalgia trip to some prior decade, but also like kind of in a on another level, criticism of doing that sort of thing, or attempts to be anyway. Because it's not especially healthy.
You should probably not look as like, oh yeah, this particular decade, that's when they had their shit together. It's like,
Yeah, there were no. The
Yeah.
point largely is there were no good old days, either in like the grander scheme of it, where we look back on like prior decades of like Americana or something, like, oh, the 50s, that was when America was America. It's like, no, the 50s were awful. And also in like the more personal sense, where like we tend to get hooked up on things in our past and can't move beyond it, to the detriment of, you know, yourself and everyone around you.
Wait, when people say the good old days, they don't mean the late Triassic?
Oh,
they
it
mean
may be.
Backstreet Boys days. Come on, Nux. You should know better.
okay, yeah,
And
no, that was the objective best days with the Backstreet Boys.
Oh yeah.
I know, right?
Yes, the band that was being completely swindled by their sponsor. Yeah, great
yeah.
example.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to move on to the next question, or you?
Sure. Yeah, I think I've rambled on enough about that nonsense. So.
So the next question is: so why are they cats, and also why are they not eels?
Because they're not chickens.
Yeah, cause cats are nature's sociopaths. No, cause cats can be relatable, but also they're an abstraction from reality. It kind of lets me get away with more than I otherwise could, I think, while being a little bit silly. Like, the story is not intended to ever take itself that super seriously. It's not a Chris Nolan
It's so
film.
expressive.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's like also, of course, like the visual utility of having like tail, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, like having tails, big eyes, ears, and things. Like, it's all just extra acting appendages I can use to, you know, let them not only act through the way they talk and things, but to do it through their, you know, perceived emotion and gestures and expressions and things. But I think it would come across in a very different way if I was drawing human characters. Like, Freckle would be like fucking terrifying as a human character, I feel, and like, and not in a good way. Like, oh, that's really disturbing. I don't, you know, but you can kind of like, I don't know. Gangsters have this thing where like we romanticize them quite a bit, although we shouldn't, but we do, and it's sort of like this charisma they have that. But at the same time, like, you can acknowledge that they're really awful, horrible people who've done terrible things. And I don't know, cats just kind of fit that, like they can be so awful, but you still like them sort of mold. So it just seemed like a natural fit. I don't know.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't glamorize cats.
Yeah.
That's the takeaway. Thank you, Avery.
Yeah. Stop romanticizing cats.
Cats are problematic. Stop that.
Yeah.
Do you know how many extinctions were caused by cats? A lot.
Actually,
So stop.
quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah. Don't let your cats eat birds.
There was also a follow-up question to the Lackadaisy stuff from earlier, which was, Tracy, can we have an AU where they're happy?
No.
No.
That's boring. As Victor would say, no. I mean, it's I like telling stories about characters who are miserable, I guess. I don't know. or miserable and morally ambiguous. The makers of their own problems. Authors of their own, you know, suffering.
Fair enough. Next question is from Fizzy. Do we ever see Victor's wife?
I don't know. Do you? Have you been seeing her?
You drew her once, right?
I have drawn her before. I don't think I ever posted the art because I probably didn't finish it. Actually, I had drawn her in a.
Wasn't there a photo
during
of
a
her when in?
Yeah, there was like
a
a photo of her. No, there's a photo of his daughter.
Oh, okay.
there was not a photo of his wife included in that, although she's
Ah.
mentioned in the letter and everything. But I had started the drawing of like the 3 of them at some point, long time ago, during a live stream, and I think I just never finished it. But yeah, I have like drawn her once. I'd have to dig it up, probably somewhere on my old desktop. But she does not make an appearance in the comic directly, though.
Fair enough. Infinite Sky asks, are Rocky's parents ever going to appear in the webcomic?
I mean, his dad took off, and his mom's not living, so.
I think maybe in a flashback.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil stuff, but.
Oh.
Yeah, they can't know that Rocky's mom was Atlas.
Yeah.
What a twist! Whoa, that would be a twist. Mitzi's horrid lesbian romance. No wonder Zib lost. Yeah. In this AU also, it's like she picks Rocky up off the street because it's like, oh, the love of my life, her son. I have to take care of him.
I must raise him. That's my and send him to do crimes. It would teach him the criminal way.
the crime foo.
Crime foo. He's bad at it. Oh god.
We taught him wrong on purpose.
No.
Yeah, Hot Doggo just added, when's Rocky's dad coming back with the milk?
Yeah, he told Rose went out to get cigarettes and never came back. Except Rocky was away from home, and his dad just left town. They had been exchanging letters intermittently, and then he stopped writing back. And Rocky came back to find that he just skipped town and did tell him.
That sucks, bro.
And this is why I adopted him. Anyways, guys.
And that is why Nina allowed him back.
Well,
why Nina puts up with him at all. she like, on one level, she can't fucking stand him, but on another level, she feels bad for him and he's family, and, you know.
Nina puts up with a lot. Bless her
Put up
heart.
with a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. Solette asks, what was Zib's life growing up? Like growing up?
I mean, fairly mundane. He grew up in a family of Polish immigrants. His family are mostly like factory workers. He's definitely the black sheep. He's got brothers who both have, like, you know, wives and children, and he is himself decided not to grow up and just travel around doing music. And so yeah, he's a bit of a odd bird in that way. And his life growing up was probably fairly, I mean, normal, but I wouldn't say he was happy with it. Like, I don't think he ever felt like he fit in amongst those people. So those people, his family, like, he didn't, you people. No, he's just, yeah, felt a little out of place. Milwaukee was not his idea of fun. St. Louis is really not his idea of fun either. Being stuck in one place in general is really not his jam. But yep. I'm sure there was a lot of, like, rough housing between boys, and, you know. He kind of just wanted to play his little recorder, play sexy tunes. Sorry, Docs, go ahead. I didn't interrupt you.
It's okay. I was just gonna move on to the next question. If you've still got stuff to add, don't worry
No,
about it.
if you give me any space, I'll keep talking. So just, like, ask the next question.
The next question was from Beal. Do Freckles' parents still exist?
No,
I mean,
Nina
their
is a figment of
molecules
their
are still in
imagination.
the universe. Yes, Nina is alive. His father is not.
Ghostly just said, spoiler alert, Zib is sad.
Who would have guessed?
Whoa. Deep thoughts with Zib.
Toon Kid asks, if I may ask, how is the production staff?
I exist. See this cat here I'm drawing? That's just me working.
So, the production staff is in the state of Gremlin. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
True. I mean, that never changed, though. That was always the case from the beginning. I am doing okay.
We're
I am
hanging in
eating
there.
food and sleeping, and I stretch. And I am not in pain. So I am stressed out, but I mean, it's I'm managing a big project, and it's
Yep.
tough.
We
Yeah.
signed up for stress.
Yeah.
Signed ourselves up for it. And it has not dissipated.
Nope.
We are tired, but we are making progress.
You gotta be a little masochistic.
Yeah, it's required.
That's
I mean,
animation. Yeah.
that's
That seems to
arts
be the
in
key
general,
takeaway of these streams.
But animation in particular, yes.
Yeah. Maxwell Powell asks, what is your favorite A24 horror movie?
Hereditary, probably. Yeah.
I mean,
I do like-
I wish I had a more interesting answer, but I haven't seen enough A24 movies to
I did
compare.
like Midsummer as well.
I have not seen that one. I was meaning to.
I didn't find it scary in the way, or like, I didn't find it horrifying in the same way that Hereditary was. But it was
I found it funny
interesting.
everybody said
And
that's like Hereditary is the scariest movie ever, and I watched it. It's like
It's not.
to
it's
my
not
opinion, but boy, it has some
scary. It's-
good moments of
Yeah,
just
it's
anxiety.
yeah, right. It kind of like there's some stuff that happens in it that will shake you. It doesn't pull any punches on like
Mhm.
just being like it's horrifying in the way a horror movie is. Like
Mhm.
it's like slasher movies are not
Yeah.
horrifying. They're just silly, goofy violence. But like this is like what makes you feel horrified. And it's horror in that sense, I guess. But haunting too, but not like scary. Like it's not jump scares. There's none of that really. It's jump scares are cheap anyway. I like the kind of horror that follows you home. But
Like a stray cat.
yeah, well, lurks about, makes you want to turn the lights on before you enter a room.
Someone responded to the question with
I like oh, sorry.
Titanic.
Oh.
Titanic wasn't A24, was it?
I
No, A24 did not even exist then.
That's what I thought. It was like, what?
It's a James Cameron like big studio film.
That's what I thought. I was like, wait, something I missed something.
I think The Witch as well was A24, which I really liked. Like they were just like true to form with they didn't try to make it understandable with like modernized English. They had them speaking like colonial era English. It was very fascinating what they did there. Have you seen The Witch Fable?
I have not. There's so many films that I would like to see that I have not seen.
Oh, The Lighthouse. Yeah, Lighthouse is really good too. Yeah, pretty much like all A24 has just been like knocking it out of the park with that. It's like Blumhouse but done well. Blumhouse is just like churning out crap most of the time these days.
Pew 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 pew.
What about you, Avery? What horror's been catching your eye lately?
What horror has
Anything?
been catching my...
Yeah,
Let's
you like any
see.
horror?
Gosh, I kind of like the goofy slashers a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do enjoy those.
Yeah,
But yeah, watching it with friends and just laughing is the kind of the point. But
I think Scream is like a very good one, just because of like how grounded even the villain is. It's just like some weirdo,
mhm.
you know.
Yeah,
and
there's none of that, like, superstitious, supernatural. Like it didn't need it.
Yeah.
Really.
And still, yeah, it's all very funny, and I eventually caught on. All of the movies that they make fun of in like the scary movie parody
Mm-hmm.
are the horror movies I kind of like
Right.
before the parodies too.
The silly thing is though is that like Scream, like they made those scary movie things to make fun of like the Scream franchise, right? But Scream franchise was already making fun of those those movies. Like it was already lampooning them, so it was very self-aware. So it was a little like unnecessary to do the scary movie stuff, except that
we
cash
watched
grab,
that movie. What was it? Black Christmas. That started the whole slasher genre. And it's a movie that holds up really well. It's still gold. Really.
Yeah, it had some like subject matter in it too that I don't think any of these movies would even dare approach at this point in time. Like a woman needing an abortion and things like that. It's like and treating it not as like political fodder or something. It was just like
it wasn't she deserves to die because she had an abortion. It's like no, this is actually part of
it was just
story. It's a significant part of the story.
But a lot of those tropes you see in those films like started out like in the late 70s with like I think Black Christmas was late 70s or maybe it was 80, I don't know. But yeah, and then you watch it and it'll feel all very familiar, but it's because what happened, but it was like kind of like the predecessor to all those slasher movies of the 80s and everything and 90s that came after, so.
But if you want like a recommendation though, I think The Room 1408. I don't think I've talked about that movie.
Yeah, I think that movie was definitely underrated for it's like based on a Stephen King short story and a very like existential horror. But it's got like all that supernatural stuff you want out of like a Stephen King horror. It's not really about that. Which I think is its strength, honestly. But yeah, 1408 definitely would recommend that. It's Samuel Jackson and John Cusack. I think John Cusack, right? Must have been.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I think early 2000s or so was that came out. But yeah, I'm sure you can find it streaming on just about anywhere. Must be on Amazon Prime or something.
2007.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
But a lot of the newer ghost movies have been something that I've been enjoying, like The Conjuring and all the Annabelle spin-offs and stuff like that.
Yeah. What's his name? Stephen Wan? Is that his name? Is it Stephen? I can't remember. James Wan. Okay. I thought Insidious was a strong entry in that, and I kind of thought The Conjuring was okay, but I kind of like that stuff where the ghost just shows up and starts like throwing people around the room, but it's invisible and all that. It's just, that never really, I never found that. Yeah. It just seems silly and just I don't know, takes me out of it. And I also like the Warrens are people I think are terrible and I shouldn't be glorified, but oh well. For the purposes of the storytelling in the film, whatever. But they were con artists who just took advantage of people, and
did not know about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, they were real wrapped up in like they're almost certainly going to do one of those films with like the Amityville stuff because they were most famous, I think, for butting into the Amityville thing, which was already a bunch of nonsense, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere there was opportunity for them to get their faces on, camera or into a memoir or something, they'd be there with their supposed ghost hunting skills.
Right. Well,
but yeah, the movies have their moments, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I've always wondered about them because so often I hear from like because I'm a little bit of a science buff, so like I'll listen to people like Bill Nye speak and stuff like that, and a lot of them will say, well, there's no recorded evidence of like poltergeists or like ghost happenings or anything like that. So I always ask myself, like, well, these guys are real famous, so where do they sit? So the fact that they're well-known con artists.
Oh yeah, I
they're
mean,
like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Like, yes, they're historically famous, but not in the way this movie wants you to think.
right.
Yeah.
What about Poltergeist? Yeah, good movie. We watched that. Stephen Spielberg. Like as close as Steven Spielberg really gets to horror, I guess. But yeah, we watched that several months ago now on stream.
Yeah.
On the work server at some point. Yeah. Yep, it's a fun one.
What do we think of the re-release of Halloween, or I think it was like the 2006 version?
Oh, I didn't
Or like
see
the kid,
that.
it started with like the kid being like a problem kid, and then he grew up to be the killer later.
Myers. I didn't see. Yeah, I don't think I saw that, but I do kind of like. I don't know. I don't know that every one of these characters really needs a backstory so that we sympathize with them or something.
Well,
I understand.
mean,
Like Jason Voorhees had a backstory, like right from the start.
Yeah.
His like that first movie was basically his backstory, but
sure.
yeah, I don't know about like retrofitting them with like this depth. They're just kind of like the whole point is like he's a faceless murderer, and that's what the scary thing is
Sure.
because you don't really know what you're dealing with. It's just
Well, interestingly enough, he doesn't really have a sympathetic stance. They just kind of show him as a kid also just being a psychopath going through like
okay.
the common like trends of like first they start with like torturing animals and then
yeah.
they grow up
Ah,
like,
okay.
even
So
more
he was-
janky because they tried taking him to therapy and he just was not taking to it.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Well, that's at least I didn't like pull the like. Oh well, he was sad, so he had to murder.
I mean, he did have like he had his own perspective on his relationship with his sister, which is interesting because his sister was like very normal and like sure like kind of mean older sister vibes, but like he would take it like 50 steps too far for everything. So
Oh,
it's
sense
like
proportion.
he does not do himself any favors sympathy wise.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I tend to not really. I don't seek out the remakes of that stuff generally or the reboots or whatever. But
Yeah, fair enough. I was just in
Definitely.
high school. I saw it on a first date with some girl.
cool.
I don't even seek out horror movie. They're too scary. Oh my god.
Oh.
One
Yeah,
of the
it's definitely not for
scariest
everybody.
I've seen.
What is the scariest you saw?
I said one of the scariest I've seen is Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Oh yeah, you're
I was
Aw.
terrified of that thing. Still am today. Oh.
We just
So,
watched
you-
Werewolf Within. That was really interesting. If you want
Yeah.
interesting werewolf movie, this is a werewolf movie that I'm gonna just let werewolf fans know. It's less about the werewolf than you think. And I can't say more than that without spoiling it, but you won't
But
be
maybe
disappointed
that's
in the film. Yeah. It's a,
Maybe that's
that
because
is-
It's a satisfying movie.
What are you saying, Z?
maybe that's because like werewolves are usually like a big part of like the folk here when we're kids. Like maybe I got told about them too much. Like I actually like I think it would scare me less than like ghosts because ghosts they're just like these unknown thing. They're just there. Like I don't know. I might give
Yeah,
it a
pretty
try.
sure
Maybe
werewolves don't
don't
exist.
Yeah, exactly. That's a thing. But like ghosts, are just like
Your brain's probably not gonna like take a weird noise and go werewolf like it would go ghost.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
counterpoint.
Yeah.
Mike exists.
If Mike was a werewolf, Ashley would be more
Very
satisfied. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, werewolves.
I always imagine
Yeah.
were bunnies
Oh.
as like these bunnies in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Like the bunny would just slaughter everyone. That was insane. But is it in the Holy Grail? Yeah, it is in
Yeah.
Monty Python.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Uh,
gonna get some ice
Werewolves
water. I'll be
sound-
right back.
Yeah, I gotta go too. But thank you for having me. You made my evening much funnier because I have to clean my house, and that was funnier. So
Oh.
thank you.
No,
Okay.
you could keep listening in even if you're not chatting. If you want.
I'll probably for a little bit. I'll just mute.
Take care, Z.
Oh, Psycho is a great movie. Yeah.
you.
I actually really liked what's it called? Vertigo. Vertigo is oof. It's a little too real. That was a good Hitchcock film though. One second, I gotta go get some ice water. I'll be right back.
Next question from Infinite Sky. Has anyone ever heard of the fairy tale book Struwelpeter?
No, I don't think so.
I googled
me.
it. It looks like it certainly looks like German fairy tales. There's a character that looks like Freddy Krueger, or has Freddy Krueger
Oh.
claws on the front.
Interesting.
1800 Germans fairy tales, good old stuff. Simon asks, kind of a dumb question. Do I need to know every type of paper, pencil, and eraser to be a professional artist?
No.
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 You don't even have to use pencil or
No,
paper
all
to
you
be
need is a
professional
big
artist.
pen. These are the best thing.
Yeah, seriously. Like I
Yeah.
started like
Big
I
pen.
think it probably
Yes.
in my youth most of the drawing practice I got was drawing with a, ballpoint pen in my notes in school, like on lined paper. Doesn't not.
Yep.
Just
It's
know
not
your
that
favorite.
Saying, oh, do I need to know classical music before I start to sing? It's like, no, you can just do what you want.
Yep.
It's just all that
No.
knowledge is just accumulated. It's just tools. That's all it is. It's just
Yeah,
tools.
I mean, start out with what you know. Use just regular implements, everyday implements, and then like maybe expand from there and try different things. But you don't need to like understand the ins and outs of like cold press, hard press paper and things like that to
Yeah.
draw on it.
Depends how pretentious you want to be, I guess.
Yeah.
The next question was from Noberto. Have any of you guys seen the Japanese horror movie Tokyo: The Last Megapolis?
No.
I
Is
have
it
not,
animation
no.
or live action?
I think Noberto actually just left, so I don't
Oh,
think we're gonna get an answer. Sadly.
Or... Belated good night to Noberto.
Yeah. Maxwell Powell asks, "What's the most disturbing horror movie you've ever seen?"
Hostile.
Yeah, that's maybe Martyrs.
I
French
saw
film, actually.
the remake of Suspiria. That was pretty disturbing film.
Yeah, that's up there. It's disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to
With the guy
think of a very.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of something very sarcastic, like, oh, I know, Teletubbies. There you go.
That's not a
It's
film,
kind of
though.
horrifying, though.
Yeah.
The Passion.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was like a torture porn film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Toon Kid asks, speaking of clowns, because this was way a while ago, why aren't there any regular clowns in mainstream media anymore?
I
There's
mean,
nobody like
I think there are.
clowns.
Ronald McDonald's
I mean,
a clown.
There are. I mean, Pennywise is mostly a clown. Sometimes. I mean, when it's not a galactic spider alien thing. I get that.
like-
Yeah, I think clowns. We tend to more associate clowns more with like horror and disturbing things, and John Wayne Gacy than
I don't know. I
like
think there's some like
enjoyment and
children's
fun and-
preschool shows that have clowns, right?
are there?
I remember
don't
there was this
know.
whole like show with clowns were the characters, and it was like this character who was like, she was always like presented in this giant chair. She had like poofy pigtails.
Well, Big Top
Everybody's a
Burger
clown.
has clowns.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Has definitely the cutest, most appealing clowns I've ever seen. And I don't know that you wouldn't call it mainstream media, but you know, it's extremely popular. But
extremely popular on YouTube is the new mainstream media.
True. Yeah. I mean, yeah. YouTube is pretty much mainstream now. I mean, yeah.
Next question, I guess. Beetle asks, guilty pleasure song.
Rickroll.
Guilty.
That song's unironically
Britney
good.
Spears' Toxic.
Toxic,
There you
yeah.
go.
Toxic was the first time I heard Britney. I was like, oh, I actually like it.
I am going to avoid answering the question by asking you the next one.
Oh, we want to know now.
I have no idea.
Oh.
I listened to plenty.
Is it a sea shanty?
I mean, Lawman's pretty good, though. I think the Jason version might be my favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I listen to plenty of weird, random music, but nothing that would be particularly interesting.
Yeah. Well, Britney Spears is not my usual fare, but yeah, it's just a song that I happen to think slaps.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, she is a really good musician. She just is a bit. Well, there's a lot of
There's
weird
like a whole
stuff
thing
around
right
her.
now where she's.
There's
yeah.
her conservatorship has been quite a
that was
bit
messed up.
lately. Yeah, it's so fucked up. Oh, man.
It's
Like
not okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, this should not be possible to do that. It completely messed up her whole life.
There's quite a bit of that going on in the States right now, actually. You guys have some weird shit with that stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just some people pull that kind of shit just to take advantage of family members, and she just has to be the most high profile version. Of
there's
that.
a lot of weird ways that like wealthy families control their children with money. And it's kind of sick, but normalized in their spheres. But like to us, it's like that is fucking really controlling and bizarre, manipulative. And, like families who give their kids like only certain options for what career path they can follow and stuff, or otherwise they get cut off entirely from like their trust funds and everything. It's like, you know, it's really. But like obviously the conservatorship thing is like an even more formalized version of that, where like her father is like controlling even her ability to reproduce, like her bodily autonomy has been taken from her. Her children have been like, it's fucked up. Anyway.
Next question is from Simon. Random question for everyone. What do y'all think about the I Am Not Starfire comic?
I have not read it.
There's a lot of suggestions for stuff today.
I've seen it a lot mentioned lately, but yeah, I guess it's about something about writing self-insert characters, or but I that's all I really know. I've seen like the cover art, and that's it. So.
Yeah, I haven't. I've never heard of it.
Hello, Cass. Are you gonna chime in?
Hello.
You unmuted all of a sudden?
Sorry, I only did it because I realized I was muted.
Oh.
No, I have nothing to say.
All right.
I'm sure you have everything to say.
The next question is from Shy Scorpio. Question for Tracy. Who in Lackadaisy leaves meat on a chicken wing, and who eats the whole chicken wing with the chewy joints?
Zib definitely doesn't put a lot of effort into that. Seraphine, I think, would be the one to like just freaking snap the bone in half and suck the marrow out.
Oh, hell yeah. Eating it
or a
the
Nico
correct
boat.
way.
Yes.
Yeah. Philip Esquilion asks a Cold War related question. What if Victor was a former Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter pilot who defected from the US in 1984? It's very specific.
That is extremely specific. What if he was? Then I would be telling a different story about a character who lived a very different life. Yeah, not sure how to.
Fair enough. We might need Brad for this one because I have no idea. But Dante asks, "Can we see the cast do the torture dance from JoJo's Part 5?"
The cast do the torture dance from? I don't know what that is.
That's what I guess that's in the Lackadaisy people, Lackadaisy characters. But I'm very confused. I really don't know what this is.
The torture dance. Yeah, we would have to get one of our resident like JoJo experts in here to explain to us exactly what that is. Unless somebody in the chat can illuminate us.
Well, the person who asked the question is typing, so let's see.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right.
Let's see.
Oh, I've been told to look it up. Fine.
I did
Looking at
take
it right now, and it's very particular. I don't even think it's like. Oh, there you go. It's okay. It's not that grandiose of a dance. I'm sure whoever asked me this question is probably gonna kill me with his keyboard, but it kind of looks like a slower Michael Jackson kind of dance.
Like moonwalking or
Kind
Yeah,
of
like shuffling and stuff like that,
okay.
and doing like the finger snap and pose type deal.
Okay.
This looks very silly.
Yeah.
Is it based on something? Because I know like all the music and stuff is like referencing something else, or like all the are they stands or something, or like music references, and a lot of the characters are references to bands and musicians and stuff. So I don't know if it's like
If you are, then I don't know it.
like a parody of something specific and real, or
Dandy specifies he will not kill you with his words, and
Okay.
I will personally specify I don't think he can take you. So good.
thank you for thank you.
Kindness.
It's very merciful of you.
Noberto asks at Tracy, weird question. What if Seraphine adopted an orphan child?
Oh god, that would end in tears. That child would have some very interesting skill sets, I guess. Someone had made I saw on Tumblr someone had made a tiered list of who would be the best parents from Lackadaisy.
Oh god.
And Seraphine was at the very bottom. Let me see if I can find it. Hold
There'd
on.
be 4
It was
characters at the
very
top,
funny.
and
Yeah, I can.
everybody
show it
else
off
would be
if I
F
find
tier.
Yeah, let me see if I can locate that. There it is. Okay. I'll post it in. And this is by The Sacred Cow on Tumblr.
Oh yeah, just show it. That's good.
Yeah, I'll copy the actual links so that I can properly credit them. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me the link.
I think it pretty much laid out the facts as
Here.
they are.
So here's this person's Tumblr. Sacred Cow. Thank you so much for this quality content. Actual parent, Nina, would be a good parent. Victor, Wick, Lacey, Horatio, Miss Babka, the Arbogast.
Technically,
Was
Victor is
Victor a good parent? He's an actual parent.
No.
He should be moved up here.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, he is a
He's
parent.
an actual parent.
Yep.
As far as good parent, though, questionable. Would be an okay
Eh.
parent.
Absentee.
This idea that Atlas would be an okay parent. Mitzi, I think she's abdicated that. She doesn't want to be.
Nah, she grew up with a
No.
bunch of siblings. And she had to play parent to the younger ones. She was the eldest, so she's done
She's
with
not
that.
about it.
Over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, isn't
Yeah.
Dom actually a parent?
Dom is a parent as well. Yeah.
Yeah. wouldn't start out as a good parent, but would get better with time. They're saying Freckle, Ivy, and Zib. So Zib is a parent. Here, kid, knock yourself out. Hands a beer. They are 3 months old.
Yes, to keep,
Zib
has
is
to keep going back to the lost and found work to find his kid. Like, oh, fuck.
yeah.
Does
He is having he is having to learn thanks to Rocky.
Yeah.
Yes, that's actually
would
like
Zib would Zib by like we don't know for sure, but would Zib be in actual parent territory? He's gotten around.
Oh, I mean, he might well be. I don't think he wants to know.
None of my business, says the man whose business it absolutely is.
Yeah.
Would be a bad parent. The pig farmers.
You'd be surprised how spry he is at dodging responsibility. Oh.
Wouldn't want kids. Mordecai, yes. Asa and Long Arbogast. What's his name?
Long Arbogast. Abelard.
Long Cat. Abelard, that's right. You know, Long Cat.
Should have named him Abelong.
and shouldn't be allowed to breed Rocky. Please spay or neuter your pets.
Yeah,
especially
true,
you, Rocky. Don't. Just not. It's like any kid by way of Rocky would either be in jail at age 5 or dead.
Oh, in jail.
In jail. Your kid, give me this beer.
Your kid challenged the bear and won.
I need you to help me run some rum. Great, an extra hand. Let's go.
Shouldn't be allowed to breed.
For legal reasons, shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a child, though.
Yeah, so I mean, really,
I like this idea of Nico would have a kid and be an okay parent, but then, like, leaving the child with Seraphine at any point is, like, risky business. Listen to your auntie. Are you sure? No, but you'll have to listen to her anyway. Okay, bye.
Good luck.
You could have a nice little
Good luck
sitcom.
Surviving childhood.
You could have a good sitcom situation where Rocky's kid turns out to be actually competent.
his child becomes the parent sort of situation. Oh, that's sad.
That's sad.
Yeah. Don't do that to the poor child.
Rocky shouldn't breed.
No, he should currently not. Don't worry,
he's not
nowhere near
around.
there. Nobody's offering.
He's real close to that.
I would not even trust him with a pair of scissors. Don't give him a baby.
Considering he almost don't give him.
Considering how he treated Freckle growing up, don't give him a baby.
Yeah,
we just tried the same pancakes experiment all over again.
Yeah, he's gonna try to do science. No,
he's gonna try to do another prank. No, don't put him near a baby.
Child. No, no,
don't
baby.
give him a baby.
No,
he's not going to be around a baby.
Don't give Rocky a baby, please.
Fizzy, you're asking that question as if Rocky's going to have a kid. Never. He's not allowed to breed. Did you not just see the little sheet thing right there? Pay attention. Use your eyes.
The great thing about Rocky is that it's not a big concern because nobody's offered.
Yeah. he does not have takers lining up at the door to
Yeah.
He has a weird amount of them in your Twitter messages, though.
He does. You know this.
Yeah, but I also get a lot of like messages on Tumblr and things that are like, "Is it weird that I'm attracted to Rocky? Is it strange that like people know there's something off about it?" Like, but I like him
it's
anyway.
Like even his fans that are into it are like,
This is strange. They're asking the question like, should it be allowed? Almost like, am I allowed to even like him? This is weird. Like, like I don't know. Rocky's like that type of pill bug you find on the floor. Like, oh, they're so cute, but they're gonna get themselves into danger if they don't move out of the way.
Pill bug.
I didn't know how else to compare him. That's how I see it. Pillbug, adorable, but look, Fable, listen. Get out of the way. You're gonna hurt
I
yourself.
like to think of Rocky as would be capable if only he did not open his mouth. But you know, probably only.
He's gonna try too hard with everything, and it just he self-sabotages unintentionally that way. It just
Fizzy Dizzy Studios it puts it very well. Says adorable but doomed. Yeah.
Adorable
Yeah.
doomed.
So
He does seem like
doomable. A
sweet
doomable.
talker.
Doomable. Yeah.
What, Avery?
He does seem like a good sweet talker. Like he'd smooth you over on his first few words, and then like
And then he keep going, and you
yeah,
wouldn't
keep
know when to
going,
stop.
and he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh."
He would. The problem is that he wouldn't stop himself from using words that were absolutely not smooth.
Yeah.
This word has
It's like maybe it would start
I'll
somewhere,
use
but it
it.
wouldn't end anywhere good.
Yeah.
You'd buy a ticket to that show, but you'd want a refund.
Yeah, go on a date with Rocky just to see what would happen. Just
I don't know.
This is a train
You
wreck.
heard it here,
Do I
guys.
want a
Win a
front row
date with
seat?
Rocky. Win a date with
It's like-
Rocky.
Not go on a date with Rocky, but you want a seat to see what a date with Rocky would look like. Because
Can I
it
just
would
get like
be
a free
beautiful
trial
train wreck.
version? Can it just be a
Yeah.
free trial version, please? Okay, cool. Who to pick from my list here? Okay, Ghostly. Hear me out. We've already tried to have like the talk with him with like his behavior and stuff. Now we gotta find him a fake date that will pick this free trial. Toon.
How mean do you want to
Sure.
be to put Rocky on a fake date? That's so mean.
Can you-
Oh,
we need you for
no.
this free trial thing, please. Don't do this to him. What do you mean don't do this to him? We need to know. Freezer, I suggest speed dating with Rocky. That's my
I
son.
mean, we have Nova. Nova is also offering.
Yeah, but they want him too much. We need someone who's like going to not be biased. You know what I mean? We need someone who's not going to be like
objective
okay everything.
observer. Yeah.
Yeah, we need someone who's going to be like honest with their review, not saying, "But I like him, so it's okay."
Wait, are you trying to get a Yelp score for dating Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, I feel like that would be a 2020 Lackadaisy thing. Is that Rocky has a Yelp review statement.
Oh god.
There was that comic I did where Rocky goes on Tinder and he's like gets no takers.
Oh,
Freckle.
Oh, yeah.
Freckle, by way of just mentioning that he likes to do like yard work, has a gajillion. Things you like to do. I like to rake the yard. Oh my god, everybody wants me on a date. For some reason in their yard.
I like mowing lawns and fixing shelves.
I guess next question. Nova asks, in some of the progress videos, we can see the guidelines for the characters, like the one you can see in the Aristocats, for example. Are you keeping the guidelines for the final production?
actually
Not only
add
are we
them back
keeping
in.
them, we actually add them back in.
Yeah. Yeah. We
it's
asked the
deliberate.
cleanup artists to like actually mess their cleanup up a little bit, because during the cleanup process, like it just gets clean. So we tell them to rough it up again. That's where you get to see a lot of like their personal hand. In fact, is like how they choose to rough it up. So.
That's cool. I was wondering the same thing.
Philip asks, 80s action movie question, would a fully automatic weapon, aka Calvin aka Freckle can use M16 assault rifle or M60 belt fed?
What?
Say that again, sorry.
Basically, he's asking which 80s gun he would use between an M16 or an M60 belt-fed machine gun.
Probably an M16 for the other would impede his mobility. He likes to shoot and leap around like a weird little psychotic acrobat, so. Belt-fed would be hard to hard to do that with.
Be hard to get the pig farmers with.
Yeah.
Okay. Simon asks, what would Lackadaisy characters react to cat emojis?
It's a guy.
You mean guy emojis?
Yeah, they're like normal smiley faces to
it's
them,
it's
right?
just a normal guy's face. Yeah, they would just react to them as if they were emojis. They do not seem very self-aware of their villainity.
They have to be yellow faces still.
Yeah.
Yellow cat.
I mean, we do
Yeah.
have those on Discord and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen our emojis, Avery? Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a few times. They're pretty fun. They're very legible for how tiny they are.
Oh, we got a review from Rocky Date. We got one from the Dandy Man. Yelp review on Rocky. Things seem to heat up around this guy. Haha. No, seriously,
Yeah.
how did this Rocky guy manage to set nothing on fire? Wow.
Doesn't Dandy Man self-describe as Rocky in the Discord?
Dandy Man's pretty dandy. Man. They're wild, yeah. We need more of these awesome Yelp reviews. Rocky setting nothing on fire. That one's never going to get past stuff. Someone else can give me that whole entire Rocky review. I'll happily look at them. See, Tracy, it works. Free trial dating with Rocky, who's non-biased. We need
What's your
honest
return
opinion
policy?
It's your return
honest
policy.
Yeah.
Can I just box them back up and send them back to the warehouse?
He started off
Send
with
him
some
back to that-
poetry, was kind of nice, but by the end there, I really wasn't sure what he was saying. I think
then it
both of them
didn't
were
stop.
insults. He seemed to be trying to impress me with his vocabulary. It got old.
Just send him back to the house of Ghostly and Kaz. We'll set him straight, fix him back up, and send him off to the next date.
He went on a date. One Yelp review is just, he came with a fedora on. I quit after 5 seconds.
A reply from Ghostly. Ghostly's like, I don't remember giving him a
no.
fedora, and I remember he does. Where did he even get it?
Oh god, no, 2020 Rocky would go on a date with a fedora on.
We wouldn't know where he got it
I'm
from.
fancy.
We just reply, we are so sorry for this. We honestly don't know where he got that fedora. We did not send him off with one.
I like Ghostly's Yelp review. It's just no love Victor.
Set him up with Victor.
Well, we got another one. Rocky review. I invited him to come and make food with me as a date. Not only did he insist on making pancakes, but I no longer have a kitchen due to the explosion, and my bar has been robbed.
You raided the bar. Brought it back to Mitzi. Loyalties are elsewhere.
I love Victor.
Oh no, Rocky's cheating.
Rocky, no. Can we get a Milady meme but with Rocky? Zib review.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, we got a zib review. Passed out.
I do feel like a 2020 Rocky would totally. He seems like the kind of guy who would accidentally attempt that kind of style of wooing, and it would end so badly. "Quote unquote" wooing.
Wait, no,
Internet
what did I do this time? I'm so
script.
confused. Why are you screaming no? What did I say?
Rocky would try
Milady
that.
Rocky is the
Milady.
word. That wasn't my idea. I
Rocky
literally
using the
went
phrase
someone else's
"milady"
idea.
is banned.
And why are you
God.
yelling at me? Yell at him.
Is Rocky a hashtag nice guy?
Please,
Oh
no.
god, no.
No.
No, he's not that awful.
Good.
We have
The
a zip
problem is
review.
he would he's not gonna hurt you, maybe. He'll definitely
Nah,
hurt
he-
himself. Yeah.
He'll just do that boombox movie thing and electrocute himself.
Wait, Tracy, we got ourselves a Zib review. Zib review. Passed out mumbling existential nothings. Only responded to outside stimuli when offered booze. Would not recommend 1 out of 5 stars. Mordecai review. I am not allowed to hold his hand and is very picky about what I cook for him. He's also redecorated and cleaned my house while I cooked. However, the date went really well since I stayed 5 feet away and only talked about literal symmetry. Maybe I'll give it a second. Zip review. Yes, Kaz. Yes. But my review doesn't count because I'm very biased. Knowing me, I'll be all like, "Oh, Ziv is perfect.
It's
he
fine.
crashed
He's
everything."
the free bingo square after all.
Yeah,
I'm sure
so I can't give a
Ziv could crush
review.
a
Literally,
date.
I wouldn't be fair. I wouldn't be fair. But my review is the same with Mordecai. I couldn't do almost anything, but I could look at him, so that was fine. But yeah.
I guess next question.
Sorry,
Tracy.
everyone.
I mean, I think that's what they're here for, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
What
Oh,
are
yeah,
you
that
here
makes
for? What do you guys do? Why are you here, everybody? Why? I want to ask the question of the audience. Why are you here?
Do you not want us to be?
The cartoon. We have 81 people on YouTube listening to this yet. Roberto asks, hey Tracy, have you ever thought about using some bits of rotoscoping?
For the animation, I mean, that seems kind of obvious. No, well, we do, like, the animators do use some reference. Occasionally they'll film themselves doing a thing to reference their own motion, or one of their roommates or something. I know Fable did film themselves taking a spill to animate Rocky falling.
Rocky busted my knee.
And
I blame him.
I know
He busted my knee.
Oh,
I know
is that your
A
review?
couple weeks. Huh?
I'll put that in for your review.
Fire
Yeah, he
Noggin,
busted
Katie
my knee.
Winchester did some acting to try to capture the right gestures and things for some of the animation she took on. I think some of the others have mentioned also doing something like that. We've also have lots of footage of our violinist, our jazz violinist, who did Rocky's violin playing. Fabrice is his name, and we captured footage of him specifically so animators could, like, as he was recording the music we were actually going to use in the short, we needed to, like, film him doing it so that the animators could use actual footage of him to reference exact, finger positions and things on the violin strings and such, and the motion of the bow and all that, so that we could get that as accurate as we could without asking the animators to, like, go learn to play the violin, which was obviously not going to happen. That's out of the question. But so yeah, I mean, it wasn't directly rotoscoping because nobody was, like, tracing any of these, but you do, whether you're tracing them or using them as visual reference, it's similar sort of concept where you're just like, you need that visual aid to really capture some semblance of natural, or just to time something properly or what have you. It's a little hard to just with some things, like the motion is so specific and maybe a little bit complicated that you just need to look at something to figure out what's going to look like it's going to look convincing and communicate the right thing. But none of it's, like, directly rotoscoped in the way that you'd see in, like, what's that, Anastasia or something, where they basically had actors act out the whole thing and then traced over them.
I should read out some of these answers to Fable's question. So, reasons why people are here. The first one is, why are we here, just to suffer? Then there is, I'm here because I like watching the animation I'm just here for the cake, Fable. And then on YouTube, we have, because I love you guys and you're much fun to listen to, because you made me a furry.
Oh.
Sorry.
We are from Nova. We're here for the tangents. Fizzy, we're here because why not? Because I love Lackadaisy from Blindsfield. Because I love Lackadaisy and y'all are amazing and entertaining and the streams are so chill. Octomar, we're here to suffer. Zap, why I came from work and I'm listening to your listening to your work, and I love animation. And
Aw.
Aaron, who had originally blamed us turning him into a furry, now says no, it's actually because I love it here.
Aw.
And
Well,
also
thank you,
there's Courtney says I love your collective chaos. And yeah,
You guys are much too kind. Thank you.
Oh, Toon just said that you guys are pretty PogChamp. Thanks, Toon.
Oh. Yes, that's definitely the terminology.
That is what they said. Yeah, that is what they said. No, it didn't, Cat.
Hey, no, thanks for the feedback, guys. Actually, it is kind of interesting to hear what you enjoy about the streams.
Yeah, I mean, I say it very jokingly, but I'm curious, you know? It's like, why are you here?
Yeah, I do hope we keep it entertaining, if not a little bit informative, or maybe.
Sort of the intent. That and I get bored sometimes. I was like, yeah, streaming is interesting. I like it.
There has also been, I'm here because it's enjoyable and because I am living my art life vicariously through you, has been added.
Sometimes I find myself on the streams like, oh look, they're working. I'm gonna steal some animation secrets so I can
What secrets
hurry up and
have you stolen so far, Avery?
A lot of like first of all, like the ways of your underdrawings, like in like the build from underdrawing to this version, and a lot of borrowing drawings. Like I did that a little bit. I did that a little bit, but in a very different way beforehand. So you know, trying to become a little more economical in it instead of just trying to do it the old-fashioned way and just draw them all. I know when it came to school, they taught everything on paper, so you really had to draw everything out, even if you wanted to shift and trace, which was a nice thing to use in Harmony.
They have shift and trace here. Oh yeah, you just
exactly.
Yeah.
It's very, very useful in Harmony, but sometimes it's just nice to kind of borrow a drawing if it's close to just kind of like scoot it around. One thing I've gotten really friendly towards is the contour editor, because I already kind of draw in a vector style because of Flash. And the contour editor is like a real nice way to reduce some of that Control Z line mileage, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get you. There was a method that I was learning from Mookie that I found pretty useful, where he said that they just focus on like keys and breakdowns, and they'll tie down the keys and maybe the breakdowns, but in betweens, you don't touch those at all until you've gotten to the tie downs, like all your tie downs, so that way your in betweens are like, you do that with a tied down drawing. You don't feel that out beforehand because you're gonna have to overcorrect anyway. And he, you know, the studio that he worked at, like they would have to churn out like 20 seconds a week or something. You don't have time to be like principled or whatever. It's like, no, you just got to get it done. So they look for shortcuts wherever they can, and you could still get like really good animation from that. I'll kind of move between, like sometimes I'll just draw the entire thing because like I need some organic nature to the line to even stay interested in myself. Or like I want this to have like a subtle wiggle, and I want to kind of communicate that to the cleanup artist that like there will be some motion here, so you might as well just like redraw or reposition that line a little bit. But if it's still, just let it be still, and it might be better. So yeah.
Honestly, that actually helps me out a little bit now that I know, because you know, doing animations myself, but that's like the thing that always took my time a lot when I tried to do like my little animations on Clip Studio, was that I would do the in-betweens before I finished up my actual poses and stuff. So I wouldn't work on the in-betweens after. That's
Yeah,
like
no,
one of the things I
would
didn't
not
know.
advise that. Yeah, you're
Well,
just
I
gonna
know
add
now.
more work for yourself.
You what?
You just add more work for yourself, and like sometimes you get proud as an animator and you want to do that extra work just because you're like, oh, this is how it should be done, or like this would be more fun. But like you don't have the luxury. I'm actually a little bit overdoing this character right now just because I'm trying to give them a moment since they're close to camera in the same way that Waco is. But I'm trying to keep like their actions like really simple. It's just like this subtle like thinking about the page basically, and I can't do it any more than this because they're not the point of the piece, so I can't give them more than like a tiny moment. This is also since the character's so tiny, like the brush is not great. I would normally be working with like my softer brushes to like feel a little bit better, like the draw feel of the more natural looking brushes, but I don't have, only the tiny little vector brush works well at this scale, so I just have to suck it up and deal with it. But yeah, I never really liked the
I'm glad I
animated
could
Flash,
learn
though.
that situation because it helps out now. Now I'm feeling like, okay,
Yeah.
I don't need to stress about the in-betweens until like the important parts are done.
Yeah, get the important parts done, then you could kind of feel the rest out. I'll also, when I'm working, I kind of do a mix of straight ahead and pose to pose. So I don't, for like tails, I might have like a key drawing that I'm trying to hit, but then in order to get like a natural flow to things, I'll lean more on my my instinct for motion. FX work also, you can't like draw one frame and draw like 20 frames down and like have those line up. Well, FX animation requires a lot of like feeling, like having the effect, like everything that moves has to be informed by the frame before. So you just have to have like a really solid understanding of timing to do effects well. So
yeah,
I'll kind of like mix and match. I feel like I'd probably be more comfortable as a feature animator than a television animator, but there's not a whole lot of feature animation available to me. So heck, that's one
there
reason I'm a
sure
storyboard artist
isn't.
instead of
Until you take
Avery.
over the industry.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the trailing back real quick to what you're saying about getting the keys done really tight, keys and breakdowns done really tight, and then you can, yeah, that's really helpful for speeding it up.
Yeah.
To just do your in-betweens in almost the finished quality.
Yeah.
Because there's no time to go over every single drawing again.
I also usually don't have the onion skin on. That's another thing. I just flip.
Yeah, flipping is really good too. Flipping is more powerful than people realize.
Yeah. I use the onion skin only for very specific instances. Otherwise, I almost always have it turned off.
Yeah.
Because I find it distracting.
It can be, like, it's a great way to make your, at least for me, it's a great way to make sure my models are off because the other lines are in the way.
Yeah.
So like, I'm accidentally trying to draw around the onion skin, and then when I turn it off, it's all funky.
Yeah. It messes with my perception of the motion of things, so usually if I have onion skin on, I'll have only one frame. Just so that I have some sort of quick reminder of what the next frame is so that I can, like, flick between the two, and try to find, like, the good spot for the line. But it's just not useful if you're actually trying to get, like, a feel for things, and it's very unuseful, especially if you're doing breakdowns.
Right.
Like, you just don't, just don't. It's very useful if you have, like, two lines very close to each other and you're trying to actually make like a very smooth in between that's like right between those two lines. So like if you have one here and one like here, then the onion skin is useful to know like that you have to place it here. But other than that,
Yeah. those real tight in betweens are the
Yeah.
what Onion's good for.
Yeah. Don't use it for everything. It won't. Your work won't feel very natural, and you'll like lose control over your volumes also. Because you won't notice like the problems early on. You'll have to fix all your work.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's how my brain operates. Other people animate a little differently. This is just what works for me. Kind of like how
What?
you know, an animator survival guide, Avery, where the guy goes like, "Oh, I never play music. I don't play music because I'm not smart enough." And I'm like, he doesn't need music. He finds it distracting. I need music. I need certain kinds of music are not helpful to me, but I actually do need it.
I'm kind of the same way. I'm coming to terms with my ADHD, and like working home with quarantine is like really bringing it out. So I have to like find the right thing in the background to like kind of lasso me into like just being kind of distracted and not really distracted.
It's like you need to have something that gets you into the right level of boredom, that the most interesting thing you're doing is the animation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'll put on like long podcasts about subjects that I'm interested in, but there's nothing like super compelling about the way they're presenting the information. It's all extremely dry, and that is perfect. If I'm doing like very rote work, where I don't need to listen as much, but if I'm doing something very acting intense and I'm just like feeling out the acting, I need to have the music has to have no words whatsoever. It can be just instrumental, and that's fine so long as it doesn't conflict with the mood of the shot. But if it has words in it, then my brain I'll just get like angry trying to process like the words of the song and the acting I'm trying to do. These two things like occupy too much of my brain space at once to handle. So I think that was actually was it Milt that he was talking to? I forget who, but I think that's what he was actually getting at when he yelled at him, is that I'm not smart enough to do two things at once. I think that's what he meant, is just...
Let me check. I have my
can't handle that.
copy in arm's reach.
Absolutely.
I want to pull out my copy right now. Yes, we all have a copy. Yeah.
Except for me, I have Diet Coke.
I have it somewhere on a shelf, and I do not feel like pulling it out right now.
I have it. It was just I pulled it out for somebody else the other day.
I think he was talking to Milt and not Frank, because I mean, it just always seemed to me like Milt was the grouchiest.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my
Milt call.
One of my favorite Milt call stories is someone was asking, and was like, "Man, like you draw hands so amazingly. Like, how did you learn to draw such good hands?" He's like, "What are you talking about? Just draw the damn things."
Pretty much.
Like,
Yeah,
wow.
that is an animator response. It's like, what do you mean? I have to draw hands, so I do.
Just do it, and you'll be good at it, I guess.
Yeah. The animation forces you to get good at thing, because you're drawing like 20 different drawings of this. You're drawing so many versions of that thing. You're gonna get good. You're gonna find shorthand, so, or else you'll quit animations because it's too difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna find shorthand.
Yeah. Ha. Oh. Ha. 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 Yeah.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
You know, that's the other kind of double-edged sword to animating, and all these animation techniques. They force you to learn how to do it the hard way, because as a beginner, you can lean on things like onion skin and trying to like get those roughs in so that you have something to like build up of, but then once it gets easier. It turns out that it was easier to just do it the hard way.
Yeah,
to just like, really, really know how to draw and know how to like get off of onion skin and stuff like that. It's like,
yeah, like you don't have to be the best artist to be an animator, but it is a good idea to get familiar with drawing. If you're not an artist who's capable of a strong degree of control, you're gonna struggle with animating, or you might have to find a different method of doing it. Because I mean, you could use sculptures, you could pose toys. I mean, there's lots of different ways to animate. But if we're talking about like hand-drawn style, like your draftsmanship has to improve, and it will as you work. But like, I don't think I'm the best draftsman. This is not an amazing drawing right now, but you're gonna have to get good. You just do. You have to. You have a job. The job is get the scene done. You gotta get it done. How do you get it done? Every shot is a puzzle. And there's no like, oh, well, I just like do the standard whatever. It's like a lot of shots demand unique solutions. So you could have like some easy answers in your back pocket, but then like you'll do a walk cycle and you find that it just doesn't look right if you do it the bog standard way. Like, yeah.
I mean, and there's some artists that don't even see themselves as artists. They just see themselves as problem solvers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not an artist. I'm practically an engineer.
Yeah, there's a lot of math behind animation, too. You just have to get a natural sense of physics and, like, how to translate that into, like, mathing it out onto the timeline and stuff. I'd say that the best tool that we have... Yeah. I'd say the best tool that we have nowadays for traditional animation is just having this, like, instant playback. Nothing as good as that. But even with instant playback, I mean, I'm, like, flicking through things as if I was flicking pieces of paper... where there was a thing that you would do where you would like gather your different frames in like your hand and like a sheet per, between each fingers, and you just like flick it back and forth in order to like feel out how the animation is going, and that was very helpful. Learning how to do that, and that's a very old school technique, but that also is like, we have a light table, we have access to onion skinning when we do stuff on paper, and we still don't use it because it's not as good as just flicking the page. Because you're not gonna look at the final product with like everything stacked on top of one another. It's all gonna be like individual images and superimposed on each other in your mind. So you try to like play back stuff in a way that feels good to that. And when I was in college, we used the lunchbox, which was that system where you actually like take photos of your frames and it plays it back for you like that. Oh, I hated that thing. It was so annoying to use. Digital animation means you don't.
The down shooter?
We called it the lunchbox.
Okay.
But yeah, it's basically a down shooter. Same thing.
Yeah. I don't know what a lunchbox is. I thought they were similar.
It's the same thing. I think it's just called a lunchbox because the look of it looks like a little lunchbox. Since it's like, it was like this tiny computer. It's a computer that was just meant to take photo and just stack them up. And it's old.
That's crazy. They had one of those. We were a little more, like, we just had a computer with a little camera on top.
Nope. Nah, this was more old school than computer.
Yep. Sounds like it. I used to have this, I actually might still have it around here somewhere. But it's a little toy. It's a Marvel, like, stop motion animation toy. Where you get these little paper puppets and you put little pins in them, and you could put little of the backgrounds that they provide behind the characters, and you can you have a control panel where you can capture and take pictures and make it stop motion.
Nice.
And you can get up to your TV and you have a little sound effects board that you would press in time with the characters when you play it back on your TV. It was really silly, really ridiculous little thing. It's a down shooter, but it's kind of got the little all-in-one. And once I made a full-on like stop motion commercial in high school because they made us our economics class made us do like a cookie commercial. We would one person would be in charge of the commercial, one person would be in charge of baking the cookies, and like another person would be in charge of pricing the cookies.
That's the most economics.
We would have to like sell them in class to each other, where we all had like a fake currency. It was great.
Nice.
And we did a little cookie commercial with stop motion cookies where they all just kind of like crawled out of the oven and served themselves onto a plate.
Terrifying. That is definitely the scariest movie.
So I just had to step away for a second. I might have missed it, but we should maybe think about wrapping up soon. Fable, I don't know how you're feeling about. Don't let me interrupt if you want to keep going though.
I'm
but
good
we'll be hitting
right now. But yeah, are we hitting our
We're
limit?
gonna be hitting 5 hours at the next hour. So. Yeah.
I mean, I'll still be animating, but it would just probably won't be streaming then.
Okay. It's up to you if you want to keep streaming and chatting. By all means.
I'm fine. I'm pretty good, honestly.
All right. All right.
It's up to you guys. Because I have more endurance than some other folks do, so I don't want to like make you guys feel pressure to keep going if you don't, because it doesn't matter to me either way.
Yeah, I will be having to stop because I have work in the morning. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's get through as many questions remaining as we can in the
Sure.
time given.
Naburdo Sanchez asks, have any of you guys read the fantasy novel Shadow of the Conqueror?
I have not.
I have not. I don't know that book.
Nope.
Sorry. Not familiar with that one.
What is a hard-hitting handgun for Mordecai? Automag, chambered in 40. Oh boy, very specific guns.
A lot of gun fans here.
Yeah. They're asking about two very automag chambered in 44.44, automag pistol, or a wildly chambered in 475 wildly magnum.
I don't know.
I'm too Canadian to be able to help.
Maybe we should tell them that we know about cartoons. That's what we know about.
Do you have a question about cats? Get cat questions?
Yeah. I mean, I do enjoy doing research into like character details there, but I don't have a prepared answer for something that extremely specific. Mordecai falls back on his M1911 45 ACP guns because they have lots of stopping power and because they're common and not it would be hard to like, you know, tie him back to some kind of like extremely specific weapon or something. They were very common at the time. They were used, you know, war. They were standard issue, and so yeah, no war. Easy to get, so if you lose them, you can replace them.
Fair enough.
The kind of guy who drives to his assassin job in a Honda Civic.
Yeah, you don't show up in
Yeah.
like a limousine.
Yeah.
To do
Mordecai, the
something,
very effective but boring spy.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, that's the best kind of spy.
Exactly, he'd be perfect.
But they, I know there was the
He's
concept
just
of
hiding the ficus.
I know the CIA has a concept of the little gray man, which is to describe like how boring your cover story should be. Like you should be like a very boring accountant.
That should be pretty mundane.
Yeah.
So you fit in, you know.
Yeah.
He would, if
However,
he
they
just,
do-
wasn't
to be
stop
fair,
traffic
though,
attractive.
They
That's
do
the-
they
that's
do
his
drive
favorite.
around in a Cadillac, which then was also, that's a luxury vehicle. And it was then too, but that's more like Marigold flexing its we can do what we want sort of.
They're not
It's like if
fucking
Mordecai was
driving
out
around.
doing a thing on his own, yeah, he isn't gonna pick like a Rolls Royce to show up in or something.
There was few people asking who the current character being drawn is.
That is Quincy, one of the characters making a cameo in the Speakeasy, and that is Fable's Lackadaisy Sona.
I'm sorry, I know that's cringe and all, but
Nah,
Tracy
it's
was the
totally...
one who told me. I blame her.
I insisted,
didn't-
yeah. So, and it's way more than earned that you can put your own character in there. That's like
It's just a joke.
this is yeah. So we get some shots of the Speakeasy and some of the Speakeasy patrons, and this is one of them. Just like the last cat was Waco, was our character designer's cat. So we've got the Kickstarter backer characters in there as well. The Lackadaisy band is laying around in the background, and
this one shot has more characters than any other shot, and so I'm like, I'll do it. Does that make other people suffer through this?
Yeah, these characters don't have lines or anything. They're just kind of like
Their background flavor, really.
yeah.
So they're explicitly not doing anything interesting. In fact, they're trying to make them look bored.
They're waiting for the
Speakeasy
booth
has-
to show up.
Yeah, Speakeasy's fallen on hard times. It's not a well-populated establishment at the moment, so.
Kervini asks, is there a cat version of Eminem in the Lackadaisy multiverse? Lackadaisy cinematic multiverse.
Eminem.
I mean, I guess in the future, the Lackadaisy verse is kind of limited to the 1920s and before. Some of the there's like some flashbacks to earlier.
So Eminem
times,
is Rocky
but-
who time traveled. Next.
I
No,
don't see it, but
I don't see it either. Dragon fruits. Any advice for someone who's got a bit of experience that's looking to improve their skills more?
Bit of
In-
experience?
in which thing specifically?
They did not specify. That was from Dragon fruits, who I have not seen say anything in a while. So
Oh, okay. They may not be here anymore.
probably art.
Making cartoons?
Probably some variant of that.
I do know in the past I've met a lot of people who really, really were into analyzing cartoons, and they talked a lot of good game. Like, they studied the masters, they, had their favorite movies, they had their breakdowns and analysis, and it all seemed like good stuff for teaching a class, but it's kind of like just another roundabout way of saying it's better to just do it. Like just
All this
get out there
preparation work, but then
and-
you don't actually do anything. Then you can be a cartoon fan and not be an animator. That's fine. That's the vast majority of people.
Yeah.
So, there's no shame in that. But yeah, there's there's definitely a whole field of people on YouTube who have a lot of opinions on cartoons and have never made one. Not animated
Right.
at all. Don't draw. Nothing. And it's not that you're not allowed to have an opinion if it's not like you're not allowed to have an opinion if you haven't done the thing. I mean, I have opinions on things that I don't know anything about, but I'm also don't consider myself a super expert in those things, so I mean, there's definitely people who memorized a lot more animation history than I have, and they still don't do as much. So, I'm not using that as a point of pride or anything. It's just reality.
It reminds me of the joke where a science fan, you ask them how many digits of pi they remember, and they'll say, "Oh, 500 something. I memorize a new one every day." And you ask a scientist, and they're like, "1?"
Pi is like 3, right?
3.14. 3.14 is what you use.
I'm being purposely bad, guys. So don't yell at me about pi. I know pi has more than 1 digit. But...
Yeah. But I mean, for a lot of physicists, 3 is good enough. Actually.
It's just like a cow is just a sphere.
Yep. That's
for the purpose of physics, a cow is nothing but a sphere. Everything is a sphere.
Yeah, because you don't necessarily need that level of detail to approximate a lot of things.
Yeah.
I would think you would need just the two digits after the decimal. At least that's how I learned it in high school, so they better be using it. Otherwise, why did they teach me that? Just another useless thing that they teach you in school.
It depends. It depends. You also, you might say, oh, useless thing, but then people are like, oh, why do I need to do calculus or trigonometry? It's like, well, if you get into a trade craft like architecture, anything involved in construction, you need to know those things, and that's a blue collar ass job. Yeah.
I use trig all the time.
Yeah, you actually do need that stuff for a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to give you a broad set of skills that could be useful for a lot of jobs. So knowing trigonometry, as much as people like to crap on math, it's like these are actually very important. Very, very important.
I just
also,
don't
we see what happens when
get...
people don't know history.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Anyways, I can rant about math for a long time.
Go ahead, rant about math. I'm gonna hear about your math opinions, please.
Oh, I just don't really get why trigonometry is where people get hung up. That's like just before shit gets really weird.
That's kind of just a weird word.
They're used to plug and play kind of math. Like you just because once you're getting through algebra, it's just like, all right, here's your problems. This is how you walk through these problems, and you're kind of building it up from there. And then all of a sudden, that gets thrown out. It's like, all right, here's a new game, a new stage, a new way of thinking, new set of problems. Go, and people are like, why did I have to learn this other stuff to get to trig? You guys gaslight me this whole time. Screw trig, screw math, screw it all.
People get really weird about math. They get angry about math.
Yeah.
I one time said on Twitter that animation involves an awful lot of math. Pretty much every animator is doing some form of math on the regular. You get good at fractions. And people came at me and were like, "No, I'm not good at math. What are you talking about? I don't have to do any math whatsoever." And I'm just like, it's all the freaking time. I'm working in 2s and 3s and 4s. You have to divvy up time into fractions and think about how to translate what you're looking at, versus frame rate and that kind of thing. You just do that shit all the time, and you might not think of it as math, but that's math. People got mad at me for pointing out that they're actually better at math than they think they are. It's like, yo, I'm complimenting you. I'm saying you're not stupid. Why are you insisting that you're more ignorant than you really are? It's like maybe you're good at things.
Because my math teacher told me I was bad at math, and it made me cry.
My identity
and
is
now
wrapped
you're
up
telling
in
me
how
that I
I'm
cried
bad at
for
math.
no reason?
Your teacher was just wrong. You're actually not that stupid. Just math is taught badly. People get scared of math not because math is that difficult a subject or anything. It's because it's taught horribly. It's taught in a way that oh, you have to be miserable to do math, or you can only be a super genius. if you're like super good at math. And it's like, these things are not true. There's plenty of smart people that are not amazing at math, and there's plenty of math people who are extremely not amazing at everything other than math. But also a lot of science is even not like, a lot of scientists are not like super amazing at math where they just do stuff off the top of their heads. They have calculators too. Like, that's what formulas are for.
Nobody who does serious math does it in their head. That's not. We don't do that. That's not an efficient way of doing it. But I find it funny because one of my closest friends in real life is exactly one of those math geniuses. Like, he never memorizes formula because he was always able to rederive them from the core physics principles whenever he's doing an exam. But like, if I talk to him about art, he's got so much damage from shitty art teachers that basically treated him like he sucked, and he's somebody who would have had a passion for drawing, that he has the same responses to art that most people have to math, where they're like, oh, I can't do it, I'm terrible at, I'm just naturally terrible. It's like, you're not, but
it's people also get this idea in their head that like, oh, if you're like a natural talent can you be good at art, and it's like, no, all this takes work. You do not get to these levels without putting shitloads of work, and the difference between like you and me is time. It's time. It's quirky and relatable to be bad at math. No. I'm not bad at math. I just haven't spent a lot of time focusing on that skill set specifically, but like back in school when I was doing lots of math, I was fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, even me, I've definitely lost most of my math because I didn't need the amount of math that I learned in school to do my actual job, right? But I mean, I also they also just completely load you of that stuff just in case when you. So, yeah.
The most important math is percentages, so you can tip your waiters, and fraction, so you can use a ruler, and that's it. And people cry about those maths all the time. And it's like,
people will go like, oh, why did I have to learn trigonometry when it would have been better if I could just learn my taxes? And it's like, that's also math. This is both math. So I dare say that taxes is pretty damn complicated math.
I guess you try to get through a couple more questions. Eh?
Okay.
Simon asks, how are y'all doing today?
I'm okay. I'm here, ain't I? Yeah, it's hot in LA. It's like mid-90s.
Yeah, today was kind of mediocre, but my vacation's coming soon.
Yay.
Hooray.
Nova, of course, asks, will we ever see a picture of Rocky's dad? Is he just as cute and Cheshire as Rocky?
I don't know about cute, but yeah, he's definitely kind of a toothy guy. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of him at some point.
I'm curious. I haven't seen a picture of him yet. You've said before that his personality is very like his mother, though.
The artsy side of his personality is like his mom, yeah.
Next question is from Philip. Which car for Rocky or Ivy, Ferrari or Lamborghini?
Neither. I wouldn't trust either of them with those. Get him a used Honda Accord or something.
My favorite thing about Lamborghini is that it was created because the CEO of Ferrari insulted the CEO of Lamborghini Tractors. It's the most Italian thing ever.
Spite is a great motivator. Or maybe revenge too, I don't know.
Yeah. Mookie's saying hi in chat also.
Oh, hey Mookie.
Hey Mookie. Mookie, you want to join? Want to come in?
He's just popping through.
Oh, Mookie. I'm almost done animating Quincy here.
Naberto asks, what if all the characters knew each other since they were kids?
We're talking Lackadaisy here.
Yeah.
They all went to the same daycare.
They all had the same nanny.
They had the same
lived
nanny. They had
together.
adventures. Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably would have turned out fairly different if they'd known each other that early on.
They would have like an Ed, Edd and Eddy dynamic. Rocky would still be the Ed or the Eddie kind of leader, getting himself in trouble by the end of the day.
Everybody else has to join forces to save him
To
from
stop
himself repeatedly. And then he'd be like, "Hey guys, let's start a speakeasy," and they'd all be like, "Nah," and then go their separate ways.
Awesome.
Eric,
Babies. Why was that show so good? Why was Muppet Babies had no right being as good as it was? It was insane.
Because they talk about animation that one episode, and animators love it when cartoons talk about animation.
It's true. We're very narcissistic like that.
I mean, every professional is, except when the shows get it wrong. You guys just have the advantage that the guys making the shows actually know the profession.
It's true. I've thought about that before. I'm like, God, it must be like so annoying to see like these damn artists like getting your shit wrong all the time.
Oh my god, that like they're not that bad with some of the stuff I do, but seeing somebody who just clearly does not even have the headspace at all of doing your profession is said to be doing your profession, it's like, no.
Like anything law related.
Yeah, or like
that's not what we do, and then those misconceptions actually have like negative effects on the justice system.
Oh yeah, like how
Yeah.
everybody wanted to be forensic scientists for a while.
Oh my god, yeah. It's like you don't solve the case, you're just collecting evidence. That's not.
Yeah, you're specifically not supposed to make friends with the cops when you do that. You're supposed to be a
That's very
neutral
bad.
party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric Keane says, would Rocky cry at the ending of Terminator 2?
Yeah, I think he'd get a little emotional about that.
Naberto asks, what about The Collector? Any thoughts on that movie?
I haven't seen it.
The Collector. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
I don't know it.
I think it's a horror film about like some kind of booby-trapped house
reboot
type
thing?
thing. Like,
Oh.
is that the Collector film?
The horror
Yeah,
on the
it's
booby
like-
trapped house? Are you talking about Home Alone?
No, it's not a comedy version of it.
I just,
Yeah, oh, yeah. It's, so here's the synopsis. Desperate for money to pay off a debt, a man targets a wealthy family's home and plans to break in to steal a valuable gem. He soon learns that he picked the wrong night to carry out his plans, for a masked madman has gotten there first, imprisoned the family, and lined the mansion with deadly traps. See, I'm not crazy.
Interesting. I mean, we all know that's where Macaulay Culkin would go, but still.
That's Rocky's
I haven't
security
seen
system
it,
for the
but-
Lackadaisy.
Just Rube Goldberg machines everywhere that don't work. But they look
you know what I really want to see is that movie where all the kids break into this like blind dude's house.
Oh
And
yeah,
he shuts off all the lights and picks them off one by one. That movie looks kind of cool. What's it called?
don't breathe. It was kind of an interesting premise until the very end when it got really gross. Really, really gross.
Ew.
Really gross. Don't recommend. But I mean, it's for
Really?
you to decide. But yeah, just
Is like the first chunk any good at least?
yeah. Leading up to it, it's like an interesting idea and it's pretty tense and thriller-esque. But yeah, it goes to a place that was just like, this was totally unnecessary. Why did you ruin this movie so badly with putting this in there? It's just like, repulsive.
Well, now I just have to see it to see
Yeah.
what the train wreck is
Was
all
it like
about.
an ableist
Yeah.
thing or something?
No.
Oh.
It sounds like it's just gory or like
Nope. Nope.
completely
Nope.
rude.
Nope.
I could
can
guess now what it is, but it's like, let's not talk about that on stream.
Yeah,
then.
let's
Fair enough.
Nope.
Moving
It's
on.
not. It's not gore. It's not like.
Okay.
It's yeah. It's yeah. I won't talk about
Okay.
it.
Next question from Warwick. When will the $50 and $75 Patreon tiers come back?
They still exist. They're just full right now. Although I think one of them just opened up. They tend to like open up at the end of the month when people get their art and then they leave, and then or at the beginning of the month rather. So I would check back if you're trying to like grab one of those slots. Check back like the first of the month.
I've been a $75 tier for a few years now, and it ain't changing.
Oh, thank you, Kaz. It's extremely generous and supportive. But yeah, most people don't stick around in that tier.
I
for
want to
long.
know how the shot glasses are doing.
Ugh.
They are
Seriously, trying to get them
waiting. Waiting. Yeah. So in case those of you haven't been paying attention, or in case you haven't been paying attention to our Kickstarter updates or blog updates, or I think I've mentioned it to patrons too. The situation presently is that there is a shortage of shipping containers, and this has come about as a like cascading effect of COVID. So like, you know, something gets interrupted in the supply chain, and then it interrupts something else, and interrupts something else, and interrupts something else, and so now we're at this point where there's like a big line of ships trying to get into port at Long Beach and LA. That is where we get pretty much everything coming from Asia. Actually, it is literally where we get everything coming in from Asia. Every import, retail import, comes in through those ports, and everything's backed up. Ships are waiting to get into port. Shipping containers are kind of sitting around unused because the ships can't get in. They can't load them back up to get the empty ones back to load more stuff. And there's a shortage of like truck drivers right now as well, so they can't move them around between places. And so shipping containers are just like not there for them to put. So like not only are our shot glass sets just sitting there overseas waiting to get here, like everything, like so many other things are too. It's like, you know, tapioca balls and, you know, rental cars, and just everything is affected by this.
Electronics of any kind, like
electronics,
microchips.
yeah, like exactly.
Oh, that has like this
everything
whole
is
own thing going on. Yeah.
Yeah, there's other.
And
It's
confirm.
right.
Yeah.
It's a multi-tiered, complex, weird way in which like everything affects everything, and in convoluted ways you have to sit down and dissect. There's like YouTube videos you can watch about like exactly why some of it's happening, but wood is in short supply right now. Like it's a mess, and I don't know when it's going to clear up exactly, but we are told that it's going to take about 6 weeks for the boxes to get overseas once they ship. And once they ship, I don't know exactly when they're going to ship. It should be very soon. But our new estimate for mailing them out to people who've ordered them is fall. We are very sorry that this has happened. It's just out of our power to do anything about it. We can't just go over there and get them ourselves or anything. It's just
there's no way to speed it up, and it's literally everybody is dealing with this.
Yeah.
If anybody has figured out a way how to make this go faster, it's because they could afford like a private boat, basically. Or some form of extreme bribery. There's which is just stuff we don't have access to, so we're just stuck right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I can confirm everything is just screwed up right now for all sorts of shipping.
Yep.
I work in the industrial sector, and things are not great for part deliveries right now. I can tell you that.
No.
Yep.
And it might be, at least for the electronics, it might be a couple years before we're back to pre-COVID.
Yeah, it's going to be probably years before everything is back to quote-unquote normal, and there's probably going to be a new normal at that point. But, yeah, it's just like kind of eye-opening how much everything is interconnected in that way, and like what a fragile array of just a field of dominoes that all of this like one domino can fall over and knock over not just like a direct like linear line of other dominoes, but like several other linear lines of dominoes, like branching, and those branch off, and those branch off, and those branch off, and it's just like, oh fuck, everything's fucked.
Just a full-on butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But they are we know they exist. We have photos of them. They've been inspected for, lead and formaldehyde. They've been tested. They've passed all their inspections. We had supervisors there, specifically to make sure to like quality control them, to make sure they looked correct and nice and weren't damaged or had like flaws in them that were unacceptable. Like we've gone through all that, and we just got to get them here and distribute them. So we are very sorry for the delay, but again, like these are unprecedented times. We predicted other things, and we were able to have like Fandomoid, who we've been working with, had the foresight to tell the manufacturer to hoard wood for the making of the boxes, because they saw the wood problem coming, and so the manufacturer did, and so we didn't run out of wood, which was wonderful. But like this shipping container thing, it's like, what could we even have done? Like there's just nothing that we could have done to avoid it, or even we didn't know it was going to happen. I don't know that anybody really knew.
Yeah, that's just a freak accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Suez Canal like blockage even like adds to that. So it's like, haha, funny boat like got caught, but also, oh shit, that's also gonna be my business that's gonna take a hit because of this.
Yep.
So it's like a little less funny when it does affect you. Like you know exactly how it's gonna affect you. And like for everybody else, it's affecting you too. You just don't realize how.
It is a disaster.
Yeah. It's like, uh-oh. Damn.
I get it, because the boat became a dam.
Funny boat.
But when we do get our glasses, what do you think should be the first drink we should take out of them? Obviously
Syrup.
whiskey, right?
Syrup.
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup. Just take a shot of maple syrup.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool.
Toomey's getting mad at us for that, of course. Toomey, you know that's a thing we actually do here in Canada, right?
Shots of maple syrup?
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, I've sipped on syrup from the head before, but I didn't know you would just take a full-on shot.
You're not supposed to, but everybody freaking does it.
I mean,
It's like you're not supposed to drink those little half and half cups at a restaurant.
Yeah, people do
Tracy,
it.
you got something to admit to?
Oh.
I fully admit to doing that anytime I can. Yeah. Half and half's freaking good.
Tracy, we
It's like-
logged.
It's like ultra milk. It's like, yeah, it's like
Oh god, is my in-joke bleeding into the chat, into the streams now?
It always has. From the get.
Root beer. A lot of people are pitching root beer.
It's good.
root beer. Yeah.
And this
Or
person
in quotations, root beer.
good root beer.
I mean, or just beer.
I was gonna
do
say
have
who
bourbon.
takes shots of. I was gonna say who
Bourbon's
takes
a good
shots
choice.
of
Whiskey
beer.
and maple syrup mixed together.
I mean,
I do
I
have
am
Knox's
definitely in
maple
favor
syrup.
of
Oh, wait,
people
no, it wasn't
picking
Knox.
their-
Whose maple syrup did I receive? Was
blue, a noble.
Noble.
Blue
Noble.
Coat.
It was Noble. Yeah. I was like, no, it wasn't Nox. Why was I thinking that? It's because of the color blue. I just associate you with blue, also, Nox.
I guess it is my color on here.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Yeah,
seems
I
I
got that
found
maple
a
syrup.
fellow half and half aficionado in Nova here.
Actually, related question, or the next question is actually from Forrest. Hope this isn't too silly of a question to drop now, but what colors do you associate with each character?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. I've been working with that exact thing for the art book layout as I'm doing each character page, and I like thinking about like, okay, what what color palette am I gonna go with here for this character? And so yeah, it's been a lot of like sorting that out. But I'm also falling back on stuff I had already decided long ago. Like Rocky's very much blue, with hot highlights like yellow and orange.
I'm mad that
Freckle.
he's like that almost, because it's like,
I'm sorry, I know those
that's
are your
like my
favorites,
color
I know.
combo too, and I'm just like,
I'm
God
sorry,
damn
but
it.
it's just like those like blue and
It's a pure coincidence, but
blue and
It's-
blue and yellow and orange are like notoriously like you see a lot of sports team with like the blue and orange thing
Yeah.
going on too because they're complementary.
yeah,
they're
that's why
they're
I have it in my
contrasting
hair.
rather. They
I should need
okay,
to
so
go get
they
it redone.
right.
Yeah.
They're opposite sides on the color wheel, and so they look good together. It's kind of that
So
rule.
I just like I'm just gonna like get my hair redone, and people are gonna be like, "Ah, I like that character," right? I'm like,
I don't think anyone's gonna be like, "Oh, you must be a Rocky fan or something." They're not gonna like.
I
think
mean,
that. They're gonna...
sure, but not like that much. I'm not gonna get him tattooed on me anytime soon.
No. That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't think if
Yeah.
you know when your hair is blue and yellow, no one's going to accuse you of like copying Rocky or being like, "Oh, you must like Rocky," because no one would make that association unless you had cat ears on or something too, or you know.
Okay,
But,
that would be taking things a little far, but
Yeah.
I just
just
find
saying.
it funny. It's like I do blue and yellow, and
just
I associate with
saying.
raptors, so I got crescent shapes associated with them, and I'm like, God damn it! But at least my character's not drawn in a way like that. So.
Yeah. Yep. There's only so many colors.
Have I mentioned I have
rainbow,
blue eyes and weird teeth too?
Uh-oh, you are Rocky. I knew it all along.
Let's not go there. We've made many a joke.
Yeah.
Technically, Fable's Rocky, but they also hired Rocky, so that's again a classic sitcom episode or something.
Yeah, but also Michael Kovac is Rocky too, and we're all a little bit Rocky, maybe. I don't know. It's like Spartacus.
It is way too easy for me to get Mike to do pretty much any shenanigans, because it's like, I know what this guy's thinking, and I just like I'll just like throw down like barest suggestion of something, and it will like just cause such chaos, and I knew exactly how that domino was
Yeah,
gonna
but
fall,
you
and
knew.
I did it anyway.
You knew. You just starting that little fire that's going to set off the conflagration. Lighting that match.
It's fun.
Yeah, Freckle, I associate with the green and orange. Very Irish, I guess. That wasn't intentional. But because he was like based on an orange cat, and I just like thinking, oh well, green complements that nicely, so he had a cooler color to go with that. Ivy's all like yellow sunshine and youth and bright colors. Mitzi more of like a darker like purple hues and like henna and things like that. Associate with like, or like a wine red and things like that. Yeah, so I mean I could list all of them, but that probably would get boring. You can just
It's not. It's not boring
okay.
at all.
Oh, all right. Yeah, Zib wears red, but I don't know, but his clothes are also like
Oh God.
bedraggled looking. It's kind of like, I don't know, like withered ambition, I guess is what I would call it.
Check Discord chat for a second.
Hey Nico, what you doing, little boy? My buddy. I got my little buddy over here. What's up, Nico? Were you brought inside? Are you getting some fresh water and snacks? He is. A treasure. It's my parrot.
Oh, cool.
It's the one that comes
I got
indoors at night.
Pepino here.
Pepino! Yeah, Avery's another parrot person.
Yeah, I'm a bird freak.
We gotta be.
I'm getting sleepy over here.
Oh, you gonna go to bed?
Eventually.
No, you come here, Pepino. In his little bird voice, he's like, come here, come here. I'm like, no, you come here.
Discord chat still fighting over that freaking maple syrup shot. The next question is from Aaron Kennedy. Have you watched Peaky Blinders?
I have not. I know it takes place, or at least starts in the 20s, or starts right after World War One or something in London or England at least. But yeah, I guess it must be London because Peaky Blinders is like a Cockney term. But no, I have not watched it. I've not watched much of anything lately. I don't have time for sitting and watching things.
To see it, but
yeah.
You're good.
Irony.
The short's gonna come out, and both of you are gonna just like sleep for like 2 weeks.
Probably.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. It's like I have goals after the short comes out. Sleep for 2 weeks, then go harass Tracy.
Yeah,
I'll eat
the
that
woods,
later.
right?
Don't worry. I'm sorry. What did you say? Oh, I had to reply to Clint about something.
I said, and then run off into the woods, right?
Yeah, that actually is a plan. We were talking about renting a cabin and screaming.
Nice.
Climbing a tree to scream. Scream tree.
That sounds appealing.
Create
a chainsaw. I'll take care of the rest of the tree for you.
Oh yeah, I'll bring my chainsaw on a pole with us.
Then we could just like mow down the forest.
We can just sit in a lawn chair.
Legit,
and
that
chainsaw.
would be fun. Yeah.
Oh
It's like we're just gonna chainsaw things. We could do that to get firewood. There's a legitimate reason to do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me that if you had one of those pole chainsaws things, Rocky would definitely joust with them.
Yeah.
Tracy, let's joust.
Chainsaw
We did have that idea for that trip to Vegas to do the thing involving the
the construction equipment. Yeah.
Well, you know the rolly chair with the bucket.
Oh, that
trash can. Yeah.
Oh, that. Yeah.
I mean, that would be really fun to do in real life. It's like it's fine. It's for research. I say.
You can.
As everything goes to hell.
You can write it off on our taxes because it's research.
Yeah, write it off. It's research. Did you already finish the? It's research.
Tracy, you can come out to California and rent a cabin by the Joshua Tree and then just scream out into the desert.
That sounds
But
lovely.
can you bring a chainsaw? Yeah.
I mean, I don't
You
see
wanna
why
come
not.
again?
There's
Yeah.
more trees than just Joshua Tree, unless you're looking to do the ultimate heist of the Joshua Tree.
Nah,
Steal all the trees. This should probably would get us in trouble considering those trees are endangered.
Yeah. I don't want to ruin
Those
some
are
nice
very rare trees.
trees. They are national treasures.
I just want to fuck up invasive trees, please. Give me some Japanese maples. Let's go. Let's go! You know what? We could use it on palm trees. Let's get rid of these damn palm trees. We don't need them, right, Avery? LA has done
They
enough with
don't
these
bother
damn
me. Palm trees don't
Drop
bother me
dick
none.
fawns.
Yeah, they do. I hate them for that reason. Like, I grew up with some baby palms in my yard, and it was up to my brother and I to do the yard work and take care of the plants and stuff. And whenever there would be dead palms, it would be up to us, and they'd be the most miserable things to cut down because they're spiked. They're armed with spikes. Even when they're dead, those spikes get like 3 times harder.
Yeah.
And like trying to handle one, you still have to put gloves on, and they pierce through the gloves, and you're trying to like saw them off. We didn't even have a chainsaw. We had to saw that shiz by hand, and nothing good came of it. And we would kind of get in trouble for not shaving them down short enough. So then we'd really like get our arms scratched up by like everything around it. It was just the worst thing to take care of. Why do people?
And they're not native to this area either. They were just brought in for looks. They don't belong here.
They're not native, and yet there are freaking freaking state tree, it seems like. Like, the redwood should be our state tree, but no.
Yeah.
It has to be the freaking palm tree.
The redwood should. Redwood deserves it far more. That's a beautiful tree.
Yeah. It's a gentle giant of a tree, not like these freaking palm trees. I've awoken my
You're like, I don't
hatred for
mind them,
palm
and
trees.
suddenly you have bigger
Oh,
palm tree.
Shit, like, I
opinions
actually
than me,
hate
yeah.
them. You're right.
No, they suck. Palm trees suck.
I don't know that I've ever actually seen one in real life.
They're okay.
Yeah.
In Vegas?
They're very
Yeah.
big, and the thing is that they're actually a big grass. So when one sprouts in your yard, they get big fast, and they fuck everything up. Like, if you don't pull them out when they're really, really little, it becomes a pain in the neck to get rid of them. These
So
palm
basically,
trees.
it's a giant weed.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Court Jester VA says, you know the crew's tired when they start deliriously talking about trees. We do this in hour 1.
Dude, this
Oh yeah,
yeah.
this
This
is
is
pretty
normal.
much normal
This is
conversation.
normal.
It just means we're
What do your
perpetually
conversations with
tired.
your friends look like? Yeah, that's
I'm the only tired one here right now.
Can I be like, hello, friend, how is the weather?
How's the weather?
Philip,
Hot.
It's hot.
it's actually pretty
It's
nice
hot.
here. Philip asks a related question, or 80s related question. Everybody, which character do you think has a Sony Walkman?
Oh, what?
I mean, I had a Sony Walkman growing up.
Oh, I mean-
that wasn't an 80s thing. Even
It was well
just,
into the 90s, yeah. Like, I
Yeah.
didn't start getting CDs until I was like, until probably like 1999 or so, because I was still listening to cassette tapes. But because everybody made mixtapes and stuff still, and they didn't really have CD burners around or easily available. So,
Yeah.
but
I was definitely one of those CD Bernie boys.
oh,
making
okay.
my own mix
Yeah.
tracks.
Yeah, well, I started making mixed tracks on CDs later on, but yeah, I was always mixtapes up until then. You had to record like your shit off the radio and stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, because you couldn't like go online and download it. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, everybody kind of had a Sony Walkman. So at one point, like,
Yeah.
but I definitely like Ivy would probably have one on pretty frequently, and
Everyone except Victor.
Zip would would definitely have one. So
Zip
just-
probably has would have like a room full of just all the music equipment. Like, I bet he would collect audio shit the same way that Mike does.
Yeah,
like,
he'd be like all into
microphones.
like the very high
Yeah.
fidelity audio stuff. He'd be probably more interested in records because cassette tapes would be, you know,
He's that kind
in
of
terms
bohemian.
fidelity. They're trash in
Yeah.
terms of fidelity. So, yeah, he would have like, but like I could see Victor having a Walkman just for the excuse of putting them on so no one will talk to him.
It's not even playing anything.
It's not playing. It's like there's nothing. It's just nothing. But he's just like quiet.
I
He
don't
has
know.
an iPod for
what
that
I
reason
want-
alone.
What I would want to know is who would break the most headphones.
Well, Rocky,
'Cause
obviously.
those things were so brittle. Like you look at it
Yeah,
wrong.
like and you
Oh my
you
God.
trip over the wire, like the cables leading to the it's immediately smashed. Yeah, they were always like scuffed up and scraped and
Oh, do you guys
You know,
remember
the
how
exact
CDs
same-
would always skip? It's like you've listened to a CD too much.
yeah.
Like, it would just get, like,
Yep.
scratched randomly, and, like, your favorite song would get fucked up, and you're like, no!
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
was like, if you just took it out of the damn fragile jewelry case, like, in the wrong way, it would snap. I hated
Yep.
those jewelry cases. They were so fragile and horrible.
Yeah, funny enough, I actually have a box of empty jewel cases in my closet because I like collecting video games and PlayStation 1 games. Whenever I would get a PlayStation 1 game, I would throw out the old jewel case and put the new one on, make it look nice and shiny.
Aw.
I know, I'm a
This
big
sleepy
nerd.
Luca here. There, Tracy's
Oh,
your
yeah.
boy. I don't think he's going to be animating. He might breathe a little bit, but I think that's all he's going to do.
That's
that
fine.
far back. Yeah.
Luca, the actual cat, would approve of this situation.
sleepy actual
He's
cat.
he's pretty good at sleeping and not moving.
Toomey asks, there seems to be more people in the speakeasy here in the short than in the comic, or any in-universe reasoning why. Did they hire a better marketing team?
That's just the day of the week, maybe.
This is probably as busy as it gets, which is sad, because think about how many of these people are drinking enough to keep this place running, and how much booze they even have available. Like, this isn't paying salaries. 5 people.
It's barely
for the
pays to keep
entire
the lights
night.
on.
Yeah.
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 This
That's
is
why
why
Mitzi
you
had to.
need
That's why
Some
Mitzi had
don't
to
drink.
like.
Yeah.
Mitzi mentioned she like sold all the cars and pawned off a bunch of shit. Sold the big house that she and Atlas lived in, and moved into the apartment above the cafe. She's been desperately trying to hang on to it.
This is why you need bar food.
Yeah.
Oh god. And who would
Char-
eat
charge-
here?
Charge per peanut, you know. Charge per pretzel.
Yeah, you get Victor to play cook. Oh. That might have worse than Ivy.
Yeah, Victor.
Not because he's
I would trust.
Yeah.
No, he would just get angry and bad things would happen.
Victor has an argument with the stove.
Octomar asks, will you be okay if there is a dating similar but it's Lackadaisy?
Will I be okay? I think I'll survive. If that happens.
I
Will
guess.
I don't know. It's kind of funny you mentioned that, but I'm not gonna say why. And it isn't because we're making a dating sim, but I can't tell you right now. But maybe you'll find out. We'll see what happens. But
maybe the person is asking if you would do anything about it if someone made it.
oh, if someone made one, would I
You're
be
making
okay?
Profit off of it.
Would I be? Would I?
Would you-
Oh, do you mean if I
you be
would
okay with that?
condone it? Oh, yeah. If you were like making profit off of it, like if you were just like doing something for fun, like quick like release thing just for funsies or something for. Okay, but like yeah, if you were like if this was something someone was going to sell in the Android store or something, or pay something you'd have to pay for online or whatever, I couldn't condone it because it'd be a copyright infringement, and then it would set a precedent for other people doing similar things, and then I would like die in poverty, like
Yeah.
like
The chat is very concerned, I think.
the chat is worried.
Philip asks, what about would the Lackadaisy characters look like as a Wings of Fire dragons?
I don't know enough about the Wings of Fire series to answer that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I've done Art of Rocky as a dragon before, but not a Wings of Fire dragon specifically. So someone just happened to have asked me for art of, like a patron at one point asked for Rocky as dragon. I was like, all right, I'll draw that.
That's fun.
Happily. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Concerning the animation, Aaron asked, so how far along would you say you are now?
I mean, I have exact numbers, but I say that we are mostly done with the rough animation at this point. I'm just trying to get some straggler shots at this stage. So yeah, I told the animators that they got to get their rough animations wrapped by August. To get those stragglers out of the way. So
animation complete by end of summer. Cleanup's still going. Composition comp is still is just getting ramped up.
Yeah.
But that should go a lot. That'll go a lot faster than animation. But
yeah. Yeah, comp doesn't take nearly as long as anything else. Because they're basically giving them all the pieces that everybody else has been doing and saying, okay, put it together. But it did take a while to figure out, like, making sure that they had all the materials they need to even get started with, like, any shot. Yeah, a lot of moving parts at once. A lot.
Aaron asked also, I just remembered, is that Rocky body pillow still gonna be a thing?
It was just a joke.
I think it was a joke
How
thing.
many people really want to buy that?
I can't really justify like dumping a bunch of money on producing something that like maybe 2 people would want. And
it's like, bless the 2 people who would want that, but we need like well over 100 people need to want it. So
yeah,
that's kind of the point of a Kickstarter, is you're even judging like how many people actually want this thing.
yep.
Yeah. So I know there's some super fans who would adore that, but yeah, it's kind of a.
And we appreciate you, but yeah. If you can't make, if you
really
can't even make back the money you put into producing something, then yeah, you're gonna have an issue. So
I am being demanded to be told by Toom to tell you that she would buy it on a shirt if you made it.
I
mean, maybe on a shirt. The front and the back. Could probably do that on one of those like print-on-demand things. Nox sounds like he's being held at fucking gunpoint, says K. Francis. That's Nox all the time, though, right?
What?
Nox, right?
Do I sound like that?
Right?
You. Next question. Bergen asks, have you ever read Black Sad, and what do you think?
I've read the first 3-ish, I think 3 of them. It's very excellent.
Yep, very good comics. I read a compilation of the first 5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to respond to the nonsense.
Oh, no problem.
K. Francis asks, what do y'all think of Ender's Game?
I actually haven't read it.
Nor have
My
I.
brother
I know
liked it,
I
but
know
I never
what
got
it
to
is. I know what it's
Yeah.
about. I know like the twist, but not read it. I've not seen them. They did a movie not long ago, didn't they? Too. I didn't see
Yeah.
that either.
Predistick asks, is there going to be a Sphinx cat sometime in the comic?
There aren't any cats that are like specific breeds in the comic. They're compilations of cat parts. I imagine what you're actually asking is, are there going to be any bald cats? I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would divert that much from like the paradigm, because it would be distracting in a way that, like, you know, you do something like that and suddenly you have to, it's almost like putting something that looks like a different species in the comic, and then you have to explain how fur works and what does it represent exactly on the character and things like that. And it's just like,
Well, there's
messes
bald
with
people. Yeah.
I mean, there's bald people, but like some of the characters are like, you know, that are in the comic, I would draw them with a receding hairline or things like that, but like but there's nothing on them that would indicate that in terms of their fur. And then so then it's like, oh, okay, so then did they go bald bodily when they lose their hair, or like what, or it's like, I mean, is it male pattern baldness that this represents, or like what? And then it's just like
there is a
becomes
different
that
leads people to do that. So it's
alopecia,
like,
yeah,
you could justify it if you really felt like it.
There's alopecia, but yeah, it just would be, I think, just distracting in a way that would just cause a lot of like questions that and it's not that I have a problem with like the fantasy of like coming up with some kind of explanation for it or something, but it's like that's not really the point of them being cats. It's not that they're literal cats, and so it becomes a little bit of like, why distract from the point of the story with something like this if it doesn't really, I don't know. I'm not explaining my rationale very well here. It's a little I've done too much talking today, and I'm burned out.
Yeah.
Only have.
It would be cool looking though. I'm not
Yeah.
like arguing that. I mean, if like someone wanted to OC of theirs or something drawn that way, I'd be happy to do it. But for like a comic character, it would just be like it ended up being like some kind of background character or something to be, and people would just start asking me like, why is that like that? What does that represent? What does that mean? And like, if they were a human character, what would they look? You know, it's like.
Well, like, I mean, like, you could, if you had, like, a situation where they were, like, at the circus and you wanted to show people who were participating in freak shows, I guess contextually would make some sense in there.
But then it would almost be insulting to be
yeah.
like, oh, well, bald people are
Yeah.
freaks, or like people with alopecia are freaks, and like, that's not
Yeah.
what
To be fair, old school freak shows are pretty insulting. Period.
Old show
Yeah,
freaks,
that's
yeah,
the
they
thing.
didn't have any concept of like, political correctness or anything, or ableism or whatever. They didn't care. So, yeah.
Boo.
I mean, I guess
asked-
it would be accurate in that regard.
yeah. Boo asks, before I go to bed, could you ask everyone how everyone pronounces Nicodemus' name?
I usually say Nicodeme, but perfectly willing to admit that I'm anglicizing it badly. The eem would be a much softer sound.
So more like Nicodem.
Yeah,
Nicodem.
Nicodeme.
Yeah. It's also like this is Cajun Creole. It is not pronounced precisely the same way as they would in like France. So
And to make
even
the fans
anglicize
happy,
things a little bit. Yeah.
I will say if his shirt is off, it's pronounced Nicodem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not sure what is meant by this one, but James asks, would Lackadaisy go on to be a big enough player to be hired by the U.S. to protect Navy merchant ships?
What?
Say that again.
I guess they're implying that crime syndicates were sometimes hired by the U.S. military to protect ships, and
They were.
Were they?
Yeah, the FBI has more than once, and the CIA has more than once paired up with the mafia,
Huh.
for instance, to, yeah.
That's that.
Yep,
That's pretty nifty.
yeah.
So, do you think they would be strong enough to do it, or are they too dopey?
But we'll ask the question again. I didn't. They would be what?
Would Lackadaisy go on to be a big enough player to be hired by the
Oh,
US
big
Navy?
enough. I mean, like, no, they're not. They're just like a little like singular. They're not like a giant syndicate of. I'm not telling a story about like the New York crime family or crime families or something like, or even the Chicago syndicate or something like Al Capone's network of. This is more just like homebrew style criminals running a speakeasy.
Oh, I have been told to inform you that Nova would fund 100 pillows.
That's gonna cost a lot of money.
Look, there's my son.
Yeah.
Look, my boy.
He's like, why am I here? Someone dragged him here.
He's probably just looking for where he can get himself a glass of water.
I was just looking for some water. What is this place?
I just asked if I
There's
can get
scary
some
people
water.
here.
There's somebody just poking a table, drawing all scribbly like until I'm taking a nap, and I don't know where my glass of water is.
It's across the room if you're willing to deal with the scary guy over there, which apparently Winston is not.
He's trying.
He fails.
He's there, so it's as brave's gonna get.
Yeah.
Chris asks, question for everyone. Would you consider yourself someone who gives big tips to people?
I wish, but I don't have the money. So I just
I
default to 20%.
Yeah, I usually do
20% pretty
20%,
good.
and during the height of the pandemic, if I ever ordered something, I'd do more than that because like these people are
Yeah.
literally risking their lives. So
Yeah. I was given at
yeah,
least
but
25.
yeah, but I always like 20% minimum is like my
Yeah.
20% is pretty good. Speaking from being a server, because
Mm.
some people have a hard time passing the 10% threshold, and nowadays the industry standard is like 15%. So like someone really likes you if you're giving 20% out. But
I was taught 20%
yeah,
minimum. But then, like,
I
most of
mean,
my family also had spent some time as, like, working wait staff, so they said you give 20% at least.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's that they're very nice people to tell you that because
Mm-hmm.
again, a lot of people have a hard time clearing 10%, and like and some I'd say like 40% of the time people get to 15%, but then like the last like 5% are like tipping 20 and above.
Mm.
Funny enough, my bucket list thing is to give a server $100 tip one day.
That would
And
be awesome.
what's yeah, not
Like-
like like I spent $1,000, here's $100. Like I go in there, get a meal for one, and then give them like $100 tip.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It's like, why else have money if not to spend it on other people?
Yeah.
Billionaires are so boring. They don't actually spend any of their money in interesting ways. The ways that actually make a difference for folks.
Bezos's ex actually has been donating billions of dollars. Like while he's flying off into space, she's giving her billions away.
Good for her. Good. She's doing the interesting thing. This is the most interesting thing you could do if you had billions of dollars.
Yeah, and she's doing it. Yeah. She's been doing it no strings attached too. It's not like you know. Yep, she's been incredible with her just generosity. It's nice to see. It's refreshing. And meanwhile, all the attention is on Fuckface flying into space.
Yeah, who cares about that? The most interesting thing about that was the old woman that he took with him.
Yeah, right. Because she got
It's more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. She should have been more the focus of all that, but of course not.
She should. Actually, she was important. She did more. She deserves it. That's probably the one sad thing about the honorary astronaut thing rule getting changed. It's like, this is to fuck over Bezos. I do feel bad for her. Because she deserved it. But maybe they could, like, come up with some sort of reasoning why she deserves it specifically. Because she got fucked over, because sexism, and you know what? Give it to her. Give her the badge. Give her her astronaut wings. I want to imagine someone like when you're a kid and the pilot gives you like a little like, yeah, you're my little co-pilot, you know, and they give you like that plushy sticker thing that looks like a badge, and you're like, yeah, I'm important being on an airplane. You ever get that? Do you ever have a pilot give you like the fancy wing stickers?
I've seen them on TV, but never
I actually did get it once, I think. It must have been like 5. Yeah. I have seen that thing on TV. Yeah.
Octomar asks, anyone remember Heelys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am unsurprised those have been banned basically everywhere.
You know, I was once working at a Ross, and that job is miserable normally, but then like there's this kid who is wheeling by me on Heelys, and I go to the kid and I tell him to like, hey, you should stop, and then he stares at me and then he wheelies away. Or he heelies away, and then I found his mom, and I'm like, hey, like, could you tell your kid to stop, like, wheeling around, like, it's dangerous? And she turns around, like, half-heartedly, she's like, Jason, stop, and then goes back to what she was doing, and, like, he stops for a second, and then he goes back to doing it, and I'm like, and I go back to her, I'm like, you really need to get him to stop doing that. And she's like, I don't know what you want me to do. They're attached to his shoes.
Take
And
his
I'm like,
shoes
I
off.
know.
It's like you're in a store where you could get other shoes. Or tell them to just...
I know what Heelys are. You could take the wheels out of the shoes and you can walk on the other 80% of the shoe. And she's like, okay.
Oh my god, people who should not have children.
Yeah.
It's like, was this an inconvenience to you, having a child? Oh, I have to, like, be a parent to him in public? Yes! That was the deal!
Yeah. And it's like, I'm not sure what happened after that because I wasn't willing to, like, argue with this mom over it, but man, it was like, you must have really given up on life to ignore someone telling you your child is a problem right now and you're doing nothing. You're blatantly choosing to do nothing about it. You're telling me right now that I don't care. He does what he wants, I guess.
People in chat mentioning Andrew Carnegie and his funding of various public works projects, or like museums and things. Yeah, he did that, but Carnegie was also a really terrible person. Like, he did these things to get people to notice, like, oh, look at me, I'm a great man, and don't pay attention to all the shady crap that I'm doing. Like the billionaires are never good people, basically. They're just not.
Billionaire PR.
They're not. You don't get $1 billion without doing something incredibly shady. There just isn't a legit way to get that unless I don't know, like you had $1 million and somehow made all the right calls on every stock and then sold off all the stock. I don't know, but you know that's not how that works. So
I mean, you could just be Bill Gates and invent the internet.
Well, it's like, you know, you're paying
he's
$0
also
in
shady guy.
taxes
I thought that
because
was
taxes
Al
are
Gore.
for little people, and meanwhile, all of your employees, like all of your, you know, non-exec employees, are earning so little that they have to fall back on government assistance to live. It's like something's wrong here.
Yeah.
yeah, you don't become a billionaire through ethical means. You can become a millionaire through ethical means. Sure, there's ways to do that where you earn a living and you can be like you earn $1 million, but not a billionaire. No, the way to become a billionaire just does not involve any form of monetary gain that doesn't include some form of exploitation. It just doesn't. Yeah, no, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, all them, they're shady. They were shady crapheads too. But yeah, the most interesting thing you could do with billions and billions of dollars is to give it away. Like, if you just even want to have like a social network of people who are not crapheads because they're other billionaires, just give away all your money. It's just not worth it. It's not a fun social circle. It's not fun circumstances. There's just better ways to spend the money. So,
Well, they have historically been philanthropic, but it seems less so
but-
these days. Like a lot of them don't seem to show like any interest in anything but self-congratulations and shooting themselves into space on big phallic rockets and shit. But
yeah.
Lately,
yeah, I mean,
the-
like establishing universities and education funds and museums and opera houses and stuff like that. That's cool, but also there's like the really shitty side of it, which is, you know, all of the political corruption and
Lately,
with
the
those
yacht
things that
industry
and worker
is-
exploitation and you know. Oh, sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead. I don't want to get into politics.
Yeah. All right.
In
yachts?
fact, it is.
Avery? Yeah.
It's a
Lately,
it's
the
just-
yacht industry has been seeing a boom.
Ew. I don't like that. All right, Tracy.
It's like 11 o'clock here. I'm gonna
gonna
dip
stop?
out.
All right, let's call it. Stream's been going long enough.
Yeah, that's
Alright,
like 6
guys.
hours.
Yeah. So I will we'll do more in the future. We'll probably not use the event stage on Discord quite in the same way. It might be better for other
Yeah.
things, like if we do a lack of chat.
It'll be
But
it'll be good for lack of chats, but it was a bit confusing having 2 different chats going at the same time
Yeah.
here. So apologies for the early technical troubles. We Yep, every time we try something new, that happens.
I mean, besides the
But,
director falling off the stage mysteriously, though.
Right.
it happens.
Momentary technical difficulties.
Yeah, I've
But,
gotten a little bit done today. So if I just hide the background, then we can see what I did a little bit more easily. Oh, shoot.
I got a scene for you too.
Oh, sick.
Once we hop off, yeah. And I'm also hoping to wrap up the other scene tonight too, so I can do the highlights and then move on.
Nice.
Alright.
It's looking good.
Alright. I'm gonna close
like
the OBS. I'll say bye, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. Really had a great time chatting with you all,
Yeah.
and we appreciate
We'll
it.
do it again.
And yeah,
Thanks
Yeah.
for inviting me on, guys.
yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, good night.